extended break between Major 2 and Major 3, filling in with the Pro-Am. Honestly, I love the vibe of it. So far, it's been super, super cool. I even got people here, and I'm like, you guys got to do this again. And we haven't even had the competition yet.
Yeah, creators, pros from all over the world, right? We've got players from Brazil, OCE, Asia, NA, EU, all over the world competing here today.
Oh man, now before we obviously get this all going, why don't we take a little tour around the venue, see who else is here with us. Frankie is standing by in the player lounge.
I am. Typical Gamer just walked ahead of me in the shop, but that's absolutely fine because it's Typical Gamer. I think we can allow that. In fact, it is so busy in the player lounge, I wouldn't be surprised if it happens again. So let's try and walk to a slightly less busy spot as I talk to you about how the players are feeling. And to be honest, I think I'm more nervous than they are. These creators, they're used to the spotlight. These players, they're used to LAN. That means it's going to be an incredibly fierce competition. But hopefully, in a few minutes, they might let me grab them for a chat because there are so many big names here. And they really, really want to beat each other to the incredible trophy you're going to see revealed on stage in just a few moments. There's so many friends and family here, and I just can't wait to see who Kelly has got over in the creator lounge, because I imagine it's as busy as this one.
There is a lot going on over here, Frankie, or I should say that I am in the creator lounge right now, although it's looking a little empty, and that's probably because a lot of our creators are backstage right now getting ready, although I did just see Bucky walk across, so some of the creators are here as well. Guys, I am so excited for all of the action. We have 6 incredible games of Reload coming your way, but we do still have a few moments before we get into
Alo, Lovren, pos.
Speaking of action, we gotta bring in the people that are gonna be calling all the action. It is our
Imaš mic? A ne, nemam. Umro si. Valjda radi mic. Bla, bla, bla. Bla, bla, bla. Radi.
Watching all the action unfold. Some of the creators that we're going to see today were in attendance for that, and we got so many more.
Imam, sam vidim notifikacije su rip na YouTube malo. Mislim, ne čudi me.
Just a little bit off to our right, but also the crowd. I want to see these guys get loud because there's been so much trash talk, a lot of friendly banter. It's not going to be so friendly once they're on that stage.
Yeah, and I'm going to be looking off into the crowd as the game goes off, as I'm calling all the action to see which side of the crowd is actually the loudest. Is the West
Kako je? Dobro, brate.
Who are they actually rooting
Dobro.
for? Because I know I got a couple of my favorites.
Uzem malo da gledam ovaj Pro-Am, da vidim na što će to ličit. Kaj je prvi game? Zajedno, sat vremena. Ni fora nema levena, brat.
Thank you guys. Of course we do, and we'll get on into all of that first. Let's talk about what we're doing here today. So, Pro-Am, what does that mean? Is it an FNCS? It is, but we're not just kind of doing the normal BR situation. We're actually taking it to Reload.
Yeah, in FNCS, we're typically jumping into the main island over there, 100 players, everything like that.
Vidim se za sat. Eto, ne želati izlaske igrača. S kim je Alex? Ne znam napamet. Ne znam napamet.
And that's going to be interesting when you think about the point system, because if we look at the points,
Kaj je to? To ne znam.
victory royale, but each elimination.
Otprilike u 9 je prvi game, a do tad trebaju izlasci igrača, intervjue i te gluposti neke.
Yeah, I mean, you look at someone like Peterbot, right? Someone like Colt, who are very elimination heavy. They're very elimination hungry. This could be really good for them. Like you said, you don't even need
Nešto da gledamo si dalje.
You're so crazy. You might as well just be coming on first place.
Yeah, I mean, it's super, super cool. Obviously, you know, being in the environment that our players and content creators arriving days ago, they've had a ton of practice. They've kind of been jumping in the cups. We had a couple of practice schemes yesterday, and let me tell you something. That reload format, the ability to kind of jump back into the action, it created so many fights in the early game. We're going to be action-packed today.
Yeah, not only in the
Kaj je to scoring pa ko u reloadu? 10 za vini i 1 po killu, ili?
pros going against creators, pros going against each other, there has been non-stop.
Mislim, ko što je bilo u reloadu dosta što smo mi igrali skin cupovi i te gluposti, jel? Sve isto. To je reload, da. Jesam reload, da. A šta ste i mislili?
I mean, we're here and I'm ready to win.
I'm very excited to be here.
You've got people here who have almost made grand finals or made grand finals as creators.
I think it's
Sranje, jebi ga.
variance just because of the mix of the different skill levels.
I think there will be a lot of pressure for a lot of people.
Yeah, I do accept Makrug. I'm the best content creator here.
It's a chance to see the best players in the world try to carry people like me, so it has a kind of a fun element to it.
All the biggest influencers in Fortnite, competitors in Fortnite together in a room. Content being made is just like so much fun.
Sve je želahno, ne?
Blessed with a great teammate. Competition.
Ko vina, ja mislim Nikov i Podesa, iskreno.
We play together really, really well. I think everyone's going to see that at the Pro-Am.
Anything can happen. It's going to be very, very chaotic.
You have AC and you have clicks. If you want to mess with us, please.
Misliš Vin, teško da će neki IGL vina.
JD in particular needs to watch out. I feel so bad putting him back in the lobby.
Eliminate Cypher PK, eliminate Nick A30, and then maybe eliminate the Prost.
100%. I think we are going to win this. Not like what it takes, we're just going to win.
Peter, Ego Master, ono.
Galen, Center, how about that? Your players!
Evo ga trofej, a?
Now, these players, they've been talking some wild games.
Nije fora kad nema Levena, neš gledat.
They're saying they're going to eliminate each other one by one when they hit reload later today. However, I've been talking some big game. Because I've been saying, you guys are the loudest crowd in esports. And now, I need you guys to have my back, okay?
Mislim da se kad psuje na TikTok.
So 1, 2, 3, make some noise!
Čekaj, nema, Leven, brate, znaš ko Leven?
It's not bad. It was good.
Treba pokazati ko je Leven.
We could be even better. So I am gonna borrow some words from my good friend,
On.
Mr. Leven 2. FNCS Pro-Am, are you ready?
To je on.
Are you ready, Z?
Wait, Frankie, after that, I am ready. Oh my gosh, you already heard this crowd roar. And again, he's not even brought the players out, okay? Before the cameras went on, we had the players on the stage.
Taj, čovjek je legenda.
We already started to hear both sides of the stadium go crazy. It is going to be an exciting time. First off, welcome back, Kelly.
Znaš ga, eto. Čovjek je legenda.
Well, thank you guys. Always show love to Kelly.
50k prvo mjesto, to ni niš.
What is at stake here? Let's talk about that prize pool. It's a $500,000 prize pool, but for first place, $50,000.
I mean, you know, a lot of people are talking about why are we here? Are we here for the engagements? Are we here to have fun?
Jako, 25k, ha.
Prize pool is a pretty big reason to be here and compete, Vivid.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be very,
Što
very
splite
appreciative.
50k, da.
Yeah, you know, the players, the content creators, they're going to be competing for the money. Yeah, that's the prize for them.
Loran, ja ne znam kako bi tamo kad ne znam engleski.
The enjoyment already that's come out of this event. Obviously, the 6 games we have yet to be entertained by. I think we're the real winners.
100%, but look, it's not just the 500k prize pool, the 50k for first place. But if you do get that first place, it comes with something special, Zeke.
Koliko štede?
We have an
Jevi ga.
amazing, just beautiful trophy. Just a massive shout out.
A bilo bi tužno da daju više na reload cup.
Not only the trophy, but there will also be medals as well. They're the official silverware partner of the FNCS. They're kind of already making trophies.
Evo game 1, jest.
Now looking to take a step into
U 9.
esports. They've actually already created a trophy for the RLCS, and when the Pro-Am has a trophy, the Global Championship.
A dobro, Petra, on si prolazio 10 kvalifikacija za World Cup, a vamo si dobio invite. Plus ono je normalan mod, ovo je reload. I ono si igra s kim želiš, ovo je igra s kim ste stavili. Mislim, ni ne treba biti prevelik price pool, realno. Misliš, Lovren, a?
And we've got some players here that have those trophies in the background. Boga's competing here today, but there's also a lot of creators and players that do not. And today is the day to get one.
That's right. Okay.
Mislim, vjerojatno im je plaćeni put, plaćeni smještaj, plaćena hrana, sve im je, mislim, plaćeno. Evo ga, duosi.
Before everything kind of started and when Peterbot was coming in, everyone was thinking, okay, who's getting paired up with Peterbot? Who could it be? You know, who's gonna walk away with this legend of the scene? Turns out it's Ozzy.
Sada smo ima djece
When
milion.
you pair them together, yeah, crowd, you guys can go crazy. That's fine. When you pair them together, this is a terrifying duo.
I mean, literally the two faces of competitive Fortnite. Peterbot's the best player in the world, arguably. Major 2 reigning champ. global champ as well. And then Aussie Antics, who
Koliko sati je streama, čovjek.
party for every single event ever, and the two of them together. Although I will say, when we
Smoris, pa dobro, nema veze.
very excited. Although Vivid, I saw a little bit of fear, a little bit concern in his eye, because being able to keep up with Peterbot is a feat in itself.
Uroš ide, brat. Jedan Alex. Pa Loserfru čak nije toliko ni loša, jeve. Peter je best player, pa realno je best player.
Who was going to get paired up with Aussie Antics. I actually think this worked out very, very well. For anybody who doesn't know, Peterbot's been like a 40-plus month sub to Aussie on Twitch, right? So like, he knows, he's very, very comfortable being...
Kaj loše, pa kakih content kreatora ima i nije.
How dedicated he is to the game. This duo honestly worked out very, very well on both sides of the coin.
And I love the way they're playing. We could see a bit of it in the practice games yesterday. Aussie Antics, he's got double chug jug. He's got medkits. He's got shockwaves, grappler, and he's like, all right, Peterbot, go frag out, get as many
Možeš, Petar,
eliminations as
možeš.
you want. I'll be ready.
Ljede, hej, Petar. A šta ne budeš content kreator ko Ozzy igrač?
To get that trophy.
You know, we keep calling Aussie Antics a loot llama, but we saw the practice games yesterday. He eliminated Mr. Savage, so there is definitely some WK potential there.
Oh man, I'm excited, of course, for the duo. Their objective here at the Pro-Am is very clear.
MG Peter, but pozdrav bole. Gold, ma teško.
In the beginning, try and get us some free elimination points, and then we'll start playing passive towards like 5 or 6 minutes into the game.
I just gotta stay alive. That's my plan.
Njegov plan je se živi. Malo pojačaj. Pojačaj vam.
Yeah, so, just gotta stay
La,
alive.
la,
That's it,
la, la,
Ozzy,
la.
right? I mean, I love that you guys kind of brought up the practice game yesterday.
Jel dobro sad ili?
Where we watched Peterbot kind of take a fight, was eliminated, rebooted, lands in front of Ozzy, and Ozzy
Ali šta
hey,
Petar
good
priča?
stuff. Keep going. I'm gonna keep farming. Like, I can't wait to see how they perform today.
I mean, something we talk about in the FNCS is players knowing their roles and being able to play to the T, and that is exactly what Ozzy and Peter are coming in.
Lik se dobro skinka, brat. Bolje, dobro. Ako treba pogledati, još ćemo
We
pogledati.
keep talking about how all these practice games went yesterday, and it was like, yeah, Aussie Antics was kind of farming for Peterbot, but at the end of it, you know, no leaks or anything like that. They're actually going to switch up how it's going to work. We might actually, you know, work together just a little bit more than we were expecting. So it'll be interesting to see how they kind of practice and implement that new strategy.
Yeah, and we're talking about support. Aussie Antics, look, I'm going to give one leak. He eliminated Mr. Savage yesterday in the practice
Ajde,
game,
dobro,
so
ne.
he can still hold his ground.
Vinaju, ja kažem, ljudi Podasa i Nikov, pa vi gledajte.
Right now, so let's get their thoughts on how they're feeling.
Yeah,
To nije fair
before
duo.
we ask them about their game, I need to ask, why is the FNCS Pro-Am going to be won by Reason and Faxity today?
Pojači stream, pa sad sam
I don't really
pojači.
know, to be honest. I'm just gonna go out there and win.
Yeah, you're going to win, so no one's getting in your way today.
Yeah, no, definitely not.
That's probably the most obvious answer and the question I shouldn't have asked because we all knew it. Now, Ozzy, I'm coming to you. What was it like when you were paired up with Peterbot, when the news sank in?
I mean, it's exciting. Obviously, everyone wanted to get Peterbot. It put a bit more pressure on. I started practicing instantly. I was kind of going to gauge how serious I was going to take the event.
Malo si niska, je.
Once you get Pete, you got to lock in. So.
And how seriously are you taking the event?
I mean, pretty seriously. I mean, no one's expecting me to be the firepower on the team, but if you got to keep up
Ko
with
vina
Peterbot, you got
Podasa
to
i
at least
Nikov.
be like practicing. So I put a lot of time in. I'm
Evo
feeling
ga,
pretty good.
Petrović, da ljudi žele.
Have you been surprised by the firepower that Ozzy is bringing?
A little bit. I thought he would be a little bit worse, but he's definitely gotten better.
Is that because of you?
No, it's not even because of me. I think he just like grinded on his own, but I think he's getting better for me.
He's definitely been grinding. We're hearing rumors that more people might be heading your way at Slurpee Swamp today. Have you got a message for them?
I hope people land on us at Slurpee. You know, it'll be free eliminations for me and Ozzy, so yeah.
Free eliminations. No one
So
wants to give
Akash.
Peterbot free eliminations. To be honest, they probably feel free when people are actually coming at you primed and ready to go. Ozzy, so you've talked about the fact that you're just going to be a bit of a walking llama for Peter today. But after the test games yesterday where you did
Koliko
get
je,
an
se vidiš ga,
elimination
2
from
metra.
Allier, are you feeling like actually you might be going more for the elims now, more direct?
We'll see. I don't want to say too much, but I mean, if I go the full llama route, people are going to start looking for me as the llama. So we'll change it up a bit. I don't want to keep the strategy like too one-sided. So, you know, I'll get in the mix a little bit.
And you are such a kind, lovely person. If you ask Ozzy to talk about the competition, he's just like, I don't do that. I can't talk about anyone in a
Kako
bad
nolko
way.
sedi.
But I do want to know, has Pete told you any
Ma dobar
trash
je
talk?
on, vidi ga.
Oh, I mean, we'll see. I don't want to mess up his flow state. I know Pete likes to smack talk. He likes to, you know, crash out on people a bit. So I don't want to mess him up too much. So I'm usually Mr. Positive, but it's a tournament. There's money on the line, you know. we'll see how we go.
So the answer is no. Pete hasn't taught him any
Long
smack
lace
talk.
je
He's literally
pozadini.
the same
Kakav
Aussie antics we
debil.
know and love. Peter, Ozzy, thank you so much for talking to me today, and I know you're going to put on a good show. Let's head back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Frankie.
Nego, ljudi ste čuli da neće biti komsa uopće tijekom prijenosa, znači neš moći čuti di vrište jedan na drugog. Bar su tako rekli. Što je baš ono retardirano. To je najjače na Dreamhacku, bi odi slušaš di jedan na drugog vrište.
Obviously one-sided there when it comes down to the communication, right? Ozzy a lot more invested into the questions, and yeah, like Zeke went ahead and said there, just confidence spewing out of Peterbot. Every single time he's on camera, he's just like, yeah, I'm gonna win.
People are sleeping on Ozzy a little bit, though, no? I mean, when you're put up with Peterbot, it's hard to kind of make that comparison, right? The GOAT of Fortnite competitive, the GOAT of Fortnite viewing parties, but they definitely have what it takes.
You said the word GOAT there, and that got me thinking. There is a GOAT we have to highlight, and it's someone who's going to be fighting for the number one loudest duo on the day. It's Courage JD paired up with Cold. Obviously, if you guys, again, have been watching
World Cups.
Duo Day, you know Courage on the show. He was really excited. Finally, they got some time to practice together, and you know, Courage is taking this extremely seriously.
Yeah, initially Cold was being a little cold to Courage JD, but once they did finally get the practice in, it definitely looks a lot better. Courage JD, you know, we were talking about Aussie Antics putting in the work, putting in the practice. Every time I tune into Twitch, Courage JD is practicing with some kind of pro.
Yeah, and I gotta say, you know, Zeke was mentioning, oh yeah, they're gonna be competing for the loudest duo. I'm pretty
Cold
sure
je bolje stala kartikas. Pozdrav Dominik, bude tipko gamer, ma ništa to.
Who that's gonna be right there. But yeah, to bring up Kelly's point right there, the practice that Courage has been bringing to the table. It's not only the time that he's put it in, because obviously it's been a bunch. It's actually the quality of that practice that kind of caught my eye. Jumping into
Kako smo dobro
creative,
mislim da da. Ne znam, sad to nisam
they're
dobro.
actually competing in the event. Like I saw they had a
Dobro
great
smo.
session with Veno himself, right? A little bit tips and tricks there about how to fight box to box. So great job by Courage to go ahead and jump into the action.
Yeah, and also the vibe.
Segura,
was, I would say, the first one in the practice lounge, and he came. He had 3 bananas, 2 waters, 3 granola bars, and it was all for Cold. He
Što oni su već izašli van, a?
To be ready to compete today, so I think they definitely got what it takes.
Yeah, I mean, he's a character, right? And of course, him being basically the last one out last night.
Veno je dobio Rediš, koliko ja znam. Kako nisi čuo za Rediš?
He did have some quotes in that piece that we showed earlier. I believe he said he was going to eliminate Cypher PK,
Nick
A30, and then some of the pros.
A koliko oni rade troll od ovog prijenosa? Ne znam da ovdje, pošto vidim da su već sad izašli, onda ne znam.
We'll see how that goes today.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, there's a lot of possibility to Takada. I do think that Courage JD may have made a few.
Ili možda to snimka od prije.
Definitely.
Koja je izjava? Najbolja
I'm
izjava.
gonna take you back, okay? 2018, the Fortnite Pro-Am. Courage actually got second.
Ja mislim da je on najgori player vamo.
You know, Cypher was talking about it. He
On i Nike.
Also, Ali A, who got 5th, and Courage was like, you know what? As long as I place higher than Ali A, I'll be happy with that.
That was a long time ago, Tokada. That was a long time ago. But you know, look, this duo is perfect for each other, right? Like, obviously, the quiet nature of Cole, who's kind of slipping in and out of builds, eliminating players. Courage being the loud voice to distract people. I mean, you know, why don't we just hear what they have to say?
Lahlan je nešto se trudio prije igra. Možda nije toliko loš.
The best content creator with the Fortnite Pro-Am?
I got my player. I know my player.
Go ahead. Who is it?
Cypher PK.
Cold nešto hejta ovog, brat. Ja nikog. Nisam došao. Dobro je da mi.
You know, obviously, Cold is Cold. So, you know, we kind of have touched a lot on Courage and how much work he's been putting in, but Cold is a very difficult individual to stop once he gets going.
I mean, Major 2 reigning champ. He every time we see these like stats of who has the most damage, it's between him and Peterbot who's fighting for first. Absolutely an incredible fragger. Definitely a threat to the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, an incredible performance in Major 2 from Cold. Best damage ratio over the course of 12 games against other professional players was seriously a feat. Obviously, that's the crazy thing, right? When we think about, you know, how well they play in majors, it's always against other professional players. Throw in content creators in the mix, you're one of the best fraggers in the game, being Cold. Woo, it's gonna be scary.
Hey, 3-time FNCS champ. I mean, look, they're joking around, they're having fun, but I think when that first game starts, they're gonna be locked in. They're gonna be focused, and they're gonna do a great job.
I'm curious to see where they're at right now. Frankie is standing by with the duo. Let's get their thoughts on the Pro-Am.
Well,
Nisu izašli.
Cold was 14 years old when he won his first FNCS major finals. Courage is 31, and he's hoping he's going to get his
Zašto
first
drži
title
banane?
today. And you brought the bananas. What's this all about?
Yeah, it's important to have fruits, keep your blood sugar high. I'm going to have 2 bananas per game, which will equate to 12 bananas by the end of this. And I think if I get 1 elimination per banana, we'll be in a good spot.
Who are you going to eliminate, though? Who's the easiest?
I mean, how long do we got? Cypher PK, we were fighting earlier, easy eliminations. Peterbot hasn't even warmed up, not worried about him anymore. Typical gamer might almost be 50, so his reaction time isn't cutting it. And I got Cold as a duo, so what am I worried about?
You do have Cold as a duo. The weird thing is, I would have thought it'd be
This
him
one
with the
shop
back
nije
injury
dobar, ja.
after the test games we played yesterday because he was carrying you quite a lot. Cold, how are you feeling about your partner? He's been grinding more than anyone in this entire
Ne znam ja, ne
He
znam.
has, I can tell he really wants it, and like he wants to do well in this, so I'm gonna do my best to give him what he wants.
How long have you been able to practice as a duo? Because, I mean, you had the major 2 finals not that long ago.
To practice for this?
Yeah.
Not much practice coming from me, to be honest, but I got courage for that, so.
Well, you did have a little bit of trouble. You're dropping south of booming base, and unfortunately for you guys, malheureusement, the French are going there too. What's the tactic for dealing with them today? Because they gave you a lot of trouble yesterday.
There is going to be no dealing with them. We're just going to let them do their thing. We're going to do our thing, and we'll see how it goes.
Are you going to do what I call the Mongol strat? Are you going to hide in a bush until the danger's gone?
Tako je nama, tako je nama.
This man doesn't hide in no bush. Courage, do you think that you've put quite a lot of pressure on yourself with this event? Because obviously you've been grinding, but back at the 2018 Celebrity Pro-Am, you did lose to Ninja. He put you in 2nd place. You say you gave it to him, but I'm not so sure.
Look, Ninja needed to complete his story arc at the first Pro-Am. I love my boy Tyler, but he had to get that win. This time, though, I'm coming for 1st place only. And if we win 1st place, I told Cold I'm giving him all my prize money.
Courage, kak se čita? Nebitno, on je u nekom timu što je.
It's not pocket change to me, but maybe
Aha,
to
to.
this mad, but you can buy an awful lot of bananas with that.
To on
Cold.
grinda
Let's head
map.
back to the desk.
To. Bez banana.
Well,
I think they broke Zeke.
I'm fine. Everything is fine. Everything is great. Always a big fan of Courage JD, a true OG in the scene, and of course, I love seeing him paired up with Cold. They both seem in very high spirits, which I'm excited to see. That means, at whatever happens, we're going to be hearing Courage JD on that stage.
Oh, 100%. I think that for this duo especially, that they are just here for the vibes. But I think that throughout those vibes, they also just might get a few wins as well.
Yeah, I mean, the approach to this tournament is just completely different. I love how Cold's answer to, oh, you know how
Zašto je Vivid batalio? Forti prešao u kastere.
Yeah, really not much. But that's what I got Courage for, as if like Courage has put in so much practice that it's like taking up how much Cold's supposed to practice. Like, Courage has practiced so much for the both of them.
Look, all I know is no other player is going to have more than 12 bananas. Will that actually help Courage? I don't think so, but hey, you know, it's the spirit that counts.
Okay, all right, now, the spirit of what I would like to see is someone win their first LAN title. Thomas HD.
Thomas.
What Summer said, which is kind of a terrifying duo, guys. I will go ahead and admit something to you now. When Duo Day happened, obviously we were seeing the duos announced together, and I kept, you know, I was going 1 by 1. I saw Thomas HD and Somerset, and I thought, oh, that's really cool, and I kind of moved on. Then I had to kind of stop myself and take a kind of step back and wait. Oh, hold on, Zeke. Did you read that right? Thomas HD and Somerset?
Yeah, leading up into this event, a lot of people make their prediction list, top 3, top 5, and this duo is in pretty much every single person's top 5 list. And there's obvious reasons why. I mean, Thomas
što su stavili Thomasa da ima 23 FNCS finalsa i 0 titula. Trolaju ga i tu.
And then of course we have Somerset, winner of multiple votes, as well as getting 3rd place at the most recent Milk Cup
Kjem da zna
LAN.
nešto ima, ruke nema.
And having that competitive mindset is definitely going to set themselves up.
Ali je mršav, ovo je najmršaviji duo na lanu.
We're supposed to have a professional player on one side, content creator on the other side.
Ovo koliko se može zvati Loren FNCS-om.
She's just so invested in the Fortnite competitive. I think nobody would bat an eye to call her a professional player in all regards. Like, you saw 14,000 hours streamed, all of that being invested into Fortnite competitive in some way, shape, or form. And not to mention, right, Fortnite is an esport that continuously gets harder, right? Throughout your career, it's just harder to kind of come into it. Everybody's getting better. Somerset is also just getting better, right? Earlier this year, making it into FNCS East, which was a feat for her. her, so she's constantly getting better. Paired up with Thomas HT, scary duo.
They're going to be lethal. I mean, not only
Vivid, malo si nizak je.
place in the Milk Cup, Thomas HT on the other hand, 4 times he's
Ja,
placed
tik
second
ne igram, ma ne znam
place
ni ko je
in
to.
FNCS Grand Finals. One of those being the Global Championship. Now, we did talk with Thomas, talked with Somerset. We said, if you win
Dobro, ja
today,
to
do you
nisam
think
vidio,
it's gonna
tada to ne
count
znam.
as your first FNCS win? Now, Thomas said no, but Somerset, on the other hand, had another idea.
Yes. She
Jel ovo se ne može zvati FNCS vinom ako vina? Jer realno nije kvalo, sam je dobio invite. To nema veze s sezom. Kak se broji, kako?
Hello, I have got a very
Zašto Čičo nema priliku vina?
They might look sweet and innocent, but these two are going to have an absolute party when we hit Slurp Rush later. Thomas, when you first played Reload and this map, you must have been so excited because all of those weapons, have you got your name practically written on them?
Yeah, I do. Like, I like using the Mammoth pistol, for example, and the sniper. So, yeah, I like the weapons.
It's kind of terrifying watching the two of these guys play. What was your reaction to getting Thomas?
Oh, I was astonished. I was very excited. I mean, he's literally the Sniper King in absolutely everything. So to hear that, it was
Uzet
I knew we
niska,
would
pa
definitely be able to get
prosjek.
some, you know, eliminations out of the air for sure.
Brate, ovo rediš je više od Vena,
With
jebot.
the sniper as well. Tell me, how on earth are you deciding who's doing what in game? Because you've got a very similar, powerful skill set.
I think
Što imaju similar?
apparent that
Što
he's
se
very
rešti?
good with the super long range. I'm kind of here to just
Ova
support
ruke
and
nema.
follow up on whatever he absolutely needs just to get us through to the end game.
Now, you haven't had much of a chance to practice together because you've been separated by the Atlantic Ocean. But from watching you guys perform yesterday in our test games, it feels like there's a very natural chemistry. Is that right? Has it come quite naturally to you two as a duo?
Yeah, I would say it does. I mean, I feel like we bounce off of each other pretty well, aside from me jumping in front of crash pads, but I'm learning as we go.
There have been a few
Dobro, ja na
accidents
oboje da
with
nisam
mobility
čitao.
items so far
Ruke
here at
ostale
the
kod
Galen
kuće.
Centre in the past couple
Nema
of
ih
days.
ni
But don't worry
tamo.
about that one. You're not alone, Somerset. Thomas, tell me about the off-spawn situation. You are dropping south of Steamy Stacks, but there's a lot of very good duos landing either side of you. So what's the idea here? Are you going to stick around and try and get some elims?
We might be contested, but I'm not sure. I think Seti and Daya was going to land on us, but yeah, we will see. We'll just claim the split we have there, and yeah, we'll just try to make it to end game.
Well, all I know is it's going to be very,
Koji
very
si za njih?
entertaining watching the two
Koji
of
to
you.
vam
Thank you so
sretni?
much for talking
Ma
to me
ja.
and good luck. Let's head back to the desk.
Ali koliko god ona nema ruke, ima više ruke nego pola njih.
A word there, a phrase.
Jedan
all that
privatna
weapons
info.
basically that kind of just got me excited. Mammoth pistol. Mammoth pistol being in reload. You throw one of those in the hands of Thomas HG, he's going to start hitting headshots.
Da ovo rediš je više od Vena,
Definitely gonna
brate.
start hitting headshots, right? We're talking about the Pro-Am right now. I remember when the Mammoth pistol was in FNCS competitive, right? When we were having one of those majors, then it was like,
Možda bi nešto kako
wait a minute, we're running highlight reels of the game, and they're all of Thomas with a Mammoth pistol. This isn't a Thomas highlight, it's just of the game, and it's just all of Thomas. He is just so good with weapons like that.
Look, they're definitely going to do a great
Veno
job,
ko
but
usan.
some duos are
Veno sluša pjesmu i boli ga uvo, ono. Čeka da ovo što prije završi.
The northwest side of the map is going to be Clix
Da,
and
kada što nam
Lacy
ideš ti,
against
da.
Veno and Reddish. Now, this is going to be an interesting one, Z.
Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? Like on one side, old friends, old dual mates split up and now having
Gina
to go
vodi
head to
3:0
head.
lagano.
On one side, you've got Reddish, who again kind of teetering on that like gray area of content creator pro, and then you've got Lacy, who is like basically an old-time pro, and he still says he is. Does that count? I don't know, but this is an exciting head-to-head.
I feel like a few people would put asterisks onto that FNCS Pro, Clix being one of them. But yeah, Clix and
Ali
Ben,
kak
like
je
you were
Lacy
saying,
dobar
old teammates,
content creator?
old roommates. They literally
Taj
played the
čovjek se
last
pojavio
FNCS
prije 2
Global
mjeseca.
Championships together. Obviously,
Pa
they did
free,
split up
Loren,
this
to
year,
je
Veno
free,
going back
brate.
to Europe, but having them go face to face, I don't know if there's going to be too much fighting, Vivid.
Yeah, I'm happy that you kind of hit home on that, right? I think they're both going to be happy with taking the loot that they get from Steamy Stacks. A pretty big POI for the both of those duos. I want to focus in on Clix and Lacy as a duo. Obviously, in Fortnite competitive, you know, it's very, very important to go ahead and farm your mats up. My only question with this duo, though, are they going to be able to take a break from farming those engagements to go ahead and get a couple
Icon
of
skins
materials? Are they gonna have too
1-0.
much fun with the event, or are they actually going to try to win?
Definitely going to be farming clips. Mats, on the other hand, that's the issue. If we think about how both of these duos play, Clix and Lacy, I was watching some streams. Lacy's like, I'm the IGL. I'm the pro, I'm the IGL. Clicks like, what do you mean? No, I'm the pro, I'm the IGL. Lacey's like, no. So they're kind of going back and forth, but I do think they will lock in when the time comes. Now, on the other hand, Veno and Reddish, they are locked in. One of the first in the practice room.
Ja sam gledao malo jučer preče kako igra njemu kasnije možda 10 sekundi.
From this next interview, Frankie standing by with both duos.
Thank you so much. And this is an interesting LAN reunion because the last
Pa Jan,
time
da, to
these
je bilo
guys
free.
were playing in person, it was at the Global Championships in 2024 and you were playing together. You placed 11th. And now you're broken up. Do you prefer it this way, Veno?
I don't miss them. I can't win championships with them.
Okay. Excuse me, this man bought you a what?
Already. Bought him a watch, and by the way, he was the reason we didn't win FNCS. I don't know if you've seen when we got 4th place. We were 1st place 9 games in. The last 3 games, he didn't listen to our coach. Did a dead side rotate, wrong rotate, pew pew. We're done. We're literally eliminated.
And so you sent him packing back to the UK?
Yeah, I sent him back to home.
Well, thank you so much. Let's talk about the competition that's going to happen because Veno, you have a new teammate in Reddish, and she can frag very reliably. We saw you guys performing really well in the practice sessions here yesterday. Reddish, tell me how this teamwork is working.
I wouldn't say I'm necessarily a fragger, more of a support player. This guy
Just the fragger.
In a couple of games yesterday. I think we're ready, and I'm there to support him.
We know that you've also won on LAN. There was a LAN at the end of last year in London that you picked up the W4. So have you taught
Petra
Veno
ne znaš ko ima već glog Lacey.
If there's ever a zero
Ubi
build
se.
tournament, he knows to pick me up. That was a zero build cup, so.
But you've been practicing those builds, I know. And Lacey, have you been practicing those builds? Because I've heard you've jumped back into the game. It's like riding a bike, but is it really?
It is. It's like riding a bike for me. You know, I was born with the talent. It's not really a skill I learned. I was born with it, but I've been.
Klik se rokni ga šakom.
I was locked in, looking at the VODs, studying film, making sure that we're ready and strategize for today.
And he is a former pro player, Click, so surely he's going to be leading you in game.
Yeah, I mean, he's, you know, a former pro player. How much earnings do you have?
$5,000.
5,000. I mean, you know, I have almost like what, 700. You have 40,000?
I got like 40K.
Also, I want to say, why is your voice so raspy, Lacey?
You said what?
Why is your voice so raspy?
My voice raspy because last night we were
VOD
VOD reviewing and I was screaming the comms. We were practicing comms.
Čao Zorana. Baternik čekam gore.
Well, I wanted to ask you guys about the showdown at Steamy Stacks, but you guys have been talking at each other so long. We're just going to see what happens in the game. Let's go back to the desk.
See, it's weird because they said they were VOD reviewing. Now, Lacey was definitely having a lot of fun. I don't think it was in Fortnite though.
Došao noti, ja. Nije jako puno ljudi došao noti. Trola mi YouTube.
Turn out well today, will it not? I mean,
Jako
he was
trola.
looking happy. I think they can do it. You know, listen, when the lights come on, the cameras turn on. This is
On ima petka, ne se. Kako on ima, ne zna build place.
This is the character they're letting out, but then the time comes, they're gonna win it all. That's my prediction. Anyway, let's move on to the next Ospawn situation happening. We're seeing. And I actually want to come back to you for this, Tokata. We have Zemi and Cooper going up against Gone and Flakes. You've been super tapped into the Spanish community, so kind of give us the rundown on what you're seeing.
Yeah, this is interesting because when you think of Cooper and Zemi, you look at a majority of the predictions that have been made for the Pro-Am, and Cooper Zemi, their top 3 are just set at winning the whole event. Now, Gone and Flakes, I think, went under the radar a little bit. Flakes actually just qualified to the major finals on Brazil. They
Doslovno niko nije rekao da im došao noti. Niko.
I mean, I was talking to Gori
Ko ovaj, ne
Lon,
znam.
doing a viewing party in Spanish. Shout out Gori Lon, and he was saying this duo is going to play aggressive. Unlike you got
Ne znam
Steamy
ko si
Stacks,
ti.
kind of an uncontested, both good in their own loot. But there's also been a surprise contestation on this side of the map.
A lot of contestation going on over there. And I was actually talking to Cooper specifically yesterday. And I was like, yo, what's up, Cooper? How you doing, man? How you feeling? He was like, I'm feeling confident right now. And he wasn't talking about his own play.
Ja ušao i kucao ako na šans, pa to da, iz Meksika.
He's better than me in most of the end games that we just played through. All the cups, all the practice we're getting in. Sometimes he's dropping more eliminations than I am. So the confidence kind of going into this competition, very, very high for the duo.
Yeah, and Cooper, you know, going all the way back to the 2023 Global Championships, a lot of people, for whatever reason, discredited that win. A lot of people saying that the 6 games there, you know, that was the easiest win for the
Ima 8,8 miliona.
making it to the grand finals, making it to the top 5 to say it wasn't a fluke.
Neće,
I
ja.
deserve this
Kaj
win,
da
and he's here to come back once again for another FNCS title.
Nek ima skoro 9 miliona followera.
Because I heard that same thing, right? And when we're talking with Zemi, it's like, you know, what do you think? What would lead to your success? Another person to say, the man.
Kao prvo, pa nešto ti šta prijaviti, ovi se još tako zovu.
Cypher PK under, you know, quietly say, yeah, don't let him get that. Don't let him get that. So I'm excited to see, man. I do agree. Could this be the duo that wins it all?
100%. Both of them are incredibly strong competitors. Cooper is incredibly intelligent, but also has great fragging ability as well. So the two of them together, I think, has a lot of potential. They are going to be contested, potentially triple contested by Faxity, but who knows if you can trust what Faxity says where he's going to be landing, Vivid.
Yeah, it'll be crazy to see if they actually do end up fighting us one. But again, you know, Cooper Zemi entering that gray area, both of them kind of pros in their own regards.
Okay, you know what time it is. We've got an interview lined up with both the duos once again.
Yes, I'm so excited to have Cooper and Zemi and Flakes and Gon. We'll come to the
Yes,
Brazilian guys first. Because yesterday I was having a chat with you and you were like, we're pastors, we're brothers. And it feels like this competition might have even brought you closer together.
Yes. I love to play with Gon. And here we have more synergy. And I want to see this again in Brazil, man. In our competition in Brazil.
Brazil.
We are a lot of
Dobro.
we are friends. Like we talk like a year. We're talking like for a year. We play a lot of tournaments together before the Pro-Am. We play a lot of duo. I don't think we play trios, but we play duo together, trying to call for Cash Cup duos. And
maybe you can join my trio, man.
Zašto ne staješ nam internet?
I will put Gon on my team. Bye, Susu.
Bye, Su. Bye, Jonas.
Well, they have been rivals in the recent major finals.
Neki random je, ima 9 miliona followera.
You've been telling me that you're more of a support player.
Yes, I qualified to grand finals.
Zaš Cooper nosi sandale, šta je ovo, brate?
For my team, Matt, like a walking llama, and I help them to perform well. This is what I do.
Well, let's head over to your rivals.
Ide Janko sa 49 RSD.
Zemi, you've been grinding the game, it turns out. 260
Hvala ti za donaciju, brat.
More than Flakes. That makes me feel like you're very, very keen to take this home for you.
That's what I'm here for. I mean, as soon as I found out Cooper is my teammate, we started practicing every single day pretty much.
Hvala ti za
Every
donaciju,
single
brat.
tournament there's been upcoming to this tournament, we've played it. We're very confident, and I couldn't ask for a better teammate. Cooper is incredible at the game.
Zakonski, nemam pojma, ali ima 9 miliona followera.
It's been good so far.
You are playing with the global champion. Cooper, come here. Let me know what's it been like training with Zemi. How does he compare with the likes of your former teammates?
It's been really good. I think he picks up things really quickly as he competes at a high level with zero builds. So it's been a lot easy to adapt to, and overall he's been a great teammate, and I'm stoked for today.
Why? This has been a little bit too nice.
Svi govore da će oni vine, brate, ne znam zašto. Mislim, Zemi ima soft. To je stvar. A sad, je li ima baš soft? Ne na drugi, ajaj. Ili stvarno ima dobar aim, ne znam.
You guys are a great team, but we've had more practice, man, and I think it just comes down to the preparation. Best of luck, though.
So he's had the practice, but you guys, what have you got?
Chemistry, yes, we play for a lot of time together, Gon.
Ciao, Jan, ciao.
We have the Desenrolo.
Yes, the Desenrolo from Brazil, the Brazilian Desenrolo. They understand after the tournament.
So it's the kings of Desenrolo versus the guys who put the work
Inače, ko ne zna, Zemi ja sam ubio kad sam uzeo Earningsa sa Genos. Dao mi je lijep refresh.
I love that Frankie's like, all right, guys, fighting words. And Zemi's like, yeah, you know, we're going to win. Everything's cool. Everything's nice. Good luck. We're going to win, though. And it's like, Zemi, give me something. Give me more, man. I love Zemi, though. Obviously, we are very excited to see both. And not only just these two duos going ahead, but everyone compete. So let's do something fun. Let's talk about predictions. Who could walk away winning it all? We've put our heads together. We made some predictions, and here is a little look here. Who wants to go ahead and start?
Well, first of all, he says we put our heads together. We didn't. We all kept the secrets from each other
Really
because we're very
Nikov
competitive in our own right. And as you can see, Takata and I, we have the same choice. The French gentle mates of Nikov and Podesai. If you guys watch the practice games like we did yesterday, they would be your choice as well.
Look, I don't want to leak anything too early, but when the Pro-Am was announced, I think they went under the radar a little bit.
Zakvizija je tako loš. Evo ih, moji favoriti.
How well both of these players were performing, and everyone's like, wait, hold on a second. What's going on here? This duo is looking insane, and I do think that they have what it takes to come out on top today.
And you know, we joke about Lacey and Ronaldo being these ex-FNCS pros. I mean, Nikov has been playing since the World Cup. He has been a competitor for a long time. And although he may have not been competing for the last few years, understanding what takes priority in a competitive mindset is so valuable.
I can't lie, that duo.
Pa dobro, nimam 2 puta zero bila, 4 puta zbildu.
Jacob PR sticking to our
Ko su na dvojicu, koja?
We know who dominates over there in the
Oni?
majors. It's going to be Peter Bot paired up with all the antics. You want to know something, Takata? This actually surprised
Ne
me
znam
because
ja, ne
earlier
znam.
on you were like, oh my gosh, it's 1 point per elimination, only 10 points for the victory royale. Obviously very, very heavy when it comes down to the elimination-based format, right? Peterbot has had the most eliminations
Još si rekao, Podasaj i Nikov.
on his region, and he has only been beaten actually globally 1 time, and that was by Vico. Constantly gets the most eliminations. We're in an elimination-based format. I've got Peterbot.
Now hold on, here's the problem though, Vivid, because Peterbot is Peterbot, but as we saw in the practice games yesterday, if he goes down, there's a lot of duos close by, like
Da, ne znam, što ne znaš. Podasaj trenutni pro player, ne znam koliko je earningsa, a Nikov, content creator sa 90 earnings.
He got me, he got me.
Pa ovaj, gledaj, ko games igra, ne znam. Podasaj ima 97 earningsa, a Nikov valjda ima...
So why don't we go ahead and bring out the first 4?
Rekli su ovaj 90k, koliko sam čuo. Da, 90k. Obojica po 90k earnings. Veno! Ali Veno, te nisam oteo da je cura višlja od tebe. I zašto imaš sluške? Reason! Moji, za njih navijam. Veno je igrao sa Rediš jako puno onih privatnih turnira između content kreatora i pro playera. Uvijek je Rediš bila njegov teammate. Tako da ono, znaju se.
That was just the first 4 and we are already going absolutely crazy. I am so excited to see Faxity and Reason play. Faxity being the last minute sub in there. Just so excited to see him compete on this stage. He's been running around, he's been talking to people, giving insights, you know, trying to learn and grow.
And to još jedno 20 godina.
Right now. And you pair him up with someone like Reason?
Yeah, no, I mean, Big Faxity, you know,
Šta je Reason? Problem, nemaš male sluške, a imaš.
Very close with a lot of the players, but he is also pretty dang good at Fortnite.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of his content actually revolves on being involved, being in calls with other pro players, so he's constantly in those conversations, right? Not to mention also doing all of those zone wars. Shout out to Faxity, right? Such a big career. He's got a lot of momentum going on in the content craze. You saw him throw up the X, rep the set, recently joined X set.
Oh yeah, I love supporting my fellow NA West players. You mentioned the zone wars, also very good friends with Reason. The synergy is gonna be at an all-time high with this duo.
You know, you talk about synergy. I like the word chemistry. Canada, Stable, Ronaldo.
Canada, doktori.
This is the other duo
On
that's
kontrolima,
the
nemam pojma.
loudest duo
They're not
at the
competing.
Pro-Am.
No, they win. They already won. I think through the player lounge we've seen that they have already won that. I mean, honestly, when this duo was announced, I was very excited, but also a little scared. Not for the rest of the competition, but for the audience members. It is going to get very loud from this duo.
It's been mentioned already that coming back to the game, and we were talking to Lazy, it's just like riding a bike. I think the person who's jumped back on that bike the best has actually been Ronaldo. His mechs look very, very clean.
Oh my gosh, look, I'm getting word. I would love to keep talking about these duos, but we got next 4 to meet.
Još sam kao Leon igra, šta toš? Da oni su već svi u gameu, šta? Oni mogu starta game kad doći. Najgori duo ovog turnira. Ma ne znam ja šta on igra. Evo, favoriti moji. 90 earnings obojicu. Ili je i da. Mongrel best.
Oh man, and a quick shout out there to our friends over at Make-A-Wish. We had some very special friends come out and kind of get to feel the crowd, feel the vibe in those few moments. We wanted to highlight here Nikov and Podesai.
Još je neki lan, Nikad.
This is the duo that pretty unanimously everyone seems to believe these are the guys. These are the ones that are going to win it all.
I mean, yeah, we already briefly talked about them just a few minutes ago. Absolutely incredible
To stvarno nije fair
competitors.
duo.
Ex-FNCS Pro joined by a current FNCS Pro is quite the dynamic duo.
Yeah, I mean, always being involved in the viewing parties, knows what's going on with Fortnite competitive, staying in tune, grinding in the shadows, paired up with Podesai and Nikov. They're looking scary.
We do have the Global Championships in France later this year, so, you know, maybe they want to give us a little sneak peek of what we might see.
All right. We also had a chance there. You heard the crowd go crazy. Cypher, PK, and Moxie coming together. I mean, I feel like the stadium, they've chosen their winners.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Ali kakav je to duo? Moxie, Cypher, PK. Ko je ta Moxie, jebate?
Even though he is a content creator, he is an incredible competitor. And then of course Moxie, winner of the Milk.
Ko je tu sad pro player od njih dvoje? Niko.
Fortnite pros in the world.
Yeah, a lot of potential here for this duo. Talked to Cypher, he was like, yeah, I love my duo. We got the same game plan. We're jumping in, feeling confident.
I love it. And again, shout out to Make-A-Wish. Luca, Tyler, thanks for hanging out. But it's time. Let's meet our next four.
Kaže srećno.
Give it up for Lachlan and Mr. Savage. The boys are ready to hit the ground running and combine maximum content with pure skill.
Baš što ova djeca predstavljaju.
Everybody say hello to Rex and Nate Hill.
Ko je tu sad pro player?
And they're making for some fierce competition.
Sa Cypherom Moxie, ja mislim.
Make some noise for Captain Shorta and Coyota.
Evo ga, najbolji player na svijetu. Coyota.
Next up, it's Booga and Typical Gamer. A World Cup title paired up with world-class content. This is the perfect recipe for success.
Je li ovo nešto bio dobar? Koji? Typical Gamer je prije bio pro player na kontroleru, da. Coyota može sam Coyota, doktor igric.
Once again, the crowd have chosen their favorites. It's Typical Gamer, it's Booga. You can hear
Coyota.
the crowd is electric
Moxie,
right now.
ja zarezam, to nije pro player, brat. Nego Coyota je ošurio Petera u kreativu. Objasnio mu neke stvari. Mislim da je Coyota sve ošurio u kreativu sad za vrijeme practice.
It's what to expect.
You know, the reload game mode throws a bunch of old items, old weapons that we've seen in Fortnite competitive before. And if any's going to be good adapting to any sort of meta, any of those items, it's going to be Booga, the guy with the most experience.
And I mean, you look at Typical Gamer, he was competing in NA West FNCS and he was able to make it through the qualifier. He is also in one of those gray areas, like you like to say, Vivid.
Okay, what about Shota, Coyota coming in from Japan, man? I mean, listen, they've got the rock, paper, scissors on lock. The question is, who's throwing paper?
Look, I'm going to ask you a question, Zeke. I was actually taking a peek in the player lounge. Coyota was 1v1ing Peterbot in creative. Who do you think won?
It's got to be Pete, man.
Coyota actually won 5-3 in 1v1's creative against Peterbot. So he's got the mechanical skill on deck. Also has some little surprises that we've seen in terms of game strategies, so I think they have what it takes.
That's the thing with Coyota. Every single time that he shows up to one of these international events, whether it be globals, whether it be a pro-am, everybody is
Što ne znam koji je od njih dvojica ovo. Mislim da ovaj...
so good, especially when it comes to mechanics.
I mean, there's a reason they call him the Asia's Peterbot, man. He is such a phenomenal player, and like you said, super innovative. I remember back when we had jetpacks in the game, he was literally eliminating people in the air. I'd love to see it again.
Let's hope there's jetpacks in reload, but for now, let's meet our next four duos.
Their names are Alex and Loser Fruit, but there's no losers in sight. It's time to represent Power and Oceania. Give it up for Daya and Seti.
Sve ti nisi imao sreće, vrat. Kako ova može biti content creator? Da ja zapitao, pa je, da. A Pita stvarno hoda ko neki NPC, majke. Gle ga. Eko sam smošao da ih.
I mean, I'm feeling it. This is insane. We still have one more group left to go, but let's talk about Daya and Seti. I mean, Seti's an invitational champion, a legend in the EU scene. You pair him up with Daya, who just recently won the Milk Cup LAN. I mean, you know, Viv, this is looking like a really strong duo.
You mentioned it, right? Both of them have that LAN experience, not only LAN experience, LAN winning experience. I mean, I swear this duo should be good on paper. It'll be interesting to see if they can actually fulfill all of the hype coming into the weekend.
Yeah, when you think of EU competitive and a new season starts, the pros, the players, the duo, the players that they look at first is Cammy and Seti. They're always ahead of the game in terms of meta, in terms of how to play this season out. So I would not be surprised if they're also going to be ahead of the meta going into today.
They are going to be contested at Logjam by
Sad ti se zadnje vrijeme nešto rip što se tiče placement.
That could probably come up with a strategy real quick with how to deal with that duo. It is going to be Daya and Seti. But we got to talk about our OCE players.
That's right, Alex. We've got paired up with Loser Fruit. I mean, in yesterday's practice games, guys, Alex was going crazy. Thankfully, they had Callum come out with them. Man, these guys are looking really, really strong.
But ova igra sa ravnom tukonicu.
There I am seeing a player with like 8 eliminations. I'm like, oh, of course, Peterbot's
Ma
going
da
crazy. Oh wait, no, that's Alex. Alex is eliminating everyone.
Another one of those instances where we're reminded by one of these international players kind of joining us here on the stage that they are just so good mechanically. I was talking to Alex just before.
Alex je, brate, uvijek kao nešto hype, doktor igrice, ono ovo dođe na LAN, popuši ga play sa dead last, ono. Ne znam. A svi ga hypaju dalje. Ma ne znam, ko ti Loser Fruit? Ovo. A ono je neka random.
I have a very small insight from Loser Fruit as well. We had a very deep conversation. Said, Loser Fruit, what do you want out of the weekend? She said, I want one thing. One elimination onto Lachlan. That's it. With that being said, one final wave of duos. Bring him in.
Sad će kvizi, ja? Ne. Evo ga. Gledaj ovog debila. Vas niko ne zna. Ćao, Husky.
Let's see if this duo can live up to the pressure of the competition.
It's your content kings, Clicks and Lacey! They are already first in everyone's hearts, but now it's time to place first on the big stage.
Delnik je ga, stvarno je debil. Kam izgleda koji ti. Ma jako. Neki ide na živic kviziju, misliš?
The hype is real. The players are now taking the stage, and we're getting ready for our first game. We wanted to talk about here for a moment, Cammy and Jacob. So not that long ago, we kind of talked about Seti, right? And I feel like what's happening right now is Seti, typically when you look at this duo, Seti and Cammy, they kind of come into tournaments real quiet, under the radar. And now you're telling me, Tokata, we have Seti already doing that. And now on the other end of Slurp Rush, we have Cammy and Jacob doing the same thing?
That's the interesting part, right? They are literally on the complete opposite side of
the
Polish duo. And when we think of strategy, we think of meta. I know they have something hidden up their sleeves. I always see them practicing. They are always locked in. and I'm excited to see kind of what that secret's going to be.
A couple of our duos competing today, obviously, are flying under the radar. It's no surprise that Cammy take apart one of those duos, but I think they're comfortable being like that, right? Cammy and Zeddy kind of like to do that when they're playing those FNCS majors, so no surprise. We're not really hearing a lot about this duo right now.
You're talking about teams flying under the radar. A team not flying under the radar is Nick A30 and
Queasy, brate, žao mi ga.
A combo. You can already hear the cheering again. Nick A30 is such an incredible personality for Fortnite, joined by Queasy, one of the best IGLs to Kata.
What's interesting about Nick A30 is before Fortnite, he was actually studying to become a doctor.
Gledaj bila, gledaj ga.
With the GOAT IGL, he is going to have all the resources needed to keep him alive and play that support role.
Well, obviously, Queasy, one of the GOATs when it comes to the IGL category. Talking about Fortnite, are they going to be able to pull off the typical surgical procedure that is take height, don't die?
I love it. You know, and after yesterday, we had these practice games to look at, and unfortunately, Nick had a moment where he kind of crash-padded Queasy back in the storm, so I said, hey, Nick, I kind of walked up and said, hey, Nick, what is the one thing we're not doing tomorrow? He said, you saw the crash pad play, you know, and I said, of course I did, Nick. And he's like, tomorrow, that's not happening, don't worry. And of course, the fact that we saw them on height.
Još uopće igra simpa, takvog teammate je dobio. Nema sreće.
Are we watching a Pro-Am or are we watching FNCS?
I mean, it's going to be a guarantee. We're going to see Queasy, we're going to see Nick A30 up on the high ground. Are they going to be able to control that, right? Maintain it? Let's see.
That's the difficult part, right? It did get taken from
them last moment,
questionable crash pad play. So, you know, they had moments to practice. It was good. It was a practice game. Today is the real deal.
The one concern I have for this duo isn't about being contested, isn't about being able to play well, is how is Nick A30 going to deal with Queasy's language? We know that all the people here are going to be streaming their perspective, so we know and also some listeners as well. We got a lot of possible chaoticness for the family-friendly player.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're going to kind of talk about, you know, chaos, right? That's what Reload's all about. If we're taking a look at some of the items that we might expect some of our competitors to go ahead and pick up today, mobility being one of the most important things whenever we talk about Fortnite competitive. There's actually so much mobility in a Reload, right?
Kako sad bili u game, a sad više nisu u game.
Those are going to cause some chaos. We've got the grapplers. You can make so many, you know, crazy plays without avoid fall damage.
Šta ja znam da je to moj style.
The crash pads that we were kind of talking about, they send you so far. When we're talking about a smaller map, it feels like they send you halfway across the map.
And also thinking about strategies. There's a lot of mobility, but also
Sjeti tebe nešto sluške jebu,
right? But seeing the practice games, if you're uncontested, we saw some duos just send the pro player somewhere else, let them battle it out.
Jebi ga kaski.
Got all the loot, got
everything they needed
to play out the later parts of the match. And hey, if the pro gets eliminated, you just reload back in, take all that loot. So I'm curious to see if we see that come to play.
I mean, yeah, that was a strategy that we saw in Major 2, right? With the new reboot purchasing that you can do. That is definitely a competitive level strategy. And that's what we need right now. A lot of these players prepping, getting ready. It has been all about the scrimming and the VOD reviewing for these duos. Practice. How have they synergized as duos? Because this is it. This is the Pro-Am, right? We haven't had one in 5 years. A lot is
sluške te ispod.
Vibes, I mean, at an all-time high, right? Obviously, there is definitely some more competitive edge, but there's also just like a lot of fun, kind of bringing together, you know, both ends of the same coin, right? Hyper competitive FNCS.
Kojota I ovaj neki koji mogu glumiti u Squid Game. Iskopirati frizuru iskreno.
Coming together and be like, yeah, I still rock Fortnite. Yeah, you want a 1v1? Oh, I just dumped you? That's crazy.
Yeah, I heard you guys talking, saying that there's already people before the show even started being like, we need another one next year, and the games hadn't even started yet.
That's crazy stuff. As we were kind of going
Oni vine bez problema.
Showing some of our duos get locked in, start to, you know, talk some strategy
with each other. Ne, taj pored Kojote, taj kak se zove, ne znam, nija bi mogao glumiti komotno onog što je bio u drugoj sezoni, onaj ludi koji se sprdo.
Surprisingly, I'm not nervous at all. I think that's like really big because, you know, from her perspective, it's like, oh yeah, you know, she's used to being nervous when it comes to competitive events. She's finally kind of hit her stride where the nerves are finally going away and she's going to be able to lock into the competition.
Especially when eliminations, I mean, we talked
Nisam pogledao drugu sezonu do kraja, nije mi nešto. Presto sam gledat na pola.
A good amount of elims at the start of the match. You have a very good shot of getting first place. Now, what I'm thinking about as well, we've had a bit of drop spot changes, but maybe we've had a little bit of drop spot baits, right? I know Mongrel Allier said they were landing on Peterbot and Aussie Antics. Will they actually do that now that it's game
treća
time?
izaći.
Reason
Čuo sam
Xvideo
nešto,
said
da.
they're landing on Cooper's
Treba je
Envy
prvo
and
drugu
Gone
završiti.
Flakes. That's like 3 of
A
the
Dovni kad je na
most
NPC
doable
regiji, brat.
I don't know if it's really gonna happen.
I mean, did you see Aussie Antics video of
Izgubio
Allier
sam.
watching Peterbot build? I don't know if they're going to be
Prva
dropping
sezona je
it.
bila okej, druga mi je bila jako small.
But
Bar
like
ovo
you guys
pola
are
što sam
saying,
gledao,
it's
ne
all
znam
about
kakvih
the
drugih
vibes. We've
pola.
had so much fun. There's just been so much content going out. We also have a lot of co-streamers up in the audience right now. There's people representing so many different regions. This is what
Samo se
Fortnite
te se mogla malo debljati.
Yeah, 100%. Very, very excited to kind of jump into the action. Gosh, Zeke, you know, I got a question for you, Zeke. You know, obviously you kind of punched in your ticket, Clicks and Lacey yesterday, you know, Lacey after his extensive
Evo ga,
VOD review
doktor
session last
igrice.
night. How you feeling about your pick?
Doktor.
I wasn't aware of the VOD review session personally, but listen, this is still Clicks.
Vidi na ovo, pa ja bi išao da sam tamo, majke
Clicks
mi.
is looking really good.
IRL live radio.
Again, we had kind of 3 practice games yesterday we got to watch. We got to kind of clue in, see how things are kind of going. Clicks, to him,
Ti
it
bi
looks
neće ići
like
ispred.
I'm just watching Major 2.
Znaš što je
It looks like I'm
ganga
just
promatra.
watching the same Clicks I just got done watching. And of course with Lacey, like, yeah, this guy loves
Mongral,
content.
tiš, a neš play se zadnji, ima
He
očajnih
knows how much
timova.
Clicks wants it. He knows what this means to Clicks.
Al,
When the time
bit
comes,
ćeš među
he
zadnjima.
will lock in.
We all know the ongoing joke of the
Au,
fourth
you
place
scored,
curse
you
from
scored.
Clicks.
A šta oni se tako mogu promovirat, a?
Venno back last year, and then this year getting third place
Kome,
in
ne
Major
znam,
1.
nisam ispratio.
Major 2, he gets
Ovo
second
nešto
place.
vidiš što ja ne
We were
vidim.
already talking about if Thomas HD wins, would this officially be his first FNCS title? Well, what about that question for Clicks?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are kind of, I've seen it on socials a lot. Clicks is actually in his prime right now. And definitely those placements, they're kind of backing it up. We're talking about storylines when it comes down to primes and everything like that. Why don't we go ahead and focus in on Mr. Savage and Lachlan, right? Mr. Savage was retired from Fortnite competitive earlier this year, and it did not take long before he kind of rejoined us for Major 2, joined another trio, got right back into the action, so I think he's locked in right there. The thing that I love about Mr. Savage is that, you know, I remember competing against Guy, and he always had his supporter career.
Ne, to ti je nešto protiv stresa.
Everybody always kind of coined him as the smartest player. Of course, now we could see it right a couple minutes ago.
Znaš kod je Lenda, da?
She just code now to code Mr. Savage, but still has those smarts.
Has the IQ from retired to qualifying grand finals, but now competing here at the Pro-Am, and you're talking about, you know, does it count as an FNCS win? Well, if it does, you know, if Mr. Savage Lachlan wins, even Peterbot Aussie Antics, that means Aussie Antics is an FNCS win, and Thomas HD does it, and Clicks does it. You know, that is definitely gonna be a funny ongoing joke.
I mean, how can you not be entertained, right? And again, the fact
Pauzirajte
that
pa
this is reload, you know,
proučavajte.
obviously in FNCS we watch, someone goes down, it's like, well, see you
Seć.
next game. Now someone
Ma
goes out
poda
there,
Sajnikov, dominacija 5 od 5
how
win.
do we kind of approach this new situation? Does Thomas HD have a mammoth pistol halfway across the map? Did he catch you coming from the sky? Like, there's so many cool things, and of course with the loot pool that is reload, there's so much chaos that can happen from even opening a single chest.
I think it's important to kind of talk about, yeah, you're going to kind of get reloaded, right? Obviously, you're going to be flying in the sky. You're pretty exposed, and we kind of see how that kind of works out in competitions before, whenever there's like launch pads in the lobby, in the loophole. But there was a change not too long ago to kind of avoid some of that, right? Make sure you can kind of glide down further, closer to the land, have a little bit more immunity. Yeah, to kind of prevent some of those beams coming out of the sky. I can tell you right now, practice games yesterday, with these professional players in the lobby, it feels like it almost changed.
Yeah, it really did not. I mean, the aim of these players is on a whole other level. And what I'm thinking is, in a lot of the performance evaluations, the players are playing safe. They were, you know, hiding the box, going for the late games, and trying to get a good place. In those end games,
Da, mislim da bi se to primijetilo da rade. 6 game, a?
But I'm trying to think to myself, okay, if you're low ground,
vidi
you're
for
gonna have
dolje.
a lot of opportunities, players dropping down, running out of mats, a lot of elims, high
Mislim,
ground.
prvog
You're
gama
gonna
ide
have to play
čao.
aggressive if you want to match that amount of eliminations, and I think that's going to be kind of the deciding factor on who does end in
Hoće
first
počet, sad će vidiš da ima neki tehnički
How these players
poteškoća.
are going to be preparing for their win condition in the end game. Obviously, with this being reload, we know that it has a high potential of going
Clicks,
to a heal off.
džabe,
We've seen a few
pušiona.
players, such as Peterbot and Aussie, having 4 chug jugs in their loadout at one point, which is great great way to prepare. It's not the best way to get eliminations, though, and you do need to have a bit of a combination of mobility and weapons and everything, but I think players that are preparing for that win condition is what's going to set them apart.
Love the fact that you're talking about the heal. Yeah, it would be no surprise if at least 1, 2, 3, maybe even 4, maybe 5, maybe all 6 actually go down to that heal up, right? We got so many items that can kind of support that. Chug Jugs, med kits, we got those slurp juices in, but it's so funny because yesterday when we were watching those games, I was like, wow, we've even got the those barrels available. Cooper so smart, making sure that he went ahead and utilized those for his heal off win condition. Gosh, they're just so smart.
And that's why it's important to put in the practice on this new map. I mean, not only do you have Chug Jugs, med kits, splashes, but like you were mentioning, if you know where all these slurp barrels
Sad kad budu imali nekih bugova, ono ja bi izvrštao od smijeha.
Keep yourself alive in the heal off, I'm sure we're going to have a lot of them.
I mean, bringing us back 3 years ago, invitational final game, Cami Seti versus
Quizzy, not knowing what you
can do at a drop spot can really change the story of a game.
Why would you bring that up, Kelly? It's not like this is going to be a super close competition by the end of the day. That would be insane if it was, but it's that time. We're ready to jump aboard that battle bus for the first game out of the FNCS Pro-Am. So casters, over to you.
Is definitely time. You guys are talking so much about those practice games, Taco, and they are out the window because the nerves have to have settled now. The battle bus is going to launch, the players are going to drop in, and everything that you practice, some are going to be put to the test.
But so many of these creators are just so familiar with what it's like to have all eyes on them. And so with that, I think the expectation kind of settles more into the fact there of, I just don't want to be last.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest things is, you know, everybody gets a little bit of that prize pool. It gets increasingly more, $50,000 for that first place, but it's almost like exactly what you said. No one wants to get last. Everybody wants to hoist that trophy, and it kind of leads to my prediction of Peterbot and Ozzy antics.
Right? Bravo, pa i Osijek im je utrpao 4 komade. Da vidiš par nego playeri, jevi ga. Pa vjerojatno da vidi.
He doesn't necessarily care to just win. He wants to dominate. He wants to be the best player in the game, and with 5 FNCS championships, he is well on his way there.
But that's just the thing. The caliber of competitors that we have in this lobby.
Što mrzim kad imam te ženske kastre. Zašto ti sad nosiš tu kapu? Aj. Reci zašto.
Creators have really been putting in the time, effort, and
hustle, and
it's going to showcase here today. These matches, it might only be 6 games, Jacob, but I'm expecting some pretty big shifts to develop, especially by the time we hit the halfway point.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting, especially games 5 and 6.
Zima je, pada kiš.
My eyes are definitely going to be glued
on. Bude jaki da bude slavima. Jevi ga. Šta je loser fruit?
Depending on where you're at in leaderboard, we already see it in our FNCS finals.
Ajde još je malo približi, ajde.
30 points, you need 40 points. You have to pick it up through eliminations. This format is basically elimination heavy. You don't start to earn placement points until you start to get into the top 10, and most of them is in the top 5. So it's all about consistency and elimination. There's a few teams.
Samo sam čekao da neko iskomentira, ej.
Look, everybody wants to be optimistic and anticipate that they're going to be able to find the eliminations when it matters. Maybe they can be consistent with their placements. But one of my favorite quotes of the day actually came from Vaxity earlier this morning, because he said if by games 5-6 it looks like it's not happening, it's going to be Peterbot. If I'm not winning, he's not winning it either. And that kind of mentality, I wouldn't be surprised to see take place amongst multiple duos here today, because it's all about the pride sometimes, Jacob.
No, it definitely is. And, you know, coming in and watching some of the practice games, you know, right out of the gates, Peterbot and Ozzy landing at their Slurpee swamps. But then I saw Alex as was uncontested at her drop. I saw Booga and TG actually get aggressive and take the top of the Slurpee building. So honestly, I feel like it's anybody's games, and these zones are going to be so pivotal, because by zones 5, zone 6 is one zone before the reboot.
Evo kreće game, a? Opa.
Battle bus, and it is going to be ready for game number 1.
This is what we have all been waiting for. 1 day and 6 matches to determine who our 2025 FNCS Pro-Am champ team is going to be.
Peter. Claim chest. Dobiješ full damage.
They've got control of Slurpee, but they've got company.
If that that would have just been a mammoth pistol right out of the gate for Peterbot. I would be worried for Booga and TG, but now it's just a bunch of SMGs.
Aha, Mongrel se usro. Neće da kona. Realno usro bi si igrao.
So you got a lot of opportunity to get the loot that you need.
Keep an eye on where Allier and
Full screen,
Mongo are actually going to be headed.
Kliks je van. Ošuri Kliksa.
Coming out from Veno and Reddish, and typically you could expect that some of these POIs, you can just split them even 50-50 for the most part, but I don't think that a 50-50 clean split is the intention here.
No, I don't think it is for the most part, but because of those 100%, there's a lot of floor loot and stuff that they could split it rapidly, or you could choose to fight it later once you do get that full loadout. But I did see in the feed, typical gamer taking down Courage. Now Cypher PK is going down, so a lot of these players already just going right at it to try to get those early elimination points so they don't have to worry about a deficit later on.
And it's always rough to be one of the first players eliminated, because then you're just an open season target for the rest of the lobby. Alex, if he'd had that reload on,
To je najgori, to je najgori duo. Majkem. Nema pro playera u tom duosu. Trebaju sam killovi, pa jedan bod je kill, 10 je za Vince ukupno taj dono. Savage fight, a. Ošuri će seti ono. Ne, Peter dolazi, sorry. Zajebo sam se. Ja sam mislio da to seti klač. A to Peter ulječe. Ozi roknio Setija, Ozi je bolji od Setija. Savage, a gdje bežiš? A gdje ćeš? Ukrcu ga. Gdje ćeš? Promašio si grepo. Ma da. On dance.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody knows, but Savage kind of just helped the lobby right there because you saw Peterbot only had one more mammoth pistol shot left, so he's not going to be
Ali Ozi koji je ošurio Setija.
anymore unless he finds his loot llama in the fact of Ozzy antics to see if you have any more of those that I can borrow. Thomas HD, Somerset, just moving north from their original drop spot, and you can see they have a pretty decent loadout, but when we're looking for Thomas HD, no sniper, no mammoth pistol, he doesn't have the firepower that we expect him to have yet.
Strašno. Gdje je baš like na live ako nije? To sam zaboravio reći. Petrović sam igra. Pa to je reklo da im je taktika. Mongrel protiv Petera. Nemoj da te LA ubije samo.
Little things, Taco. It's the little things right there for Ozzy being able to go in, sneak in, added the backside cover for Peterbot to safely escape and get the shields and heals exactly what he needs in a situation like that, because it was definitely a tough spot to be in for a quick moment. But relatively early, third zone, only one tick of damage. You can still stay and stagger yourself back if you need be.
But you see Ozzy play back up and then immediately goes right back to the farming. It'll be a test of endurance for those two, making their way out of Slurpee Swamp, but Nikov, Podesai, can't even classify them as a dark horse because these are two very high-tier competitors, but with the way that they're kind of trying to position right now, Jacob, looks like they don't want to get caught up in too much of that early commotion. They'd rather prioritize the positioning.
Yeah, talking to them in the player room before it started, they're just going to play their game. They're not concerned with everybody's drop spots. They're not concerned with everybody's strategies. They're not even concerned with anybody sleeping on them. They say, hey, that's a blessing, because they're not going to see what's coming. And I think they're just focusing on prioritizing the rotation this time around. That's why they're going towards the north. But towards the eastern side of the zone is going to be gone. And Flakes, they've had a rough time. That surprise triple contestation could delay your timing so much.
And even with Baxity and Reason kind of calling out the fact, hey, we're just looking to take the dark side entirely out of Salty Downs, but Cooper made a great called out that those two are eventually going to have to rotate in, and guess where they're going to have to go through? Both of these duos opposite ends, so the fight
Booga!
and it's kind of left everybody a little bit more scattered.
Typical gamer 2 kilo, pa.
Typical gamer, one of the most viewed Fortnite creators in the world right now. And he's carrying the World Cup champion Booga 2 eliminations to 0. He has 7 crash pads, the legendary Slurp Juice. He has a very good loadout. Right now, the only real concern for them is how they're going to make their way in towards zone. They did let 1 or 2 teams already pass him on that
Typical gamer on fire, I know.
Hey, you can't sleep on TG though. You have to remember, this is someone who's been playing alongside Quinn even out of the West region on NA, and
Jel neko Kija?
have some pretty strong performances. He's definitely
Gledao Kanadu. Kanada najbolji player na svijetu. Ima 1 kill. Tako je, doktore.
Typical gamer and Booga, so they are very much aware they might be getting pressed here soon.
Booga, dobio Booga. Njega.
Kanada's hands, they Ronaldo, kind of like clean up loadout, the stinger. Kanada can land a good amount of damage with that mammoth pistol. Whether either one of the shotgun or the SMG, he's going to be able to clean that one up easy, but they're just on the side of the mountain. A lot of teams already pressing forward in that rotation. Just kind of biding their time. They're a team with 2 FNCS champions, by the way, on it, that know that patience is
Alex 3 kilo, Alex on fire.
Slowly let other players make the mistakes that you can capitalize on.
And hey, Alex kind of carrying over that performance from yesterday's practice line.
Te da spoznaj, ne, Kanada mora biti tu.
He's definitely keeping in mind just how impactful those individual elim points will actually amount to. And he's got gone from Flakes in his sights. Poor Nate Hill doesn't even get a chance to respond. Threw up an attempt to defend himself, but Alex is way too quick on the trigger.
Pokaž koji je. Ma njegovog teammate vr. Evo ga Quizy fajta Petera, nije to dobro. Peter bježi. Quizy aura.
It is going to close up just a little bit, but it's a 50-50 with the whole south side being in the zone, and that's why you see Peterbot and Ozzy just trying to rotate to the north.
Mamutom po glavi.
But you can see they're trying to save and utilize their heals for as long as possible.
And the problem is that
Coyote ga rokne,
he's holding on to isn't for him. That has got Peterbot's name on it. And the longer that Ozzy can hold on to that without having to actually use it on himself,
probably the better off they're going to feel. 6 gema si igra. Da.
The direction that they're headed though, Somerset, Thomas HD, they might have an opportunity here to try and cut off some teams, play a little bit of spoiler to this edge.
Somerset ima dobar loot.
That's looking pretty good. They got that chug cannon, so that's basically infinite heals. You just need the timing to let them charge up. As Cold and Courage find themselves all the way towards the north, steamy stacks, but there's about 6 teams on this side of the map. They find themselves in the zone though. That's a luxury they know they can count on for now.
This is still a nice readjustment in comparison to a lot of the troubles that we saw them encountering.
Cold 0 kilo, huh?
Courage, Cold.
Yeah, tu je.
They don't actually have to throw away their positioning anytime soon, but if Regs and Nahil get a little bit too close in their space.
Comeback koristi, evi ga, nije niš našao drugo. Zaimi lagano gore da roka. Šta je Zaimija? Tu soft ne radi, a? A doma nekim čudom ne možeš hit promašiti. Želi pogledaš.
Plus, you got to keep in mind, Cooper, Zemi, they were grinding all morning. They've got to be feeling very warmed up, doing non-stop 2v2s up against Kanada and stable Ronaldo. And the way that they just shockwave towards
Kak se ovaj Moxi sniper PKG? Wenu. Ronaldo dead.
Exchange up against Kanada. They took out Ronaldo, but
Kanada izdrži, Kanada izdrži. Zemlji zaboravio SP doma. To. Ide. Tek šta nima Kanada? A, imaju 2 kila, super. Dobro. Zbunio sam se.
That's what you look at a former FNCS champ for, okay? Ronaldo's got his method, he's got some tricks up his sleeve. He's got a little bit of...
Pada typical gamer. Aha, to je replay.
Interrupting, that's just so rude.
Just a tough spot to be in, too. He couldn't even fully stand up. He was kind of crouched down at the top of the mountain. Cooper Zemi, honestly, leading up into this Pro-Am, this has to be one of the most predicted teams in top 5.
Očekivao sam više od Petera. Cold ubi Cypher PK-a. Opa.
Said they were going to take out Cypher PK. I'm not sure if he said he was going to do it himself or he was going to let Cole do it for him.
Look, who else was getting their duo bananas? Who else was getting their duo water? Courage.
Znači bude srđ. Ne znam na koliko je srđ do reloadu.
Cold, feeling prompt and ready to go. Cypher being the first victim and possibly many more to come.
And Cypher also in a tough spot. With Moxie being a little bit of a solo here for a few seconds, if she can buy the time, they will, and you hear that sound. Relays are going to be disabled from here on out. If you go down, you are forced to watch the rest of the game play out.
Every player for themselves, and absolutely nobody is safe. Shockwave or crash pad, whatever direction you want to head, but you've got to keep your head on a swivel, otherwise you might lose it. As Veno so nicely showcased, but Veno and Reddish, they've still got their work cut out for them. They know
LA van. Rip LA. Ko je umro od duos? Mislim isproti.
You're trying to draw as little of attention as possible.
To je nema ni pa 7 zona. LA rip. Jevi ga Mongal, osuđen si da igraš solo. Aha, pa logika, pa ko će prvi pas nego ovi koji niko nije pro player.
But look at Nick and Queasy, they're already trying to come into your eye. Peterbot and Aussie, they're just gonna clear out their own dead side rotate. Pete, always happy to get involved with a little
Queasy odlučio igra high, da. Ovdje je typical gamer.
High ground might actually take notice of what's going on. Mongrel, barely lucky to still be alive right now. That's a rare miss from Peterbot.
And he's feeling the pressure here because this is a duo competition.
Queasy vina. Queasy odlučio igra high.
And I think Peterbot sees the weakness. He's getting the green light, but shots come in, they spray the cover. Really forced them to kind of rethink that strategy there for that quick moment.
Queasy lagano high. Ali Nick će pasti u meto fola. Prediction.
Ground. You know him, you love him. It's Queasy, it's Nick at 30, and hopefully this time around they can hold on to their high ground.
The zone pulling over this hillside has just completely set Queasy and Nick in an optimal position, but you always have to be careful because high ground can be challenged at any given moment.
Nick je ga grifa.
Queasy is fully aware of that factor. He's already caught a glimpse of Shota and Koyota on that secondary height, but teams are on the move. They're trying to control that front side low, and Podesai, Nikov, waiting for the perfect moment to strike.
Yeah, he has to let that legendary slurp too.
Shota dead. Queasy ga rokne. Shota teammate od Koyote Konez. To je onaj koji si zbulio. Sjedite ga Nike. Zamisli. I kaže never give up. Ma to. Nju. Queasy i dalje high. Loser for dead. Courage dead. Ozzy ga roknio. Ode Koyota. Rip. Ode i Ozzy. Al Queasy on fire. Queasy pop off.
Aussie was able to provide off that body loop, but Nick, Queasy, they're still intact. They're still fully in control of this high ground. Clicks and Lacey might be hoping
Peter 4 kila. Dobar. Nikek pressure, gledaj Nikek. Nikek najbolji. Niko full low. Cold nam je low. Savage je van.
Weakest can be on the other side. Lachlan's there as well. Shockwave from Kanada causing a little bit of destruction and confusion. As Cold is simply on the hunt.
Mongrel dead, Savage dead. Peter u problema. Peter edit. Chokujete 4 puta. Jel to nije kek pao s haja? Jel to nije kek pao s haja? Vidim da ga niko ne finiša. Nemoj trollat. Veno van. Podasaj van. Podasaj on haj. Kvizi odlučio da grifa, ali ne idem. Ron dead, Kanada dead. Clicks for low. Zemi ulječe. Zemi ubio Lacey-a. Šoko ga u storm. Quizdy ubio Podasaja. Dobije kill točnije. Jel stiže? Jel stiže? Stigo je, ja mislim. Zemi najbolji je, bot. Quizzy ubio Nikofa. Quizzy on fire. Jebi ga Quizzy. Dobro, Zemi možda stvarno ima soft jebate. Uletio je tamo Lacey u facu, nestoji u pol sekunde. Dobro, Quiz je klačao jako lijepo. Zemi je dobar, očigledno ima soft jebate. Nije zaboravio USB doma. Pa Petre, ne trebamo. Očigledno ima full da igra high i ne trebamo, nema mjesto u inventory. Ako misliš na Quizzy, ne znam Quizzy igra shot. Što nisam ispratio.
Endgame, we looked at high ground. We saw they're very established. Cooper called it to go low ground. I was on him the whole time. He was calling it, and I was just trying to get kills.
Mislim da nije igra. Da igraš zero build, pa dobro, da.
No, I mean we might change things. We might not. I don't know, but all I know is we're gonna win more.
Well, all eyes are gonna be on you, Cooper. After game 1, we've got the eye test now. Who do you think is the biggest competition here?
I mean, I don't got any competition here, honestly. I think we're miles ahead of everyone.
Me zanima jedna stvar, jel ja mogu ući replay?
All right then, guys, please give it up one more time, Cooper and Zemi. What a way to kick things off here in Los Angeles. We'll be right back after this break.
Ne radi. Kakav scam. Kaj sljedeći nisu rekli? Pa dajmo provjeriti leaderboard. Bravo Tracker, svaka vam čast. Cooper Zemi prvi, 6 kill win. Podaj se Nikov drugi, Nikeh Quizzy treći, Lacey Clicks četvrti, Kanada Ron peti, Kureć Colt šesti, Ozzy Peter sedmi, Seti Daja osmi, Alex deveti, Veno 10, Buga Typical Gamer 11, Reason 12, Mongrel 13, Plex 14, Thomas 15 loše, Savage loše, Nadehill očekivano, Kojota razočarao si me, Kami kritično, ovi će biti dead last 0 bodova i 6 gejma. I da. To je otprilike to nakon prvog gejma. Niko nije imao više od 6 killova, samo Peter i ovaj Cooper što je vino. Mene si preskoči. Iskreno, GG, baš bih htio vidjeti replay kad ne radim replay, da vidim jel Nick je umro od falla. Baš me to zanima. Nije. Gledao sam njegov live pre kraj. Znači nije. Gdje je ping? Pa nema njega tu. Aha. Respect. Tracker trolla ono. Došli su. Ali opet bolje gledat preko porta. Leaderboard. Taman sam prebacio da njega vidim. Straž. Vidiš da je... Aha, onda GG. Dobro je, nije umro fall. Izmimo haj, pa dobro, ostao bez masa. Sa kliks sinova. Kaka kliks? Poda se vina, trust. Oni će svaki game biti top 3. Pa kliks koji je bio, brate, četvrti sa 4 kila. I četvrti na leaderboardu. Kak je niko umre, eto kaže da si išao dolje sa floberim i da bi je fakt suti šito, ono kao god se već izgovara, ne biti. Ali dobro. Ali mene i dalje zanima ko je pro u ovom timu. Ko je professional player vamo? Od njih. Koji vamo isto, brat? Ko? Više mečeva nego puta. Moksi, ali kak pro sa tišća nisu? Bolje da su Tysona zvali onda. Ja, dobro. To mi treba.
Obviously, Zemi is saying like, hey, it's all Coop, and I'm listening to him, but we just watched Zemi go crazy, right? The mark of a good duo is like, if your IGL kind of says, hey, this is what we kind of need to do.
Canada.
To just make sure everything is happening the way it needs to, and they're sitting there in that #1 spot right now after just game #1. Dude, Zemi, what I love about him, even if he's like, hey, what should we be doing? What you don't have to question is his aiming. Wherever they are, whatever layer, if there's a 1v1 that's taking place, Zemi's not missing.
Man, that is a way to start a competition, Takada, and honestly, I think a lot of eyes are going to
be on this duo. I don't know
necessarily if Peterbot and Ozzy
Canada,
with the performance that we saw right there, currently sitting in 7th place. And if there's one thing I know about Peterbot is that when he thinks that there's a player that's doing better than him, he tends to target that player.
Oh yeah, and you could see from the early game onto Mr. Savage how focused he was on getting that elimination, but also shout out Ozzy Antics, the amount of eliminations he was looking like one of the pros himself.
Yeah, look at this, the same amount of eliminations as Peterbot. I don't think anyone expected that, but with the amount of practice that Ozzy has been putting in, and you could even hear it from Peterbot, the fact that he complimented Ozzy Antics just shows how much effort he's been putting into this competition.
Absolutely.
Ali što je failo edit 1, 2, 3 puta.
Wait a minute, they're going up, the gentle mates are on height. This is it. And it looked really, really good. Obviously, Clicks played spoiler to that. We'll get to that in a second. But to see them on that high ground, especially those late
Kanada uzima top 2 na kraju.
feels like an FNCS. Now, really quickly, we have a listen in here with Peterbot, so let's take a look.
kept thinking like.
Alright, remember land under.
Yep.
Yeah, we win a game on land. You're the first OC player to win
Yo,
on land.
let's go, bro. I'm talking about winning the whole thing as well, man.
First one in, baby. No, we're winning the whole thing.
Let's go.
Go ahead.
Nice.
Go steady. Go steady.
No, fuck yeah.
Yo, got a pro on the board, baby. 30, 13 white, 60 white, 80 white, dead.
Evo komps, huh?
Nice, let's go, baby.
I
Go, bro.
blanked her.
Dude, 2-2, man. Come on, kill check by me. Come on, man. You gotta get at
Kill
least
check
triple
by
my
me.
kills.
I love that.
Što je to ne
Actually, when we had a chance
Ali ja
to
nisam
talk about it,
pitao.
one thing he said was like, hey, listen, so on land, OC has not gotten a victory royale or a win. So we said, wait a minute, hold on. So you're saying if you got a victory royale and won, I mean, OCE is on the map then. That's right. Lachlan walked out with that piece of paper. That would be crazy.
Yeah, that would be pretty crazy, especially with it being Aussie antics, because we do have a few OC pros here as well. So to have it be the content creator, the face of content creation for Fortnite, that'd be pretty special. But if we're talking about special, we got to talk about Cold and Courage JD.
Look, Jacob mentioned it. Courage said, every banana I'm going to eat, I'm going to turn that into an elimination. And he was not wrong. You can see the shots he's hitting here. You can see the practice that he's put in. There was a funny note. He's played more tournaments in the last week than he had from 2020 to now. And that work is really paying off.
This game, though, was all about Cold. His solo clutch that we saw exactly right here, where he was staying in the backup zone, kind of staying on this like, low to the second low ground, which is allowing him to grab all these eliminations from all the players that are focusing forward, going for those eliminations himself. Honestly, Cold is punishing the lobby for playing well, and that is what separates these first-tier and second-tier players, is being able to kind of understand where you're at a deficit and then use that to your advantage.
I'm loving it. I'm loving it. All they got to do now is maintain that consistency. Good amount of eliminations, get yourself to the late game, and just keep on going.
I want to keep on going to more games. Let's jump back on that battle bus for game number 2.
Opa, ide game 2, huh?
Match 1 has already delivered, and from what we're witnessing this far, Jacob, all of these players are so ready to kind of stamp their own place inside that leaderboard.
Yeah, with how wild game 1 was so far, I can only expect it to kind of double, triple in games 4 and 5 at the end of the day, because we saw 16 teams alive before placement points went in. But let's get into game number 2, because we want action.
Game 1 jitters that might have existed, it's got to go out the window. Everybody just needs to absolutely lock in, because it doesn't matter if you're a pro, it doesn't matter if you're a creator. Everybody has equal opportunity to find those eliminations with the way that things are getting so chaotic in these endgames.
Sometimes you just got to start to take a little bit more control over your own destiny, whether that's getting eliminations, pushing up for more positioning, because we saw it. That's when a lot of the teams started position, but Peterbot finds himself at Dirty Dots. Ozzy finds himself down. They probably spotted him out, but Booga and Typical Gamer as a solo. Peterbot thought he was going to be safe to get rebooted if he went down, but Ozzy going down changes things up completely, because guess where he just got rebooted?
Cooper, Zemi, Flakes, they're all looking up at the sky. Ozzy doing everything he can to try and duck it out, but he's gonna get knocked one more time. Somebody's sure to clean him up. That'll be gone, but Alex and Loser
got up,
recognize, hey, if there's gonna be somebody getting eliminated this early on, we want to make sure that we can possibly get involved, and everyone's starting to creep up now into this Dirty Docks area.
Even had Faxity and Reason going on over there, as Seti and Daya with 2 eliminations, 19 teams left in the game, which means they sent one of them packing early here for game number 2, and that's got to start to boost the confidence right there for Seti and Daya, because now they got position on one of the high hills here on the map, and they can kind of just play it by ear.
Aussie is so used to watching the pros be victims, but now he's on the receiving end. He just cannot touch the ground. Everybody just aiming up, trying to prevent him from getting any sense of survivability. And Peterbot, he's going to completely scatter. He's trying to make as much space as possible so that his duo could actually try and be a contender here in Lobby 2.
I kind of know what this feels like right now. Getting put in the blender, you're getting put into a smoothie right now. But they figured it out. Peterbot was able to create enough distance so when Ozzy got rebooted yet again, they're more closer towards Slurpee Swamp. But you got to remember, it was Bugan Typical Gamer that got those early eliminations onto Ozzy, and they already moved into that POI.
Naravno, pogodite šta, kad ja nešto gledam i live-am, ja moram negdje ići. Da, tako da endgame neću gledat. Gledat ćete endgame bez mene.
Regs knows Alex not trying to let up the pressure anytime soon. With Nate dropping back in.
Ko umro, šta, Seveđ umro, full team, a? Alex best team. Farma killove.
And Nate just gonna have to sit and hope that Regs is gonna be able to play a little bit more defense for him so he can actually touch down.
Man, these were the fears. These were the fears. Talking to Alex, even Kanata, that you can't split and play that way because it's like a beacon. You're like a flare in the ocean. They know exactly where you're respawning at, and now Alex has found
Peter
the
ubija
actual player
Elija.
keeping the whole thing alive with all the loot, which is Regs, getting pressured in by Loser Flute on one side, Alex playing box to box on the other. The top was already taken, and now he's moving in to try to clean up this elimination onto Regs. And he
Ma da, Alex on fire.
the numbers game is just
Stage
too
full
much.
umro.
With how
Rip.
close we are to Boom and Maze, that might actually draw the attention of the gentlemates Nikov and Poe.
Alex danas po pofin. Peter lovi Mongrala.
Good idea that maybe there's a survivor trying to scramble into their area. Peterbot and Aussie though, they left Slurpee Swamp wide open, and other teams have tried to move in.
Ode Mongrala. Idem sam.
Letting him know what's good for what feels like the millionth time since yesterday's games. And Peterbot, 2 eliminations already. He is just reminding everybody why
Ja da Mongrala, kad te gledamo?
I feel like that's just similar to
Nikad,
Fortnite. Out with
nažalost.
the old mongrel, in with the new Peterbot, because Peterbot's got to be like the new toy right there. 5 FNCSs. He sees mongrel
Peter,
once again.
aim.
A little bit of missed opportunities there from Peterbot, something that you don't see very often, but at least it lets us know that he is human.
But it's just crazy to think about the fact that Aussie and Peterbot could land at Dirty Docks, and yet no other duo was able to take full advantage of moving into an optimal position at Slurpee Swamp to even try and cut them off. Sure, you've got Buga and Typical Gamer a little ways ahead of them, but even that is a fight that Peterbot is more than open to taking on head first.
Sjajno kiloistim. Je. Ali što je denso Mongrala.
We let him know what's up right afterwards. Ozzy just kind of playing that safe game. Something that Ozzy's just playing his role pretty well, and he's not just getting that big head.
Evo ga ovaj shot,
Being
brate.
invited to a competition like this, he said, "Hey, I'm just gonna do what I need to do for my teammate, and we'll see what happens."
Kojota, ti me razočarao. Ništa
They're
kilo.
just gonna keep things moving. They don't want to get stuck between multiple teams. They're trying to prioritize just making it into that initial edge of zone. But Koyota is such a prominent fragger. Everybody knows what he is capable of, and I think that's why
Njih.
their bets on taking this fight with Alie and Mongrel.
Kojota ošurio Elija, ošurio.
Chance Koyota, just a menace to be reckoned with. That'll be his first elimination, and I'm sure that he's bound to continue looking up into the sky for more.
So some of those things you don't see coming with
Gledaj
the
da
fast pads and the
da se ti
shockwaves.
priča.
You think you're safe, and no team is nearby, and a blink of
To
an
ne
eye,
bi
Alie
tu
gets
došli da ga
jumped out,
samo...
put back on respawn, and that's the same pain.
On se ne zna šta ima, šta
So for
tresi.
this game number 2, Alie and Mongrel have been having such
Ma
a
da, ode
tough
Elije.
time as Koyota farms another elimination onto Alie. Even if they're not getting the siphon mats, the minis that comes with getting the elimination, it's the points that really matter.
We all knew that follow-up was inevitable from Koyota and Shota, but even more importantly still, we've got a little bit of a listen-in with a couple of our fan favorites, Peterbot and Aussie.
Wait, Mongrel.
On you? Yeah, yep.
Yeah. I'm gonna go kill Alie.
Yeah, yep, nice.
Left
Yeah,
arm.
yep, I'm just getting the slope trap and then I'll help you, okay? Nice.
Oh,
bro.
sure.
Farm out here.
Good stuff.
Follow Mongrel.
Yep, yeah.
Što kaže follow Mongrel?
Nice, bro, good stuff, man.
So now we know what the starting point was like between those two teams. Peterbot.
Alex 6 kilo. O normalno.
Ready to follow up.
If they were just a couple of seconds sooner on getting that elimination onto Mongrel, that would have been another team down and out of the game. But their strategy is not working so well because it's actually Zemi who steals away the elimination. Alex getting all of that loot. As they're trying to base up over here just south of Boomin base. You see a couple of teams outside of the zone, a couple more inside of the zone, and you're seeing it's
vjerojatno ga prati cijeli game. Kad zna di lenda.
But we just saw Alex with 6 eliminations, 6 points already, Jacob. And yet there's only been one duo fully eliminated from this lobby.
Ali Alex sa 6 kilova. Tek je 5. zona. Gledamo 5-0 na kraju.
But where are you going to go? You go too deep into the zone, you could get chunked out even with the barrels. It's Cammy, Jacob trying to play it very, very carefully. They know the whole western side of that zone is going to open up. They know it's relatively low damage, so they're going to try in that direction.
But with all that early commotion at Dirty Docks, glad to see Faxity and Reason are still kicking in this one. They're looking like they might be able to get a nice flank opportunity onto a couple of our teams that are pushed a little bit further inside this edge of zone. But Fax and Reason, Big Brother, trying to be careful. Doesn't want to overstep.
S kim na kraju pade? Šta su kim?
You know, when Faxity got in last second, I might have been one of the happiest people being able to watch him play, being able to check out his streams. He is so entertaining, and he's good. He's good. He just needs to get more reps in a competition. You know, you saw that stat. He's placed top 10, at least 10 of them. He just hasn't been able to pull off that big win. But hey, if he's able to pull off a win here at the FNCS Pro-Am, that's the only one that matters.
His only option is to pull off a victory royale here, Jacob.
Aj controller. Ko?
At least one for the broadcast today. At least one for the fans back home.
On I ona ženska s jednim kontroler.
I mean, show the man some love. Everything happens for a reason, though, and we'll have to check back in with Faxity to see what's taking place. Cooper, Zemi,
Eno ga kvizi iza
a little
tam.
bit aggressive onto Daya and Seti. They're gonna have to sit and wait.
Seen at least 3 teams
Ona će da, Faxut. Peter. Vozi uzu kill, huh?
Third one of the game, and they get that legendary slurp juice. It's gonna heal up that
Jedno
shield
koje
and HP over time if they need it, which they might because the zone is pulling all the way towards the north.
Na njega sam
Not
zaboravio.
sure who that second team is just outside of Slurpy Swamp with them. It's gonna be Flakes and Gone. They need to be careful because Peterbot and Ozzy are warming up and getting more and more dangerous as time goes on.
Oh, but Cammy, he's running out of mobility options and he is being chased out. Jacob already looking grim as far as his HP can take him, though. And he'll buy a little bit more time here.
Vejno čila na haju.
They're not looking to let things
Lije je opet dead, a?
rest of the lobby also taking notice of
Ma
the
da,
team that's
Tomas
under
Gulov.
duress, and Jacob will be forced to duck underneath that bridge, try to reunite with Cammy. Gone and Flakes.
Navijam za Petra. Ja navijam za Kanadu, a mislim da mi napada se.
But you don't want to burn all of your material too early on.
Yep, it's Flakes and Gone, but let's go ahead and take a listen in for Thomas, HD, and Somerset and how they're playing through this endgame.
1.5, 55. I think we're just gonna have to be a little aggressive.
Wait, there's a guy at least. That was the guy from before.
Yeah, there's a team buff.
I like that. I like that. Everybody knows Thomas
Da,
HD
da,
from
Miki,
the
da,
IGL
da.
from the team, but Somerset just letting her opinion be known. We might have to play a little bit aggressive.
Tamo će sad moj izvad da moram ići jelpat nešto vani, a taman će endgame. Baš lijepo. Ja nema kurca, Alex je opasan. Ma da, evo 7 kilova uz. Ma da.
Potentially having been stolen away from him, though, but no, it is credited Nate Hill. Will one more time be
On zavrlo 14 builda.
Alex and Loserfruit. Oceano showing up big right now, and Loserfruit herself, she said it, all I want is to place higher than Locky. And with the way that Alex is firing off on all cylinders right now, he might be able to make it happen.
Hoće ubiti opet njega. Neće, stilili su.
With those 7 eliminations as that one gets taken away by Cold and possibly Faxity as
Žensko
well.
naza.
I think this might be the most eliminations we've actually been able to see. I know it's only been 1.5 games so far, but with reboots turned off, that's where the pressure is really going to be felt. Nate Hill, Regs separated a little bit too far for their own liking, especially since they're both going to feel a little bit of that max pull. Regs is going to go down to Thomas HD. One more elimination point for them, and now that leaves Nate Hill by himself.
Cold's bound has spotted out that body loot, though, that Regs just popped off directly underneath their current position. Courage, a little bit pressed here for the loadout. But he's at least got 150 in that chug jug. They can still work with this. They would definitely like a refresh because every elimination point, we're going to need to see teams start going big like other individuals already have.
Koji se to pet u granicima? Pa ovo viš koji bi trio naš. Evo, znao sam da će mi sad zvat. A!
Jel možeš izaći na sekundu?
Mogu.
Ajde.
Gledajte ljudi, endgame. Tu sam, brzo, nadam.
Everybody just preventing Ronaldo and Kanata from moving even 1 inch closer. They're going to be forced to actually pull back, try and drop as much wall coverage as possible, but it's Peterbot and Aussie that are refusing to let Kanata and Ronaldo get any closer. They want full control of this low ground position, and they've got it. They've made Kanata and Ronaldo use so much of their builds. Ronaldo doesn't really have a whole lot left to work with. They're going to need to find an elimination for a refresh.
Yep, and this is a good opportunity here. Of course, they want a shockwave to the front, but at least they're able to get a little bit of point of view where their competition is at. As soon as they make their way there, box up, let a lot of the zone start to open up. But 2 of 2 games so far. Queasy and Nick at 30 going for that early high ground, 8th zone. There's still a couple more, so hopefully it works out this time.
But it's the Queasy Classic. Get height, don't die. He said Nick was moving earlier while they were doing their warm-ups this morning. And Nick, he knows sole responsibility. Just apply pressure to whatever angle that Queasy doesn't have full tabs on. They just want to prevent anybody from moving up with them.
Got to be careful for those shockwaves. Any team down below could shockwave up. Try to hit a little bit of surprise attack. Ozzy went down not too long ago, which leaves Peterbot by himself. And I said the same thing about Cold. It's a different feeling when you're Peterbot as a solo. He doesn't have to play to help Ozzy. He doesn't have to play to help a duo. He can just play as a solo without a worry, but it comes crashing down for Nick at 30 as Gon and Flakes look up and send them packing.
And Queasy doesn't have any mobility. He's going to be forced to actually commit to those lower layers unless he can find a refresh. But the punishment is steep. Peterbot catches Flake completely off guard. Gon now going to be forced to work as a solo from this current zone, and Gon, he's got the high ground. He's trying to stop Thomas in his tracks, but Gon, how much longer can you realistically buy time with this loadout?
Peterbot behind him does have that shockwave. He can make his presence known in the blink of an eye, so Gon has to be careful. A lot of our solos just trying to look bigger than they actually are. Clicks is even going for the high ground. Peterbot finds his way in. The legendary slurp juice that he got from Ozzy paying off big.
Anybody else, you wouldn't even bat an eye, but for Peterbot, he's used to working in this kind of operation. The solo scenario is what he can actually pop off in best, but Lacey, Clicks, they're a duo compadre unit. They don't have to worry about anybody else because they're taking advantage, just spraying all these teams in the low.
Evo me, stigo sam. Kliks na kraju. Ozzy je dead. Kliks ubija Nikov. Ode i Alex. Quizzy, ja ne vidim Quizzy živog.
He has to be careful though. He has no real way down in terms of safety. No shockwaves, no.
Kanada je živ, Peter je živ.
So it will not be a worry, especially with the zone floating on over to the side of that.
Sve solo se skoro.
Is going to be Peterbot, and he's running out of his chug jug, and he's running out fast.
That zone was looking awfully devious, but the way that it's pulling back over this elevation is actually going to be a huge benefit.
Slušali,
He's got these pre-existing builds. All he has to do is keep the pressure at an all-time high.
Peter 4 kila.
Forced to drop here in a moment though, but who's he going to drop into? Could it be Cooper? Could it be Kanata? No, instead, layer transition back towards that.
Ode Veno. Rediš klač. Skoro.
Now every single person left alive in this game
Seti, problemi, ja? Niko umro od fala, ima bobic. Znao si. Ode, Peter, sačka go Kanada. Kliks wina game, a? Daj mu to, ko? Ode Kanada, ošuri ga, Seti, djecu mu napravi. Skoro. Nema menica. Seti van. Jo, Kliks naša sve. Bam! Ode Seti. Kako taj retor vina? Ova fora, pa to je kao X set. Taj X. To ti je oznaka X seta. Nije reći da si šo.
But it doesn't matter because I won it, so it's all good.
Is that why he sent you into the zone? Because he wanted to do it as a solo lane?
Sad ovako imamo Megza, yes.
And while he is winning it, are you talking to him or are you like, I gotta stay silent, let him do his thing?
I was just
Pa
giving him
imam
simple
vam.
bombs, mats,
Mrak mi u sebi.
refreshes, pop his slurp before he goes down to fights, and letting him play.
And you are loving those shockwaves because we saw that Seti got shockwaved into the zone in those final
Nuggets
moments.
lagani.
In a way, kind of
Da.
like, is this your favorite?
De.
Honestly, my favorite item
Lagani
is the spaz.
has.
They need to bring the spaz back.
Well, I know that a lot of people from Epic Games are watching, so they might take on your suggestion. But how satisfying was that solo moment? How did you keep track of everything from the high ground?
Honestly, I just kept on building up and up where shockwaves can't get to that height limit.
Fuj strešno, dobro je strešno. Mislim da sam djeti. Ne. Tu se za sekundu treba malo podgrijati. Sekundica.
On our leaders from the first game, Cooper and Zemi. Are you worried they're going to be coming your way?
The thing is, me and Peter got a good alliance going on, so honestly, keep on dropping on Cooper and Zemi.
Excuse me, we want a fair fight. Hopefully we're going to have one. Before we head to the break though, please, Galen Center, show your appreciation for Clicks and Lacey. We'll be right back.
Ba! Šta je ba? Evo me. Da slušate mene, šta slušate? Ne, niš pametno. Ne, da vidimo leaderboard. Klix Lace je prvi s 27 boda, Cooper Zemi drugi 24, Seti Daja treći, Seti Popofa. Kanada Ron četvrti, Ozzy Peter peti, Kureć Colt šesti, Podasaj mi je pao. Alex osmi, Kvizi pao na 9. mjesto, Rediš Veno 10, Flakes 11, Tomas 12, Reason 13, Coyote je došao na 14. mjesto, Buga 15, Kami 16, Mongala 17, Savage 18, Očaj i naravno ovi će biti zadnji, to je confirm. To mi je zaključeno. Tako da ono. Gdje je Peter peti? 12 kilova, Kliks je na 10, Cooper je na 8, Set je na 10. Alex je na 12 i svi 12 je samo uz. Ga oselijaju. Ma Uroša, ja to ne bi nikad računao. Stella je jela uzela kill. Log pargija. Dobro, Miki, dobro. Zašto ti imaš za frenda ljude s takvim nikom?
Know what up, down, left, right is? Well, this shockwave is about to send shockwaves through your mind.
How did he have so many, right? Throwback to when Frankie was talking to them. He's like, yeah,
Kliks is dominirao ovaj game.
Shockwave me into Storm, right? How do you have enough to go ahead and do that to your teammate? Launch yourself up like 7 times. As you can see, Kliks is very, very comfortable in this meta. This is why I was talking about the fact that a lot of the reload items, they're callbacks to previous competitions way back years ago. Kliks has been a player that's been playing for a very long time, instantly comfortable with all of the items that are going to be in this competition, which is why, of course, he was like, listen, those purple pumps, please bring them back.
Yeah, Kliks really set our expectations quite high
Kliks
for the rest of the
Prime.
competition. And, you know, like you were saying, he was doing such a good job on the solo high ground and
GG,
getting an
GG.
elimination onto Podesai and then getting an elimination
Kad ga
onto
Peter
Alex.
vratio na
By
farmić.
being a solo player, that's when we typically see these pros kind of tend to take a step back, slow down a little bit. But Kliks was the exact opposite. He just kind of put his foot on the gas pedal there and just kept going. And obviously, it came down to him and Seti in the final 1v1 Vivid. And it got kind of close.
Yeah, it did get kind of close. Seti is like, please stop throwing shockwaves at me. Though. He's like, how do you have so many, right? Like I was mentioning, Kliks just kept going up and up and up. Not to mention, Kliks, when he dropped all the way down to the low ground and initially lost the high ground, he had no mats. He had nothing to work with. For some reason,
Dobro,
there's
imaš
like
4 gema.
a pool of loot down there, a little llama for him to go ahead and help him clutch that game up.
I love to see it. I also love to see Lacey running around the arena right now, getting everyone really hyped up. That's what you want to see. If you do go down and if your teammate goes down, you gotta keep your mental straight.
I mean, when we saw that moment, we saw Kliks get up, get excited. Yeah. We have that listen in. Let's hear from what this game happened and how it all went down.
Come on, looking. I'm spinning you mats, and I'm gonna go down on walls, okay? I'm connecting. Wait, I'm shocking me, sorry. Don't shock me, bro. I know, I said I'm shockwaving. You're good. 100. Dead. I'm going on height again, I'm going on height. 200! Kill 3 on height! I don't make it, 4 shops. 5 shops, have 3 belts. Let's go! Let's go!
To be fair,
Lol.
Kliks did come that he was shockwaving.
You know,
Ljudi,
we
ostao sam
all
bez vode
know
sekundicu.
how chaotic Fortnite games can get. Technically, he did comment. We'll just let it slide because, you know, he got a victory royale. So at the end of the day, it's all good. And now they're currently holding that #1 spot, 27 points. It is looking so good, but look right behind them, right? Cooper and Zemi, they're still holding strong as well.
Whoa, but right behind them, tied up 24 points there. I see Seti and Daya sneaking into 3rd place right there. You know, I was swore that team was going to be good on paper. But yeah, Cooper and Zemi again, instantly getting contested towards the top of the leaderboard right there. That just shows how close these Fortnite competitions really are.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it after game number 1, that once Peterbot gets eliminated by someone, once he gets down, he wants to go for that first place player. He wants to prove himself. And unfortunately, if you're going up against Cooper, it might be a little bit risky. And obviously, Ozzy Antics being left alone there definitely spelled a little bit of a disaster. So I don't know if we're necessarily going to see that strategy out of them. But Cooper and Zemi, two strong
Evo, Kanada
Yeah, I mean, super strong with them. Like you were mentioning, Kelly, the early contestation over at the Dirty Docks, things are already getting spicy over there. Peterbot and Aussie landing over that way. I was like, whoa, what happened? How is Booga taking out Aussie and this and that happening? Everything's going crazy.
Yeah, you know, and still game 2. Zeke, we have so much more. There might be a possibility that we see Peterbot pull out the teeny strat and just land in a new spot every single game.
I would love that. And the only other thing I want to see out of these games that I've seen too much of is my boy Allier getting bullied. Okay, leave Allier alone. Let him play his game for once. But man, Nika Podesai as well, going sicko mode in these games. Reload is just so much fun. I'm loving this like extra layer of just chaos. Right? Again, you just never, like, as you're swapping perspectives, you never know what a player's gonna have. Sometimes it's a loadout where you're seeing, oh, shotgun, AR. Sometimes you've got shocks. Sometimes you've got some crazy mythic or exotic.
You know, you mentioned layer, and I really like the layer that they're playing here. They're kind of going for the second high ground, and you can see even in those clips right there that they're paying attention to high ground. They're looking behind, they're going for those spots because they understand that although eliminations are great on low ground, there's just so many question marks on if a player just pops in behind you and gets an elim, but high ground is a little less contested.
Guys, I want more action. Let's get back up on that battle bus. Taco, Jacob PR, over to you.
Games. We want more games, and I'm honestly keeping my ear to the
Ovi
street.
Nuggets izmeka nešto najjače.
Saying this is fun. This is what it's all about, and I can agree.
That leaderboard was looking crazy, though. Seti and Daya, you cannot sleep on their performance so far today. And Jacob, we're about to hit the halfway point. Because game 3 is ready to
Sad još
ride.
Monster fali. Ma, voda je tu. Nikak trti crazy.
This is it, like you're saying, the halfway point, and you saw that leaderboard. And it's not necessarily going the way that I thought. It's not elimination heavy. It's been consistency in the placements and making these top 5s, making these top 3s. So this is what it's really all about. Maybe you could close the gap in the last half of the day, but who knows?
Kad kreneš Jim? Ne znam.
And Reason playing that third-party contest at Dirty Docks has made it very difficult for Flakes and
Kaže ovo voda fuj.
that level of consistency in comparison to Zemi and Cooper. They've just been silently sliding.
Telefon, evo telefon koristi. Glupo što u reloadu, to se ja slagam.
And other teams, they're going to have to step it up or they'll fall behind.
Yeah, it's really important here because this is a good like pacing game, seeing where you're at versus the rest of the pack.
Voda je najbolja pored Cedevita. Od Cedevita isto od vode.
There goes half of the HP. I don't think Beno's going to go on this great chase. It's a little
Pero,
bit too risky, especially
ideš na
because he
mute.
doesn't necessarily know where Clicks himself has landed, so he doesn't want to get taken down a little early.
I think if Benno had a shock right there, he would have gone for it. He would have full sent it, but no mobility means you're going to have to come to a
Brgi, bilo je 5 reload skin kapova. Ove sezone, ve.
Just in the nick of time, he'll be able to reunite with Moxie, and she'll play that supportive measure, that backup unit. And that's going to stop Alex in his tracks. He can't continue to press that issue.
You know, watching the Milk Cup, Moxie was trying to make a last game run in that final game of the day. I think they had like 15 plus elimination before they actually went down and were cut
Ali ne
short.
vrijedi
But that's the type of
hosat reload kapaju pare kad 90% su cheateri.
Get aggressive when you can, especially if Alex and Loser Fruit are landing on you and trying to take the fight and catch you off guard.
Pa Pero, da nema pro-ema ne bi bilo ni ove sezone.
Advantage of Seti and Naya spotted off on the bridge a little bit further north. And Queasy, he's always got a very familiar strategy, Jacob. Doesn't matter if it's FNCS,
Mešite, evo ga Nike.
Queasy's going to be looking for height every single time.
And so far about the 8th zone and first 2 games, we have seen them kind of lead the pack in terms of consistently being up there on that high ground. It's just closing it out has been the struggles. Whether it's somebody shock waving you off of the high ground or you doing it yourself, you need to figure out how to close out those mistakes and kind of minimize how many they're making. It's Koyota, Captain Shota, Log Jam lodging. They're just kind of looting up slowly. There is one player towards their south that they might
Come
have
out
to
the
be
next
careful
video.
for. This is a team that is coming in as
Šta se
a little bit
očekivao?
of an underdog, so to say. Nobody really expects much from them, even though Kayota is always breaking the mold and showing us new tricks in competitions just like this.
Oh, you can't say nobody, because Captain Shudda, if you got a chance to talk to that guy like I did, he was just calling out, we are going to be winning. It's going to take a little bit of a pop-up now to play catch-up, but Alex stopped mid-air by Nate Hill. You want to go for a boom battle? Nate Hill coming out on top of that exchange. Loser Fruit, all she wants to do now is just wait that full 10 seconds. She's just hoping that Alex is able to actually touch ground, though.
Oh my. I was saying Nate Hill got a good upgrade because he didn't have a shotgun before, but now Regs has the mythic mini gun in reload. That is going to shred if they can keep it.
Nemaš ga disres kad ne izlazi iz kuće.
It's Loser Fruit this time around though versus Nate Hill. This is a good amount of loot if they're able to take down Loser Fruit, but I hear the crash pad and there is so much distance being made by Loser Fruit with that heads up play.
Ne kliksa. Jevi ga. Neko još igra Fortnite, očigledno igra.
Alex hiding, waiting to see if he can get an angle and opening any kind of way to find this knock of revenge onto Nate Hill, but Nate immediately causing that elimination take place onto Loser Fruit now means that Alex will be forced to just continue hiding.
He gets a little bit of the zone. It's just unfortunate where Nate Hill and Regs are currently positioned at. He can't really rotate to either the left or that right side. So he literally has to wait until they disengage.
Ti gotiš, pa nije da gotim, ali nije ni da su neki fanboy.
Reason, a late entrant not only to a competition like this, but a late
Što
contest on this
nikom
side of
sklipa
the map.
s
It
njim.
looks like they're leading the fight. Reason does have the breacher, so he can break through these builds relatively easy, but they're shock waving to try to find safety, and Reason is going in onto Gone. They realize this is a 2v1. It's now or never,
Reason.
but a big shot from Gone.
Reason.
To slow things down.
And Flakes, he's got to come play a little bit of supportive measure. He knows that Gone
Tak
just
suti
got
plač.
a crack onto Reason's shield, but Baxity, Reason, now split angle approach. Gone gonna crank all the way to the high ground, just crash pad to safety. He does have a chug jug, and with Flakes nearby, Flakes is going to be the one to actually cut off that line of sight there for Reason and Faxity. But this fight at Dogs, it's inevitable, Jacob, because there's only one way to actually make it towards the edge of zone. Faxity and Reason, we're going to have to approach one of the two other teams.
Yeah,
that POI, and it just happens to be the Brazilians every time.
Yeah, and it's just now turning unfortunate for both of them instead of just Faxity and Reason. The zone is pulling further and further to the east, so there's so many more teams that they're going to have to find a way to make their way through, including Peterbot and Ozzy, who just got their first elimination.
And onto Puga, nonetheless, Peterbot. Just so dastardly. The moment that he sees anybody, he's so down to just key them immediately. That's brimming with confidence.
I think first place was about 20
Znači
seconds.
Buga nam je rip.
That was Clicks and Lacey. Second place, only 3 points away. 3 eliminations separating as of now.
Ne bio kao neki tier 3 pro. Pa mislim da je.
1 damage per tick in the zone. There's a lot of chug barrels, a lot that you can go ahead and recuperate the HP, the bandage as well. So it's not too much of a worry that they're staying here, but look at all the resources that they're using. Reason is almost out of those small bullets. You see him just 5 shots left in the shotgun. Luckily, Faxity is there to finish off that elimination.
Reason go. Da.
Desperately needs.
That was a great snipe by Faxity, making sure to cut off.
Ma ništa to prvi.
But at the same time, Jacob, they spent so much time. This was such a steep investment, fighting for so long at Dirty Docks. And they're not
Loser Fruit dead zone.
Loser Fruit gonna add to the count though. One more elimination for Faxity and Reason to take advantage of. But they are still out in no man's land compared to where other teams are already positioning inside of the zone. And with the amount of time spent, they might as well just continue to play exclusively for eliminations.
Yeah, especially since you know, if you're in full control, you have all the loot, and you hear those players just getting rebooted over and over and over. You know that solo player is staying by, and you can just continue to.
Ali ja ne mogu update tu mapu, ja moram izbaciti novu mapu.
Rotating through Slurpee Swamp, they have to be careful. Seti and Dia.
Da se like. Že konstantno imam 10 plus ljudi, a sam 16 lajkova.
And there's still one more team as well. All of them have a little bit of priority over them on this rotation for now.
A lot of bodies, though, at Slurpee Swamp, and we all know Peterbot does not like anybody in his territory.
Might only be a matter of time before he looks to start clearing out some of those teams and playing a little bit more aggressive, but
Viđam je aktivan chat.
with our game 2 winners, Lacy and Clicks. If they can continue to replicate the level of success they found in the last lobby, Jacob, they might start to run away with this one.
They have that calm, cool, collected demeanor. They have the chemistry, best friends, some would say. As Ozzy's on the other side, putting pressure down from above. Peterbot's to have a crash land. He's trying to make his way up with that shockwave.
Meanwhile, cold je baš cold.
Going up against, quickly made their way on out. You said it yourself, Taco Slurpee Swamp. That belongs to one man and one man only, or boy. That would be Peterbot. And he's just really wreaking havoc all around the lobby. And you're seeing he's going to pack a punch in his loadout. It's not just the Thunder Shotgun and the Mammoth. He's making sure that he has the SMG as well. That will end the fight in the blink of an eye.
But with the way that Peterbot and Aussie essentially just reclaimed Slurpee Swamp, they forced every single one of those other teams that were trying to take advantage of some of the heals surrounding Slurpee completely away. He's not allowing anybody else to utilize those resources.
Gdje si legendo? Ne, ti zaljub.
Take advantage of Ronaldo, Kanata. They're one of those teams a little bit stuck on the outskirts of Slurpee, but they got a decent little loot pile next to them.
See, I knew this was the only team with 2 FNCS championships, but with a Chapter 2 Season 1 win, Ronaldo is the only creator with an FNCS champion.
Pa nije dobio poen,
That's gonna give a little bit of confidence for someone like Ronaldo. I know we were kind of watching him practice in the room. His mechanics are there. It's just kind of like the outside factors that change when Fortnite and the meta changes.
But Ron doesn't even need the championship title. Ron would have that confidence regardless of the circumstances surrounding his competitive history. Alie, though, Zeke was asking for it. Guys, please stop bullying him. And it seems like it's worked out so far, but Mongrel...
Hoćanje dobije shiton od Petera jedno 25 puta već ovaj kap.
Gotta keep an open eye out. Clicks has lost Lacy, though, and we are rapidly
Mongrel deda, Mongrel fazno stariji od mene godinu dana.
This is best case scenario though with Lacy going down.
A ja neće Mongrel dobiti invite. Za njega je sam bilo upitno će biti content creator ili pro player.
And if Flakes and Gone are going to push up on you, but no, it's actually Clicks the one looking to get aggressive. If he can win this 2v1 fight, that's the loot that they need. And there's a big shot on the Gone.
Clicks on fire, Vega.
Flakes is feeling the pain as well. Clicks is not slowing down as he does get the knock. Gone is
Shita Brazilca.
out of here, and now that is Lacy's loot.
And Clicks, he's still looking to chase him out. He wants to get this duo fully eliminated. Flakes barely managing to survive. He's trying to run every which direction. One more shockwave to create some space. Lacy with the tag from overhead. They're crash padding in. They've got Flakes on the run, but he's gonna sit and hide inside of the bush. They don't have any idea where he's actually scurried off to, and they'll be forced to just head right back to the zone.
Flakes did his job. He gave Gone a chance to get rebooted back up, and with him staying alive, there's going to be a second chance as well. But I wish them all the luck in the world, because look how stacked that side of the zone is when the reboots finally turn on. Luckily, there's barrels. There is Slurpee Swamp, so there is going to be some chances. But you got to give credit. All the credit in the world to Clicks, not only making that opportunity possible, getting Lacy back in the game, but getting him loot. Isn't that the creator's job?
But it's just not enough.
Ooh, rip.
He's gonna pay the ultimate price. They're victims now to the rest of the lobby.
Shiton.
Holding into their position, and they're down and out for the count.
Sam mi gutala sam igrao.
For game 4.
That is just 8 placements.
Ode.
To get any placement points. At least he was able to get some eliminations to keep the points flowing. As Faxi and Reason just getting targeted. Luckily for them, as of now, they're on the front side of the zone, so eventually teams will have to start to rotate their way in. Just how long can they keep a hold of this pressure? And it seems like things have settled for them, so it's about assessing the situation. And you can see they're using everything that they have, every resource. Bandages first, then the chug if needed.
Eno ga usram.
Put in the ringer right now, another elimination, and it's after 7th zone. He's not coming back this time.
Ne zna da bije. Ma, dobro imam. Pazi, on ima 5 karnica, pa ti gledaj.
They're looking to keep the ball rolling here. Red is just gonna have to take a moment, replenish some of those shields that she lost. But with 6 splashes, a couple of big pots, it's gonna be no issue whatsoever. They're definitely looking nice and healthy, but the high ground is what might be up for grabs soon.
Yeah, right now we see Queasy and Nick at 30 on one side, but on the other, Ali A and Mongrel are actually making an attempt for it. Might be a little bit too soon though. 7th zone may wait just a little bit longer, especially with one team getting focused, but they do have it and they have it secured for now. You see them firing off into the distance. That's Queasy and Nick. They're seeing where the zone pulls.
I Mongrelu pulo high.
They get the zone pull. They get high ground priority.
But the for now is the key word here, because the moment that Ali A tries to get a peek overhead, Queasy just immediately They're still looking to play for that height takeover. And Queasy's intentions, this could be an all-out brawl for the high ground. But the whole lobby is on the move, Jacob. They're all trying to control that front side.
Mongrel on high.
Using the crash pad that wasn't even his.
Aqua on me.
Red's dead. Being able to hold on to that high ground. Ali A is doing his job right. Anybody that flies past, he's trying to put down pressure, trying to land some damage, make it easier.
Ne znam da build stavi je već.
But Reddish has just got taken down, leaving Veno by himself. And you can see he only has 3 minis, so he's going to need an elimination if this goes to a heal off.
He does have a lot of builds to work with though for the time being, but he's got Kanata and Stable Ronaldo directly underneath where he's boxed up.
Mongrel na high I dalje. Queasy ga fight.
Nick A30, they're overtaken. Mongrel by his own.
Da. Gle Nikeka, a? A sumnjali ste u Nikeka, a? Gle ga kako igra momak.
You had Nick F30 pushing up, being the actual aggressor. Queasy in the distance landing the damage. Ali A is now down.
Moj je ti dalje ruke, nemaš, igraš igricu 8 godina.
25 builds left. He's trying to keep his position in the front side of the zone to attack. But for how long, with more and more players starting to put pressure, you feel and hear
Ozzy je dead.
firing onto his builds.
Oh, but Cammy just got shockwave.
Kam je storm.
Peterbot, one more time.
Peter oknio Alex.
He's gonna have to use the slurp juice. He's gonna have to find some more
Peter rip.
eliminations if they want to make up for the placement points with those
Mongrel van.
and Mongrel might just be the target in his sight.
Da, ganja ga. Jadan Mongrel. Ma da.
Peterbot though getting caught up in more action than what he bargained for, trying to get the layer switch over, and he's going straight for the high ground tackle.
Might not take it all. He missed that opportunity. Goes straight down to the low ground.
Ko je bilo?
Veno's doing the same thing, getting aggressive, forcing players lower and lower on his current position.
Kanada. Doktore. Peter ušurio i Neita. Peter lagano, umro zone. Ode Peter. Shiton! Queasy. Thomas on fire. Ode Thomas Storm. Ne, chillo. Od Queasy ga smara full. Kanada Popov. Poda se full low. Queasy chilla. Pade nam Nikov. Ne. Ega, ovo Kanada jer on isto nije fair trio. On je bio tier 1 pro. Poda se dead. Duo sam mislio, ne znam što sam rekao. Nije fair duo.
From a top 2 to a top 3, at least he's staying consistent. Nick dropping
down. On je SS, pa da, on je bio tier 1 pro. Nick je umre zone. Nije živio. Pa deseti! Iron uzima win. Doktore! Tu. Easy, kaže, easy! Let's fucking go!
Before you've had a chance to talk to me, pretty excited about that one. Everyone had their eyes on you going into this competition. Game number 3, you finally show up. How does it feel?
I mean, this guy right here is the GOAT, man. This guy's the GOAT. This guy's solo clutch, and you know me, I'm a FNCS champion. I carried my squad back in 2019. You know, the genetics and everything. We just a go to do it. We waiting. When's next game? I mean, to be honest, That was probably the easiest game of Fortnite I've ever played in my entire life. All right, I'm not gonna even lie. We finally got a South Zone. Finally. If those who know, you know what I'm saying? We finally got a South Zone. The first two games, we're top left. We're running the whole map, landing bottom right. We finally get a zone, and I said we're gonna win it. And what happened? We won that game.
I feel like I'm hearing some excuses, though. Are you saying you're only gonna win this if you get Southside zones?
He said, watch, if we get a zone, we're gonna win. What happened? I mean, look at it. The first two games, 2 pulled max. Yo, we did top 5, top 3, and now we won. Easy.
All right, well,
Easy.
Let's see if you can make it easy. As you were saying, Ron.
It's not over yet, though. We still got 3 more. So, hey.
There you go. Let's not get ahead of yourselves. Galen Center, please show some appreciation. It's Ron and
Kanada, doktore. Ali što je Nike košulju setija, da.
Entertainment right now. Oh my gosh, I am just so in love with this format. I'm so in love with Reload, and I'm in love with everything we're seeing right now. I cannot believe we got a win from Kanada and Ronaldo.
I mean, what a way to win that, right? The solo clutch, Kanada as well. Listen, I got you with the callback right there to Major 2. If you know, South Zone pulls in their favor, though. They do win the game, gosh. Kanada's just so good. Honestly, I mean, you know, we make jokes all the time about when zones pull this.
Da, Prgi, ti se sprdaš s Ronaldom, a gledaj šta čovjek vozi. Gle ga.
About players that kind of fly under the radar, and for whatever reason, Kanada, we just keep forgetting that he is one of the best players in Fortnite. He is the only player in the world to make all 26 FNCS Grand Finals, and to see him be here on the FNCS Pro-Am to prove himself on the caliber that we expect him to, that's what I love to see. But honestly, stable Ronaldo is really surprising me. We talked about a lot of these influencers being
Ali su ošarili kvizije.
I think stable Ronaldo
Ali što je Nike ošario setija.
Well, look at that. 3 eliminations each. It was Ronaldo to get the final shot as well.
Baš tako.
The end, I mean, 4 eliminations apiece. It'll be interesting to kind of see after the tournament ends how many times the quote-unquote content creator.
Ronaldo Kanada prvi 39 boda, Seti drugi 33, Cooper Zemi treći 30, Lacey Clicks četvrti 28, Podaj sa Nikov peti 26, Kvizi šesti 26. Voda po voda, ljudi, sekundicu. Opet sam popio vode. Da, pijem previše vode.
I want to also highlight here, man, Queasy, Nick A30, oh my gosh. I don't know, like Queasy is a legend already, we all know that, but the fact that consistently we are getting these height end game situations out of Queasy and Nick A30, by the way, because sometimes, you know, just one of the duos, think about that last game, game 2 clicks left as a solo, Nick A30 is right there with Queasy.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing such a good job. I'm not going to lie, I was a little bit worried after games 1 and 2 because it looked like nobody was really going up for high ground. So I was like, well, if anybody starts to like shoot up, pressure them, tries to take it before them, like what's going to happen then? Game 3, Mongrel and Alie were actually up there on the high ground. And that lasted for about a minute because Queasy just knows how to take the high ground as well. Got to give a big shout out to Nick, though, because it's not easy to kind of follow up on those takes.
No, I love that you talk
about Bonanza ide, brat.
Because if you looked on the other side of zone, around zone 8 there.
Ide, gledamo Kanadu di Popov.
Typically when one player starts to establish high ground, they kind of hold it until somebody either chops it or tries to steal it away from them.
Queasy ga ošalio životom.
And to just build your own high ground on the other side.
Jebi ga, Queasy. Ima si još 2 builda. Ali Nike što je Setija ošario. Stotka i bam.
Beautiful shot right there from Nick.
Dude, and I love to you kind of bring up Seti. I love that we've also kind of been
za 25 minuta game. Molim.
Right? He keeps making these end games. In game number 2, we saw him kind of paired up with Daya as well. They're on the ground. I mean, Seti is like, he smells blood in the water, right? Like, he's that shark lurking in the depths, waiting to strike. And the problem is, we kind of keep letting him make to end games.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to pat myself in the back a little bit here, right? We were talking about the duos, having a little bit of a conversation. I was like, I swear, Seti and Daya, they're like good on paper. Everybody's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, I swear they should be like,
Kanada, Kanada, Kanada. Ale, 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 ale. 5.3. Sad će prvi, to je to. Ajmo ovako, stali smo na 6. mjesto, Kvizi, Ozi, Peter 7. Tomas, Samoset 8. Aj čuti ti, evo. Čekaj, di mi je to? Čut malo, niko te nije niš pitao. Kureć Kol 9, Alex Luzefru 10, Rediš Veno 11, Kojota Šota 12, Paksuti Rizan 13, Rex Natehill 14, Flakes Brazilci 15, Savage Doktor, Kami Doktor, Buga Doktor, Mongral Doktor i ovi naravno Deadlast. Ne navijam. Opet ne se sere. Naravno, Jan. Aura. Zašto sam ja sad ugasio cijeli live? Jel kliks ovaj streama baš da njihov live? Gledaj.
Definitely got a little bit of a pushback. Nate Hill was moving a little bit. Actually took out Alex on a push and was able to pick up a couple more eliminations kind of following up on that.
Yeah, we like to talk about kind of these micro adjustments that players make during the tournament because although you can prepare for reload, playing at home, playing ranked games, there's only so much that you can really prepare for a tournament. The meta kind of evolves as the tournament goes on. So to see Nate Hill kind of respond to how Alex is playing, because we saw Alex, like you said, going for those early aggressions and then just kind of punishing the players near him. Making those small adjustments like what we saw from Nate Hill is what allows you to stay at the top of the leaderboard.
I'm curious, right? Now that we have kind of this halftime, we're
stavljaju ovu
give these
sliku.
players time to think and kind of take a step back and collect themselves. I'm wondering what they will bring for the second half of the competition. For now, though, we will go to a
Mongral
little
ovdje
break.
će
We'll
staviti.
return more
Svi
action here from the
staviti.
FNCS Pro-Am.
Ovdje klačeva. Ne znam šta će biti sad pod ovom pauzom. Možda bude nešto zabavno. Imaš šta zabavno na Twitteru? Ne, niš. Evo.
Okay. Yep. Over there. If we shock, they'll hold us, right?
Can we shock over there now? It's Ali and Mongo.
Do you want to?
Oh my god!
Yeah, low-key.
It's because, dude, Ali is the only person to wear his icon skin. So it's just an easy target. He knows they're in height.
We're gonna crash pit from here first, and then we're gonna shockwave out.
A zato oni svaki, zato Peter lovi LEA cijeli game. Jer retard nosi svoj icon skin. Polako Peter farman killove onda kad je li glup. A još minutu, ne želim copyright songove slušati. Ide li to? Evo genocid. Ide. Čekam da završi ovo da prestane copyright song. Kakav je kap sutra? Ma, reload za onaj Elite Zaidi, ali mislim da to neće ni igrat, ne isplati se. Magena se taj Elite Zaidi, pazi koliko kapova imaš u nju. Pazi ovo. Dual reload sutra top 80. Onda za 3 dana solo Battle Royale top 320. Onda 3 dana nakon toga, 2 dana duos Battle Royale top 80. Onda nakon toga imaš trios Battle Royale top 60. Onda nakon toga imaš duos reload opet top 80 i tako u krug, ono. Real try elite, pa nemam pojma. Ali gledajte koliko kapova imam šta. Ko je to?
I did the music. I gotta get back into the Fortnite, bro. Come on now.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So watching the competition.
A jedno to dobar skin. Pa je, ali znaš kaj ću igrati sutra na reloadu? Prije da igramo duo Battle Royale, jebać. Mislim da se ne isplati waste time sutra za reload, iskreno.
Listening to your own music while playing Fortnite, is there a song in your new album that you're like, it's go time, WC, the end of the game?
Ne znam, samo treba neki rank određen.
That gets me in the mode. That gets me in the mode. Yeah, feel it. That's the one.
Dude, I love that. What inspires you, man? I mean, obviously you're like kind of a prolific musician. You know, you coming in.
Da, to traje 4 sata.
So, what inspires you?
Right now, it's a lot of movies, television, and just life experience.
To ti traje 4 sata i najbolja 4 gejma ti se broje. Na leaderboardu. Znači tebi treba 50 kill win, 50 kill win, 50 kill win, 50 kill win. Da i play sa top 80. Ali to je samo Elite plus Ranked players, da. Treba ti Elite Ranked.
So what you're saying is we should just go ahead and add you to the desk, you're a permanent fixture.
Yeah, you know what, just keep me up here.
Okay, alright, yeah, let's just pretend, you know, end game, Ronaldo, it's a 1v1, he goes to win, what does that sound like?
He's got it! He's got it!
Što ti vrištiš, koji ti kurac?
He's hired. He's
Kanado ponaš. Dobro, sad mi je jasno. Ali nisi ti Kanada da vrištiš.
How's the experience been for you, man? I mean, here it's just so different, right?
It's beautiful, man. I dreamed about being here since like 2018. I was like, yo, I gotta be in the stadium. I gotta be in this arena one day, and I'm here, bro.
So is this like the first time for you then? Like trying to like an event like this? Really?
It's blowing my mind right now.
Kaj game završio je treći. Sad se čeka četvrt. Za 15 minuta 16.
Hey, next year, put me up there.
Oh, okay.
Get me out of the controller, bro. Get me
Pa nestan Uroš.
Are you an LA local?
I am.
So what is it like having all of these people from all around the world being able to like compete in Fortnite, one of your favorite games right here in your hometown?
It's beautiful just to see everybody come
together
for this game,
Canada.
all together to kind of scream and cheer and champion our favorite creators, our favorite gamers. It's a beautiful thing. Beautiful thing.
That's amazing. So David, before we say goodbye, first off, please tell the people about not only where they can find you, but tell them about your album.
Thank you. All right, my name is David, aka D4VD. My new album, Withered, is just out right now. It's a beautiful, beautiful album. Put my heart and soul into it. Listen to it while you're playing Fortnite and go crazy on the game. You know what I'm saying?
Let's go, David. Thank you, brother.
Appreciate you.
Such a big, honor. That's David. I'm standing next to David, dude. All right, for now, let's go down with Frankie and see what she's up to during the halftime.
Ma sad će intervju sa playerima. Evo ti si dead list. Nema top 10. Kanada je prvi, pa ti gledaj.
There you go. Hopefully we can hook a guy up. Now, Cypher, tell me what's happening.
Kanada, vidi ga, doktor.
Say 20 of yourself and Moxie. What's happening?
You know, it's very stacked right now. We managed to get a point last game. We shot someone out the sky.
Svaka čast, uzeli ste bod.
I think what we're going to do for the second half is just play a lot more aggressive. You know, every kill is 1 point, every elimination is 1 point.
Evo loser for play floss. Gle.
So we're just going to W key and be a little bit more aggressive and see if that works.
I like the sound
Ova ima clicks gf na majici.
Definitely don't want to attack Peterbot, and fortunately so far he has not attacked us. He's busy eliminating Mongrel and Booga and Typical Gamer, so we're going to keep it that way, hopefully, you know. my one birthday.
Vamo što gledaš, ja Kanada.
Oh, that's slightly awkward because I
Yes,
thought your
loser
one birthday
put.
wish was to get a cake.
Mama
Personally
prometra
baked by
loser
Mr.
fili.
Courage JD.
Everybody, today is Cypher PK's birthday. Join me in singing Happy Birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday,
Strašno.
dear Cypher. Happy birthday to you. Yeah, you gonna eat some of that?
I don't like the way he's looking at my cake.
I don't like the way he's looking at you. It's like he's going to eat you up in the lobby in just a moment.
I sad ću da hasim, ma ne jede niko ništa.
So, before we let you go, Cypher, the birthday wish, you got the cake, but now are you going to get the limbs and head up that leaderboard?
Absolutely, absolutely. It's game.
Za rođendan ćeš biti zadnji.
Awesome. Well, we are going to head over to Takata right now while I celebrate with the birthday boy.
Thank you, Frankie. Look, you're talking about unks, you're talking about icons. There is a lot of icons competing here today, and I found myself an icon as well. You might have seen him in the past.
Glog dolje lijevo, gle. Burger, ovaj hot dog. Či mene burger? Hot dog, brat.
Golden boy, how are you feeling?
It's a pleasure to be here. Massive shout out to USC. What an incredible
Zbunio
event
ovaj
this
s
is.
burgerima,
And it's
pero.
honestly just wild to see the Fortnite Pro-Am back. I remember commentating the very first Pro-Am way back in the day. And man, I can tell you, it has definitely come a long way. It's been incredible to see how far this game has come.
Pero je
I love
kriv.
to hear it. I love the excitement. Now, you've watched the pre-show. You've watched all 3 matches so far. We've got creators. We've got pros. I want to know, is there a specific creator that maybe surprised you a little bit on how well they've been playing?
Well, I mean, obviously, I don't know. Can we call him a creator? Stable Ronaldo? You know, I mean, I think he definitely has a little bit of that juice. But no, honestly, it's been great to see all the competitors like really giving it their all. And massive shout out to my boy Cypher PK, because it's his birthday. I've casted many of his events, so huge birthday wishes to him. And also
Ali,
to my boy Courage JD,
ovaj trenutak live, ovaj prijenos. Ali ovo.
But seriously, it's really cool to see all these creators come up.
I love it. Now, a lot of the OGs are familiar with the OGs. Now, are you going to put Cypher PK as your prediction? If you have to predict who is going to stay up on top of these next 3 matches, give me a duo.
Oh, man, look. I got to go with Clicks after what we just saw earlier. Absolute God-tier performance out of him. But you know what, man? I really want to see a little bit more out of Nick 830. And what was the new guy? Was it his name?
Queasy Nick 830?
There it is. That's the duo
Uspije
I'm looking
za
out for as well. I'm trying
Koliko
to see them
dobar
get
uvod
that
kida.
victory royale, and I think they're going to do it after this next game.
I love it. You got to put some respect on Queasy's name, the GOAT IGL of Fortnite competitive. I am loving the action so far. You're loving the action. That is a solid prediction. Any last words before we go back to the desk?
Oh, man, you know, I was there for one of the first Fortnite events ever done right here in LA. It's incredible to have seen how far this game has come. Look, I think
Šafar
it goes without
propada
saying the
igricu.
community that's come out for this, and it's really shown the passion and the love. Like, keep doing that. Keep enjoying stuff. It's important to enjoy things, cheer for the things you love, and have a good time out there. This is really a fun time, and shout out to Epic for putting this on.
I love it. I wouldn't expect anything less from the icon himself, Golden Boy. Thank you so much, Zeke. You know what to do.
Shout out the OG
Moj novi crush.
Golden Boy.
Straš.
That's where Booga came from, in case you didn't know. I mean, Golden Boy, we're just an absolute legend. Thanks for doing that for us, buddy. We appreciate that. And of course, shout out to Cypher PK. Happy birthday. If you haven't already, go wish him a happy birthday. Tweet at him, however you want to do it. Just make sure you say happy birthday. All right. We're kind of getting closer, okay? Closer and closer to kicking back up the competition. The players are having some time to kind of take a step back and collect themselves for the last 3 games. Why don't we take a look at kind of our standings and remind ourselves kind of what's transpiring. Because, man, these games have provided so much chaos. And, you know, if you told me, hey,
iskreno ne da mi se igrati.
Kanada and Stable Ronaldo would be in first place, I'd be like, bro, what are you talking about? There's so many different names. Why them? And my bad. I'm sorry. I didn't know.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, a little bit of a slow start, maybe a little bit of a sleeper start out of the duo, right? I was kind of watching them in some of the games. Stable Ronaldo getting, like, knocked. 6 zone that one game, and then all of a sudden, game number 3, that's where they kind of found their stride, the low ground. They found their zone. Shout out to Kanata for that one.
Go
But yeah, I mean, it's no
random.
surprise here, honestly. Like, I think everybody kind of coming into the competition, you've got an FNCS winner paired up with an FNCS winner. I mean, come on, what's going to happen?
Yeah, I mean, you know, a lot of people say that if you look at Fortnite from 5-6 years ago, it is a vastly different game, especially the competitive side of things. But still, being able to have that competitive mindset, understand what your priorities need to be, and also be able to synergize and communicate with your IGL is very important. I think that's what Stable Ronaldo brings, where maybe a few other content creators fall a little short, is that he understands what it means to be a duo, what it means to be in a team and work together.
I love it. We've done something special. We've got some stats from the first 3 games. You can kind of see, are there any front runners leading any of these stats? There's a name. You know, it's crazy, Viv. Why don't you just call out that name that seems to be eating up quite a bit of these stats?
So I read the first one, right, and I was like, ooh, Alex and Peterbot kind of tied up, and then my eyes went further down the list, and I was like, oh, Peterbot. Most damage done, best damage ratio, most builds, most eliminations. Peterbot, yeah, this is why he was finding
Peter
himself with
Očans.
top predictions.
Kako im ovdje da gledam, nemam pojma. Pitaš pogrešnu osobu.
And a lot of those eliminations are kind of earned towards the end game. So for the fact that he has the most damage, the most builds, and the most eliminations, while still not placing that very high, just shows how much of a powerhouse he is.
As somebody who pretty much gets to watch Peterbot on a daily, and I love doing so, I'm kind of afraid to say we still haven't seen that Peterbot-esque performance, right? I'm talking about one of those end games where 7 eliminations, you blink, and all of a sudden he gets them.
Well, I mean, Peterbot, you know, a completely incredible player in the standard Battle Royale mode that we're used to, and he has just perfected that. He's played everything with it, and I'm wondering, actually, if with it being reload mode, that it's not necessarily facilitating the kind of in-game that Peterbot is used to.
Best organizacija. Zašto su makli vrijeme za sljedeći game?
Pretty consistently, right? Every single time we kind of tune into him, he's picking up those refreshes. He's got a grapple gun to work with. It looks like he should be comfortable.
Something that we always say, though, about Peterbot is how he conditions the rest of the lobby.
Yeah.
And I think that this lobby is unconditionable because they are just so chaotic and they kind of just don't care. To quote David, I don't care is what they're saying to Peterbot.
I like that, but I think there's a point to that, right? Because obviously the fact we have all these different things, there's so much chaos, shocks, and people kind of landing back down. You're like, I just eliminated you. Wait, stop, don't come back, don't come back. Like, there's so many different things, and I think there is, because I agree. Normally with Peterbot, we're used to seeing like, oh no, there's 20 duos left alive, it's Peterbot, and then suddenly like, wait, Peterbot won and picked up like 11 eliminations? What just happened? Now, what
Alex je bolje od Petera.
Who has shown up as the best creator on the day? Well, it's actually Zemi who is looking the strongest right now, and I don't think any of us are really surprised to hear and or say that. I mean, just look at some of these stats. Zemi, he's got ice in the veins.
Yeah, I mean, no surprise right there. We were kind of talking Zemi. For anybody who doesn't know anything about Zemi, pretty much taking over the zero build scene. He's considered one of the best players in that game mode. Coming over to the pro-am, obviously, yeah, you gotta build a little bit.
Kanada je prvi, ja ne znam.
He knows how to kind of use all of these weapons. And I was actually talking to Zemi, right? Cooper was kind of gassing him up. He was like, dude, his aim is just like so good. And I was like, well, yeah, because in zero build, you used to people kind of like shockwave around all the movement that kind of gets added to zero build. Sometimes you just got to hit those shots of players flying through the sky. He's used to that. Reload, a lot of people flying through the sky.
And he's literally doing those aim trainer maps that we see, but it's just in zero build.
Neš vidiš,
Again,
Malvina.
he understands competition. He's entered competitions himself, and then joined by Cooper, who is an incredible IGL. But looking at the numbers, Nate Hill, if we're going to talk about a dark horse, Nate Hill is definitely one of them with 1,500 damage.
Well, yeah, a lot of that's actually got to be from last game, right? We saw him. I kind of talked about it a little bit, gave him a little bit of a shout out for pushing back
Pa jebi ga, bojica su doktori. Damage done. Nate Hill je kak je onaj drugi pro player?
Alex has been playing the game. He's an FNCS champion. Nate Hill, yeah, he's still kind of playing Fortnite, but he hasn't really considered himself or, you know, jumped into the competitions in a very long time. But to kind of see him do something like that and the show on the damage zone leaderboard, really, really cool to see.
I even saw Somerset up there, right? Like, whoa, what's going on?
Miller danas odigra posljednju utakmicu za Bayern.
It is so absolutely amazing. Now, we actually have an interview lined
Ili zadnju na Allianz Arena, sad nisi siguran.
We have to check in with Clix and Lacey because they're 4th place on the leaderboard at the moment, but there's only 11 points separating them from Canada at the top. Clix, what happened in that last game?
You know, there's a bush in front of us, and unfortunately they had a mammoth pistol and hit a headshot on Lacey, so he got hit 170. Not a good look.
Ne, idu penziju, ne, sam ne žele ga Bayern.
When zone's that far, you know?
Yeah, and I mean, Thomas and Somerset, they're going to do that to you once they get the Mammoth in their hands. Lacey, what's the strategy going forward?
I'm landing on Somerset. She out the entire game.
Well, maybe Somerset's listening to this and she's going to be ready for you.
Gledamo
It's a
Somerset,
situation though, isn't it, Clicks? It's anyone's game. All you need is one good
Na
game and you can
Twitteru
dominate the
nisu.
top again.
Yeah, I mean, these next 3 games are going to be really aggressive, so it's about just staying on par with the aggressiveness and trying to get many kills as possible.
And what's it like knowing that the crowd is on your side?
They're always on the side. You just gotta love the crowd.
Ali on majica dik se tebe.
Yeah, I mean, you got used to them being on your side, but you never take it for
Ga
granted,
čuo, pa
right?
pola su ga mutali. Mislim da je
For
psovo.
you, Lacey, obviously, the former pro player, now in front of the crowd again. Are you loving what you're hearing?
Yeah, you know, as a former professional player.
He's got like
Lik su ni
$5,000
dobro.
to his name. That's a former professional player.
Current professional player. You know, it's fun. It's my first LAN. The adrenaline up there on the stage. It's a lot of fun here.
Zanijelo klasiko. Pa dobro.
Everybody cheering us on.
So
Sam je
maybe
zašto
Major
ledeno.
Tree, Clicks might make some changes to his very successful trio and bring you in.
I don't know. I might have to drop Iamzo. Need a new fragger?
He would literally physically weigh down our team. Like, it's not worth it.
That's such a shame. But you know what?
We got a game. We got to go out.
Let's call this the last chance to head back to the desk. I need to sort this situation out.
Kakvi debili.
Oh god.
Ne znam, Davide, ne znam.
That is crazy.
There's the engagement farm we were looking for.
There it is. There it is. Obviously, you
Na
know
180 lok je
they're excited.
zaži
Obviously,
preopterećivat
that's a
PC.
character. That's them being characters. That's them being characters. What did you say? Oh, it has to do with the VOD review. Okay.
Well,
okay.
I'm gonna be honest. You know, you're talking about excitement, and we just saw Clicks and Lacey backstage. A lot of people are coming to the stage right now. I'm guessing that they might get a little bit more excited.
Zašto mali Buca nije pozvan tu?
When we do see Clicks and Lacey come out, but I just love to hear from Golden Boy that Clicks really surprised him, and I think you know, a lot of people.
To je jedno lijepo pitanje, pa on je popularniji od pola njih tu.
Content creator first, and then a pro player second, but he has just brought so much to the table in Fortnite competitive over these last years.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at some of the stats. I mean, you know me. I love stats. It makes things very, very simple. Peterbot leading the charge.
Damage
right
rate
now,
2,87.
damage ratio, almost 5k damage done. Look at the eliminations and of course the current place.
Pa
But
je,
again,
da.
Kelly, you kind of called out. Yeah, they're kind of hitting these good stats, but that placement isn't there.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that again goes down
Mislim
to
je dobro završila za kreativ
game
dance.
style is going for these like early game aggressions and then translating that into this end game, and I just think that typically we can see them
U
go
Epic
for
Games
low ground
Launcher
aggression and
ne
then
znam.
go for the high ground right when the moment's right, but they haven't been able to find that right moment. Peterbot, obviously with Aussie Antics, just seems to be struggling a little bit in that end game there, Vivid, but I think that there is definitely a possibility in these last 3 games for them to recover.
Yeah, I mean, no surprise that we see Peterbot kind of at the top of, you know, being that quote-unquote best player right there. He just always does so good. It's pretty much like that sole reason why he was finding himself on top of some of these prediction leaderboards.
Yeah. Hey, Lucifer, what are you doing? Did you want to come over? Did you want to come over and say something? Did you want to... Yeah, I know. Yeah, you want to hear? Why don't you throw this headset on?
I'm now casting the event.
Oh, okay.
We welcome you. Thank you, Lucifer, for joining us.
Na šta publikuje, na šta trošite pare? Šta ja znam, na živi.
I think he has the most elims alongside Peterbot.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, Ty.
Hey,
yeah.
all right, let's go.
So what did you guys talk about during the little bit of a break there?
About, you know, continuing to get the most elims.
Oh,
you know, saying
nice.
like placement's cool, winning is cool, but like elims are fun though.
Is there a player that you're looking to eliminate in particular, though?
Me personally?
Yes.
Somerset. She's wearing my Thomas, yeah, so maybe
Znaš
I'll
kako
get a
mi
bit of
90 euro, je to provjeravao.
Hopefully. Anyway, you guys are doing great.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm gonna go.
All right, thank you, loser.
Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, I can't believe Lucifer just came up to the stage. Oh my gosh, can you guys tell we are having so much fun right now? Oh my goodness. Let's take a look at the standings one last time before we jump back into the game. What a day.
Ja ću naručiti jednu.
We're so cool. Anyway, again, reminder at the top, Kanata, Saber Ronaldo, after game number 3, again, shocked us all. Just a crazy game. And now I got to ask, Viv, what do we think is going to change?
Frustraciju ima. 95. Ali 90 eura je puno, bro.
One duo kind of willing to change up in the early game, Peterbot and Aussie, right? Switching up their drop spot. Maybe they're kind of going to do something like that again. We just heard from Loserfruit that they're kind of expecting to continue to kind of go for the most eliminations. I'd love to see Veno and Reddish kind of enter the conversation. Right? 11 haven't seen a lot from them.
Yeah, we've seen Veno in the game solo a few times, so being able to just kind of have Reddish there probably, you know, as an opportunity.
Kako može ona tak sjedit ravno?
But for me, what I think we're going to see in game 1, we saw a lot of shockwaves. We saw a lot of shockwaves in the end game, and then games 2 and 3, it was a little bit less. I think in these next few games, these end games, especially with the mobility items, are going to be shaking up that high ground a lot.
I'm curious, will Loserfruit get the elimination onto Lachlan? The single desire she seeks, the single elimination, will we make that happen? Speaking of course, of other conversations, could we see Thomas HD and Somerset get a victory royale? I mean, Loserfruit's talking her up.
I mean, will we? I think we definitely can. I think Thomas HD and Somerset, we saw Somerset on the leaderboard there for creators when it comes to damage done, so they're obviously playing pretty well. I would be curious to kind of see the leaderboard for damage done amongst the pros, because I would be not surprised if Thomas HD kind of found himself there. So, I mean, they're doing good in that department. They just got to kind of find themselves to the end game, kind of stick together as a duo.
Yeah, definitely going for that kind of early game aggression stat instead. But you know, Zeke, I just want some more Fortnite. That's what I'm here for, and I think that's what everyone else is here for as well.
I think you guys want more games of Fortnite, right? Are you guys ready? Casters, take us in a game.
Look, we've had enough of a break. The players have all had an opportunity now to revisit some of those first 3 lobby strategies, Jacob, and the revisions have got to come through heavy because some of these teams outside that top 10 leaderboard, you know they're going to be looking to overtake.
Yeah, no, during that break, I got a chance to chat not only with some of those players, but with some of the spectators as well, and it's been in agreement. This has to be one of the most fun tournaments that we have seen in a long, long time. The action for the first 3 games were absolutely impeccable, and I expect it to heat up even more, because even Cypher PK in one of those interviews said our game plan probably get more aggressive.
It's definitely a sea of Dream and Merge and Xset out there. So Clicks, Lacey, they've got to continue trying to deliver some victory royale, see if they can hold on to that first place position. But we've got game 4 on lock and ready to go.
This is it, the true halfway point of the 2025 FNCS Pro-Am competition, and where you're at on the leaderboard, I feel like dictates how you get to play. In the top 5, business as usual. Anywhere down below, if you're looking for that #1 spot and to be able to hoist that trophy, you might have to get aggressive.
But some things are not going to change as Alex opening up with a big elimination. Loserfruit said, hey, just keep hunting them down, and he sure is delivering right now. But Faxity, he's going to find the most shield currently at Dirty Dogs. Zemi kind of hesitating for a moment. Didn't want to take that pistol shot. Didn't feel like he was going to be able to actually close that gap.
Nije matik.
Might actually be looking to take the charge though onto Fax.
Još kapaj smorili.
It's kind of taking their time.
Može bude bolje, možda.
Feeling things out. They don't want to go ahead and make any decisions that they're going to regret later on.
Stavila kapu, ne, drži kapu cijelo vrijeme, ne znam što. Nego Zorana live. Ili utek.
Side of the map, the dust has settled just a little bit until somebody makes a mistake.
Gun and Flakes just seem like they can't catch a break though. If it's not Faxity and Reason, if it's not
Šta mi u toj live malo je spuk.
Worry about Oshi with Alex and Loserfruit, and another team that the desk kind of called out. Hey, we'd like to see them enter a big part of the conversation for today's competition.
Typical gamer Usra Petera.
Taken down out of nowhere. Typical gamer and Booga. They just got enough close in person. Waiting for the action to come to them.
Oh, and that is a big loss. Not just the point that they give on over, but the Chug Jug and the legendary Slurp going on over to Typical Gamer. And it's Typical Gamer himself.
Ma da, usrovi. Htio mu DN, sad to ne može naš DN. Sve je opet ga ugasio. Ma da, koji od tega šuri.
absolute catastrophe for him too. Toyota, Captain Shota, they're opening up big swings here. One elimination onto Savage now means that the exposure is so detrimental here if Savage doesn't get a chance to actually touch base.
Yeah, especially since he just rebooted right
Alex
in front.
Ganja.
Lachlan is going to be nearby, focusing on that one.
Gde je
Alex
ono
does
za...
go down. Great shot by Moxie. It is going to be a trade, but Alex getting taken down by the Storm. Cypher PK being the hero, making sure that they get the revive. They don't want to waste any time sending Moxie on the reboot, and they do get to keep their loot. A great heads-up play by Cypher PK closing in on that.
It's exactly what they needed.
Je ga dobio beam s leđa.
Probably wishing that this exchange would have been so even. Good backup though from Cypher. At the same time,
Lace.
Toyota, they found Savage yet
Toyota odlučio do Kije.
They want more, but Savage and Lachlan, they're on the run. It's Lacey. Actually, no, cancel that. Lucky. I'm so sorry.
Ja sam mislio da je Lace. Zašto se nazvao Lucky? Kakaretar.
There just no Savage and Lachlan have been running around. They're just on the hunt constantly. But now
Savage
is
moving
towards Steamy Stats, and he's hoping with more and more teams over on this north side of the map that this could be a chance for them to get back up. But Benno with the all-seeing eye know that he's a solo and is immediately going on the hunt.
Niko
Waiting for that perfect moment. Savage knows he can't glide up. That would leave him open to getting taken down. But Benno's gonna go ahead and seal that.
Ne sad da udara, jebi ga. Ne, Toyota je dok. Ali on Lucky igra lošim playom. Lachlan dead, a? Spona Savage. Ali Somerset i Thomas uzimaju kill.
Will he be able to do the same favor for his duo?
Ode i Savage. Toyota ga sačeka.
And this is just disastrous. Coyote, Captain Shota is there as well.
Kako će Savage biti dead last?
Originally taken down Savage and Lachlan as a part of their game plan. Thomas and Somerset just taking advantage.
Ode li jej. Ma Kanada doktor.
And stable Ronaldo getting busy here in the early game, and they have access to two different supply drops on the right side of the map if they want to venture towards.
Ja, gdje si igraju?
Seem like they're really starting to find their rhythm here, Jacob, and if somebody's not going to force them to come.
Ti gledaj, ali ja sam luzao vano i vano neke random ženske u Victory Cupu, ono. I ona uzela Ernings. Ja izvorište. Kad sam to vidio, ja izvorište. Eli je dead, niš novo. Ja, doktor. I dalje doktor. Veno dead.
In the mini-map alone, there's about 5 teams, so it's not going to be easy for Ollie A to get back up into this game. Especially since he's just going to get rebooted over and over again right above Mongo. Typical Gamer and Booga. They were the ones that got that initial elimination onto Peterbot over towards Slurpee. That was able to get him a good amount of loot to take this.
Ema Eli nešte landat. I Peter still kill.
Hey, if anybody is going to be a second half player in this tournament, it's got to be him, right?
Feel bad for Booga though. He just got robbed a little bit there by Pete. Did all the heavy lifting, landing that body shot with the Mammoth pistol just for the single tag.
Sve umro, da?
Elimination towards Peterbot.
Šta prikazujete, jednom ga je hitao, ono.
Booga was able to still set him up indirectly. Zemi Cooper kind of just taking a moment though. They've got space, they've got time to work with, plenty of material, really solid loadouts, mobility, chug splashes. This is practically everything you can
Radal kliks, Kanada.
Zone is opening up in their favor, all the way towards the north, all the way behind them.
Koji nije odigrali jedan game, jebi ga. A Mongrel je isto tu najlošiji od svih pro playera. Osim onaj koji igra s Nate Hillom. Aha, Eli je još jednom dead. Zašto bi landu gore? Čuje ga puca, joj, opet je umro. Joj, kakareta. Četiri kila je već dao Peteru.
It's like poking the bear. You poke Peterbot one too many times, you land near his drop spot.
Nešto je landat. Ma da, 5. kill Peter.
He has 5 eliminations. I believe 4 of them are just farming Ali A out of the sky. I feel so bad, but it really just means that Mongrel down below, even though he doesn't want to have to push up, I feel like he almost has to do something to cause a distraction.
This
is not very wholesome for Ali A, man. This is brutal work by the lobby. Peterbot and Aussie. The punching bag that's been established in the sky. Aussie maybe keeping tabs though on the next loot crate. Jacob, Cammy, they could be
Evo ga.
want to actually steal this one for themselves.
Drugi pokušaj.
Look at Cold and Courage. They're also making their
Ma da.
No, you go somewhere else, the other side of the map, please. I can't keep watching this highlight reel of Ali A being elimed off cooldown.
Ali ima najviše saba na YouTube.
Insane, Peterbot. Without the Mammoth either, just dealing tons of damage along with Ozzy, and they have their plans set forward. Then you got one team on one side of the map with Peterbot, Thomas can be on the other side, deep in the zone, 1v1, Thomas versus Veno, a battle of the ages for EU. He's gonna shockwave into the box, cause chaos, but Veno's gonna see that one coming. Quickly Bill is trying to defend himself. Thomas not falling off just yet.
Nimam pampuku.
Opportunity by not firing the shot. That's gonna allow for Veno to stay alive just a little bit longer.
Somerset, we gotta keep an eye on her as well. She might be able to actually help out Thomas HD here, and Veno still under so much pressure. Thomas does have a full chug jug if he needs it, and he's going to have to opt for the chug jug. But Veno doesn't have any whites. He manages to just barely find a handful of bandages inside of Steamy Sacks, but Thomas, he's putting on so much pressure. He doesn't want to let Veno get any kind of healing off, and sure enough, Veno, he just had the clock working against him.
Yeah, eventually Thomas knew he has to pop the bandage or fight back, and if he fights back, he's going down either way. Luckily for Veno though,
ne vjerovali, je opet dead.
Ovaj
put od Alex.
For Coyote, Captain Shota, they're going to be on top of the Steamy Stacks. They know they can use that to rotate forward, save the shockwave, the crash pads for later, but they're just waiting to hunt this team down.
Wait, I don't know if Thomas is aware of the fact that those two are even up on top of Steamy Stacks. Luckily though, they're going to make their departure.
Coyote 4 kila, njegov teammate 1, a? Opa, je, još jednom dead, opet od Alex. Ozzy dead. Glacija nije, sad daje malo Alexu kilo.
Gonna manage to tag team, but it's Aussie and Ali A just fighting for their lives to try and land here.
That's A-okay.
Puć. Jebem ti internet. Vrati se u život. Koji skin zaboravio se kako se zove. Nemoj me trola, daj bekaj se. Mislim da je svima umrl, a ne samo meni. Nije do mene! Čani, eto. Nije do mene, puklim sve. Sve im puklo. La papa. Na vidjeti YouTube. Sve im puklo. Kapuc.
They're on me. I'm in wood. Oh, dude, I'm just gonna get lobby now.
The whole lobby crashed?
Yep. Bruh. I literally have 0 builds, so.
Did the internet crash?
Bro. People stay out of this, man.
Did you?
Never mind.
Stop editing. Get out of that box, just come here. We're gonna throw their crash pad and jump in and go in. It's probably gonna pull back, so we're gonna go like...
Holy shit, yeah, we gotta stay on the hit. We need to get up there, low-key.
No. The thing with reload, trust me, I've played every single time.
Okay.
They might pull into the water. It's possible. It's not programmed where you can't pull. It's possible to come back. Where it's south.
Otko kaj pozove, a što njega? Doktor! Šta da gledam? Petera da gledam.
Right here?
Evo Peter.
Ready?
Yep.
I'm in front of
yeah, I'm literally on you.
Dobro, puće mi. Aha, i njemu puklo. Kanada?
Salonja?
I njemu puklo sve. Gotovo, ljudi. Sve je puklo. Krešim cijeli lan.
Oh no. Oh no. Did the whole venue get... Higgs also has their internet.
Zapalila se zgrada.
Chat, I'm gonna have to turn up the ads. Chat, get ready for some ads, chat. We're gonna have to run some ads in a second here.
Mislim da im je pukao cijeli game, sve im je puklo.
The USC Wi-Fi turned off. Oh no! No! Who tripped over the wire?
Jadan Peter sa 6 kila. A kako sam znao da će se nešto sjevat? Na početku lana sam rekao desit će se nešto. Rekao sam da će se nešto desit. LEA DDoS servere i internet. LEA DDoS internet.
Like the actual university is also down, like inside the classrooms and shit.
This is insane. The whole event just went down. I'm live on my phone.
My friend goes to USC and the Wi-Fi is off. Oh no!
Oh my god, I have 100,000 viewers.
Oh no!
Yo, everything is down. Look at all the players.
Isključe kable, to.
What do they do?
Look at this.
Evo Peter, chilla.
There's literally nothing they can do. The whole internet's down at the server.
Everything is down.
I mean, chat, you guys wanted a 2-day tournament. There you go. You guys wanted a 2-day tournament. There it is, chat. There it is. We might get ourselves a 2-day tournament here. What the fuck? How does that happen?
RIP.
Chat, the whole server internet is down at UCS. What the fuck?
Yo, that thing is moving so fast.
Wait, try. Is he in a dorm?
10K viewers, 180.
Is he at a dorm?
Yo, are you connected to Wi-Fi or no?
Yeah.
Make sure you guys sub if you're getting ads. Make sure you guys sub if you're getting ads.
Ripim Wi-Fi. Sve im ripalo.
Bruga's running ads. Don't worry, chat. I won't run an ad on you.
Yo,
I won't run an ad on you, chat. Don't worry.
I've never in my entire life seen an event
Well,
go
this
down.
is insane.
Have you ever?
Sad će vrati kable.
This is insane. What the
they
fuck?
reconnected and then it went down again. Like it.
No. The thing was the main broadcast went down like a minute before everyone here.
How do they fix this? How do they fix this? Because it's not only this stadium, chat. It's the whole campus. The whole campus is down.
It's too easy. It's too easy to somebody got down on the front row.
Eto, šta je eto? Urekao sam ih.
I literally think it got turned off. I'm like, dude, look at how many kids are just running around. Like, people are getting up here. Dude, there's like kids behind us, bro. Everyone's just sneaking in everywhere.
Iskreno, Dominik.
Oh, you can't flip.
Are we back? Ali's revenge. 20K on Bucky.
Follow the streamer from new. Use my code in the Fortnite.
I mean, I'm
Mali buca i DDoS organizovali, da.
I don't have a code that I really care about, so you can just watch the stream.
Respekt.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Only person live at Pro-Am. Woo!
Oh, you guys are working?
So, here's the situation.
Wait, there's
We've
one.
had a little bit of a power outage backstage. Because the action here has been so
Classic. Classic. Yo, reading for the Twitch Prime.
We're gonna have a little bit of fun.
Let's go.
Oh my God. Really be making these players happy. But now I want you to make me happy, okay? Have you guys heard of a wave? Do you know how to wave? Not like this.
They're doing the wave?
It was Drew.
They're doing the wave. This
Mali pucao kroz seversku
Guys, we
stranu.
might be having a kind of an emergency right now, but I want everyone to do the wave right now. Bro, come on.
Baki, pa što ubi live?
Surely not.
I had an effort for a sec. Yo.
The crowd's fucking pissed.
They're doing the wave.
What a competitive tweet? Uh-oh.
Hey.
I've never seen the
We're
wave
fixing
at a
intense
Fortnite event.
difference and actually fixing the
This is
issue.
not real. We are doing the wave at a Fortnite event.
Oh my god, I should have known after Evo Cup was broken yesterday. Evo Cup was
To ja
fucking
gledam.
broken yesterday, and now the Pro-Am is broken too. We just can't win. Fortnite just can't win.
No one's, no.
Like, we were finally back as an esport, man.
Look at
We were
Booga.
finally back.
Everyone's just giving up. They're just walking around.
I mean, I couldn't do it without my duo partner loser fruit, so I'm just
Facts.
happy to be partnered with it, honestly.
Poza Nikola.
Ah, come on, Trite, man. Come on, bro. Come on, man. Look at the people talking to Ali, eh?
Šta idu iza?
I never thought I'd hit my max.
They gotta tell him, stop, change your skin, Ali, eh, man.
My max viewer count ever is on a Fortnite crash. I fell off. Or I've been off.
We might actually get a day two.
Anyone who stopped by, appreciate
Rip.
Oh my god.
Kovina, pa Kanada je prvi i sad u endgameu četvrtog gejma je pukao internet.
Well, this is bad. This is actually really bad. Ali said on Mongol stream that he couldn't change his skin. I mean, surely we can let him change his skin, right? Like, surely, man.
Otkli pa
Ali,
Rusta.
incoming. Let's fucking
Ali
go.
Mrstaš nije Rus.
Like, sweet, I saw chat. Apparently, chat, if you just joined us, apparently all the internet is down at
Pukao
the
im cijeli
USC.
internet.
At this university, apparently all the
Rusija
internet
nije
is
on
down,
iz
even in the dorm
Latvije ili
rooms.
tak nešto.
Somehow. Like, this doesn't feel random, I can't lie. That does not feel random, I feel like. 'Cause how the fuck does that happen?
Kak ti Cooper stoji?
No way they're rebooting this game when we're cooking.
Cooper... treći.
That's a lawsuit? I don't know, that's kind of insane though.
Is this real?
Unless like someone fucking like cut a cable or some shit on, I mean it's a Saturday, so I guess they could be doing some sort of like emergency renovation on like the internet line or something, but that's insane. That's insane.
To Davide, neće biti da, ma neće. El bol, ali mislim da nije do njih. Viš da kažu da je cijeli taj i arena i kampus i sve, cijeli taj ovaj dio pukao internet. I škole i sve kažu.
Oh my god, look who it is. I wish I could zoom in more.
Oh my god,
I wish I can zoom. Što prati loser fruit?
Someone said this is the first time this has ever happened in a few years. I don't know, bro. It's kind of insane, though. Chat, I understand. I got a lot of viewers. It's fine. You don't have to spam it, boys. We're good. I'm not gonna run ads, chat. We're good.
Koliko Bob ima viewera?
Run ads. I'm not fucking milking it. We're just chilling. Everyone chill.
Neće mi učitati.
Usually they have so much background stuff I can never.
Chat, I'm not gonna run
8K,
ads because I already ran one and I can't run another one. Okay, move on. New for the country.
Vidiš ja bolje ne da, internet BH Telekom.
Are they back? Are they back? Are we back? Okay. Hey! TeamSpeak!
Oni preko TeamSpeaka pričaju.
TeamSpeak in the big 2025. Are you fucking serious, man?
Kanada prvi, pa je, nisu odigrali ni jedan game. Pukao im internet. To si vidio. To
It was
video.
cooked from the start, man. It was cooked from the start. This would have never happened on Discord. Alright, I guess we're back, sort of.
They got DDoS. They took down the broadcast once and then it went back up and they took it down again. That was actually just impressive.
It was Ali A. Thanks for letting us know.
Što da rekao, jesi Skype? Skype su gasio, mislim.
Thank God. Ali A got his shooters in, bro. Enough was enough.
Ali oni pričaju preko TeamSpeaka.
Ali A got angry.
Da, tijela vidio si.
Alright, Click's got another tweet. TeamSpeak IP leak? I don't see. I'm super young, so I don't know how TeamSpeak works. Chat. How does TeamSpeak work? Like, did they leak the server? Is this like leaking the server or something? Like, I'm a Discord type of guy, you know? Like, I've never used TeamSpeak in my life. No. Like, Venish and Veno are the only ones that are back, so probably the password. I mean, I think they're good. Probably. I don't know. Let's actually not show that. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, let's probably not give that attention.
Strašno.
You need a password?
LA se naljutio pa DDoS servere. Ili mali buce, zato ga nisu zvali. Neko od njih dvoje je.
Oh wait, all the screens just simultaneously locked in. One is back as well. Are they like IRL streaming?
Ne, to se na TeamSpeak piše.
Ronaldo. Oh, he's just on his ingest. Okay, well, now we wait.
Baki ima 40k viewsa.
Well, you guys want to we no longer get 6 games. We have 7 now. Woo. Now we get 7. Let's go.
Što ovaj game će se priznat? Dobro je, Baki. Dok sad ti pojavio internet.
Chad, that's not the IP. That's the fucking TeamSpeak server. Like, that's not. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I don't think that's anything deep.
Ti želi vika, ne mogu sve pozvat, to je stvar.
Thomas 3? Is Thomas pissed?
Petar uzas... Ne znam koliko Alex ima ovaj game. Mislim da nima niš puno, usrali su ga u spawn.
No way that we win this game will kick in. I already saw that.
Tomas je pop-off ovaj game, da.
Source at the arena telling us that fast you turn off the internet so you can hit a quick 10k deeper off stream without anyone noticing. Classic. Classic. Alright, man. So people's streams are back, but again, chat, like, I don't think they're confident in.
Mislim da im je rip sve.
I feel like they gotta know the reason why that
Respect,
happened,
Peter,
you know?
respect.
I feel like, oh, wait, the broadcast is sort of back? I guess they're back on that camera view, okay. So we're sort of back, at least on that side of things. But like, I guess they gotta wait until they know why the fuck that just happened. Chat, the leak, that's only the team server.
Sve pogasio pa moguće. Poslije nas stil pak fiksa još.
Been back for like 2 minutes, yeah.
And a Lufu, not loser fruit, Lufu.
Fortnite nije.
IP address, again, it's a TeamSpeak ID, it's nothing deep.
Ti to sad je objavio. Da, Hypex ja ne vjerujem više ništa.
Okay, how the fuck do they have a picture of Faxity as the low bitrate picture? You can't join it unless you have a password. So, what's TeamSpeak? That's what I'm saying.
Taš da ja ne vidim, nemam pojma.
That's what I'm saying.
They're starting a Bucky chant to get me on the stream. They're starting a Bucky chant. Yeah.
Nego što pojeo sve.
I saw the tweets.
I mean, what's this event without Bucky FPS, right?
Neki je rekao što svi ulaze u salu. Neko zgasio internet. A, ne znam.
I like how Fortnite competitive is just replying and playing into it.
Strašno.
But I'm choppy.
Sve će malo se lelije.
Dude, thank God for iRoll toolkit and like my setup, bro. Wow.
Spalio pre 5 minuta. Iskreno, ja nemam osjećaj kada sam live 3,5 sata. Ne znam, zabavno mi je ovo gledat.
Well, like they had power outages, but
How much shit there was behind like getting this IRL stream set up.
kind of crazy though. First time.
Et pa ih ostajte u LA-u, tamo je sve bolesno, onaj bolestan narod i sve bolesno.
Happens VCT all the time. I mean VCT it makes sense though, bro, because like no one's trying to watch VCT, so like yeah. That's fine.
Se javi mali bus.
Valor went down for a week.
Are they gonna say Bucky
A week?
Iskra Dominik, i meni bi bilo.
This Samsung is insane.
Wait, how the fuck did it go down for a week?
I'm in like 4K quality.
Kaj TeamSpeak? Aplikacija za pričanje.
Look how far down she is, bro.
Surging forward, so to speak, to use a Fortnite term accurately.
Okay.
I think we're gonna do.
Elije DDoS.
Ali A DDoS Fortnite.
Nisam ja uskao najca, eto. Dali basta like na live, zašto
Please
to
let
radite?
him change his skin, man. Just let him change his skin, and this won't happen anymore.
Ne da mu da skin promijeni, ja?
CS accidental raid? Oh, I remember that. I think CS raided like a random streamer with like 5 viewers. Like 100,000 viewers. Randomly in the middle of the tournament. That was a big fuck up, I remember that.
Niko te ne doživljava ni 2%.
Up as well? Let's go.
Su prišli ljudi u rat.
Now we wait.
Ili mali buce ili...
This is like when Ninja did the floss.
What happened with Ali A? Essentially, I mean, if you're not up to date with the Ali A lore, you know, Ali A has been fucking getting milked by the whole lobby. Stop it, guys. Leave him the fuck alone. They just keep killing him out the air.
Someone's doing it, bro. There's 3 kids trying to shoot him every time. Oh, there's 2.
And after the 7th time Ali A died, the whole server went down and the internet crashed. There's some very, I mean, you don't want to fuck with the Ali A thugs, is all I'm saying, bro. You know, the Ali A thugs hit different.
People in arena with just the microphone. Dude, this is actually hard.
Ali A made the call.
Entertaining a bunch of 8-year-olds, bro.
The Ali A shooters.
No, she's actually.
Mali buce ili...
What is this?
She's always been very good. W Frankie. No, this is not an easy job entertaining arena like.
Wait, is this the entire state?
She got no script, nothing, bro. She's out there just coming up with shit, bro. That's like, it's actually very difficult.
What?
Esports isn't esports without you guys. Like the audience at home and around the world, they get a feel for what it's like.
That's USA. Yes, I know it's USA chat. Does this mean that the entirety of LA and California has 10,000 fucking situations or something?
RIP.
Chat. You have to keep in mind, Yoxic is a fucking tier 1 clip farmer. We don't even know if it got DDoSed. Like, this showed on stream afterwards, not before it happened. That happened afterwards, not while it happened, so we don't even know. Like,
Kapit se internet se sklopala. Gle, vraćaju se ovi.
it's also a local IP, yeah, yeah. It was a DDoS that happened. I mean, it might have been. It might have been.
Što ovaj Nick Jeh tu izvodi?
I don't know. If the entirety of
Pa tila, svi su dobili pikekse kogod je bio tu i vjerojatno mi je neko prodao, ono, tako da...
I feel like. Oh my god, we got Nick A30 emoting now.
Nick A30, you might go!
Mogu se vratiti net, nije još.
Kip and Aussie antics. Nice.
You can't do one!
What the fuck, Bucky?
20 min se vraći. Da, ti to sigurno znaš.
Oh my god, we're doing push-up contest.
Nisam, Tila, nisam. Nisam to
20
ispratio.
minutes on the broadcast now? Is the broadcast back?
Aha, 20 minuta. Rečeno.
The broadcast back. Alright, 20 minutes shot. Another break.
Respekt.
Another break. Let's fucking go. Alright, all good, all good.
Gle ga. Aj, koliko možeš?
I'm smoking all of them. I can do like...
Ko će napraviti više ljudi? Prediction?
The venue, my Wi-Fi's fine? Okay. Bobby, like specific providers?
Yo, one's doing faster than the other. Or am I tripping?
I feel like Nick wins this, no?
Oh, someone's got to pay the bills.
Isn't this a Fortnite line? Yes, this is a Fortnite line. This is what we're...
She's not fucking with Nick A30.
This is what we've limited ourselves to, chat. That game will not count. No, they're restarting this game.
Yeah.
Gledaj.
To be fair, Cypher's way bigger than Nick. Look at this guy.
Ovo je brat lijevo vajba, gle ga.
Holy shit! I can only do like 10, bro. This is actually really impressive. Oh my god!
Come on, Cypher, at least win something today, man. Nah, Nick's him. Nick's him.
Nick je Kevino, oh my god.
Nick is him. Classic.
Let's go, ball jam!
Never give up, never what?
W Nick.
Dude,
Bucky's
got too much, way too much energy, man.
Oh, Cole's right there.
Glug. Ajmo Kurić, ajmo. 1. 2. 2 dosta.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, Coach doing it too.
Yo. What the fuck?
Ajmo 5.
What the Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, gle ga. Aj ti sad, et.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Holy smokes! Oh my god!
Check it, doesn't he have a bad back?
Oh my god, Courage!
Oh. Oh, he's dead.
Umro.
He fucking died! Oh my god!
Get medic, he died!
Umro. Kao najšu posobu za net.
Dude, Cypher is massive.
Man. Chad, this is my fucking esport, by the way.
Strašno.
Well, this is the shit we're looking
Kak
at in
sam
my
ti ne
Fortnite
krade.
video game.
Daj vratni Bakija.
$16 minutes left. How did the land get more Mickey Mouse? I don't know.
Oh, they're in game, they're in game.
Opa, u gameu su.
Bring my skin back.
Wait, is it someone tagged me in an Ali A clip. Hold on. We got an Ali A shooter on the site. Hold on.
What the fuck is this? This is stupid! Let me change my skin so people stop farming me, bro!
So they're not letting him change his skin?
Every zone, bro, please, or something.
Guys, let Ali A change his skin or next game, bro. Like,
give us some zones now.
Let him change his skin.
Bring my skin back!
Strašno.
Oh no.
Se izbeci kaki slični taj.
He should have known. People warned him. Yeah, but it's his icon skin, bro. He has to wear his icon skin at least for one game, you know? He's got to watch at least for one game, surely. Booga's not wearing the skin? Well, people on WK and Booga, right? So.
Evo ga Savage. Vrati mi Bakija!
Issues at the LAN. Remember last Globals, we were literally struggling to see whether or not the meta was going to change during... What was that music here? Okay, that freaked me out. Remember, like, we were seeing whether or not the meta was going to change, like, 30 minutes before the LAN started, and we had to delay it by, like, an hour and a half.
Mislim da Baki umire.
I mean, that's just our esport, man, you know? That's just our esport. That's just a classic. Uh-oh, Bucky got... Bucky's next shot.
Baki rip. Jebate, ja kad god switcham na nekog on umre.
Alright, we got... Wait, how's Mongo... Wait, what? How the fuck is Mongo got the crowd POV? That's probably his manager, actually.
Ali put se zajeba. Ode im on gral, a? Ode ja. Aj, Meki, uživaj.
Like, he doesn't even know that this camera's on him.
Se sprdaju s kablovima. Lije hoće da mijenja skin, oni mu ne daju.
To be fair, he is in first place right now, so the pressure is on him. The pressure's on Ron right now. All eyes on Ron. Bucky crashed. Is Rash for Bucky?
Se vratio Baki. Bekos. Nije, ali dalje umire. Rip. Rip. Let's show Paladin does machine. Zašto je black screen? Ne. Rip.
I said this when I was doing predictions. If Ozzy and P have to lift the trophy, there's a crooked dynamic here of how that's gonna work. Like Ozzy might have to just pick up Peterbot and then pick up the trophy in his other hand. I don't know how they're gonna fit in the frame there. It wouldn't work. He'll lift Pete with the trophy. Okay, that'd actually be a cool picture. Like he's gonna Simba Peterbot. I feel like there's slightly.
Uzim ti žirafa, visok čovjek je već.
But fuck it, I guess with Simba and Peterbot.
Tek smo i dalje na trećem gameu.
What's Higgs?
A traje već 4 sata.
What's up with Higgs?
Chat.
Does the game count? The game does not count. No. The game does not count. The game is getting restarted. So we still have another 3 games to go, chat. The game is getting null and voided. Let's just hope it doesn't happen again. Because a power outage randomly like that's kind of insane. Low key.
Odvigna reload, aj? Tam ti daj.
What the fuck was that? That was a fly. On the Bucky stream, they got Buck 2. They got Buck 2, man.
Strašno. Ja ću zaspat dok sve završi, ono. Pismo da je Adidas. Iskreno. Iskreno. Mali buca kriv. Šta mislim da se to meni desilo u castima, ono i da je bio endgame fazon? Mislim da mi ljudi vrištali i psovali, govorili da sam ono, ovo, bla bla bla. Da meni ne prepuko net. Ali dobro. To meni laguje stream. VJV. Ili cheat ili DDoS. Tako sam da mali posao noći. Op, 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 op. Nemoj raspenito na poši da lako. Internet i grifa, ju. Opas. Da stavim na 20 sekundi. Unlucky. Internet i opasno grifaju. Šta imam ispraviti? Ma, pravec. Ne mogu igrat, brate, ja ću se polako krenuo spavat. I ovo mi je prek što freebuildam. Sam 7 metara samo FM. Strašno. Strašno. Unlucky za Fort. Baš mi ih nije žao ni 2%. I treba da mi se sve to dešava. Kad rade gluposti od igrice. Kad rade sprdnje od igrice, tako mi treba. Gledajte Viktori, kak treba. Kao najbolje ne. Ma to je bolesno da... Htio sam reći država. Ali... Općenito bolestan narod i sve bolesno. Ja ne znam kako neko može tam živjeti. I tamo izađeš na ulicu, neko te ubije, jebate. Možeš šadat, mogu, ali mi taš posao da koristiš moj sac. Op, ne znam više bilo. Što sam znao bilo da znao sam. Od sad sam rip. Josko možeš to da se desi. Ne možeš. Dođeš pro playeru mesa, vidi nikad te ne može ubiti. Sve je moguće. Sve je moguće. Još 5 minuta. Jadan Tomas, taman kad je krenio pop-offat, oni mu ga ubiju. Ne mogu, neće mi više ulaziti u edit. Rip. Moj internet sad rip. To je s NPC-ma, nije. Čak je on najbolje im na svijetu, jebate. I nije jasno šta su oni radili s kreatom. Pazite ljudi kako mi izgleda noć u mapi. Aha, vidi. Gle. Znamo da je od njih. Ovo baš bolest. Gledaj, ovo mi sve plavo, brate. Ovo je inače bijelo. Jel vama ovo sve izgleda bijelo? Ajme, ajde. Šta ti ne bilo jasno u rečenici, pošalj da koristiš saci, ja tada. Mislim da to je vrlo neka jednostavna rečenica koja se mora razumjeti. Op. Evo, ko pita za Fanatiku, ona je zapravo tamo, ali nije tamo. Ona je kao zadužena za lajvanje toga. Isto koji, na primjer, ovaj Hicks. Još 2,5 minute. I onda se oni bekaju. O, koristi. Dobro. Ona bez presuda zaprkava. Zdu nema problem. Nema što priča čovjek. Što priča? Što da gleda kolda, da.
Someone must have nicked the wire or something. And like all of these things got outed. Oh, GG's. Explain in Fortnite terms? I can't, bro. Google it. Google it.
Koliko ima prije 14 godina, pa dobro. Di sam ja sad ušao? Evo je. Jeste Ado, dobro. Ko je ovaj Pilat? Bup, malo ti kasni.
Come on, baby. We back, baby.
Znaš print, aj mi napiši sad rečenicu koju sam ti ja rekao 2 puta.
Heat wave.
Right? There was heat outside, but there's heat in these very walls right now because the first 3 games were unbelievable. Now, obviously, we didn't finish out game 4. We're just going to go ahead and scratch that one out. I know, but we're going to go ahead and play games 4 through 6 like normal. There's still a competition to be had.
Imagine everyone has to wear the Allier skin now for revenge.
Of course, a beautiful trophy from Thomas.
Please just let him change his skin, man.
The winners of the competition.
Please just let him change his skin. Yo, Vika, they switched to the touch
Dobro, ne mogu te pup slušat, daj mi sad da slušam njih. Da koristim riječ prije toga što sam rekao. Vrati live i poslušaj rečenice i napiši mi od riječi do riječi što sam rekao. Krpice, poz.
So hopefully in games 4 through 6 we get some more south zones for them, but honestly I think even without that this is a duo that could easily make their way into the end game regardless of where those zone pulls. I mean, look at the amount of eliminations that they're able to hold, being only just 1 elimination short of Ozzy, Antics, and Peterbot.
Yeah, we're always talking about zone pulls, but look, it's Kanata and Ron. They are both not only FNCS Major Finals participants, they are champions, both of them in the FNCS. So, you know, I'm not really surprised to see them at the top. The question is, they are very close to second, even third place. We were just speaking with Ron.
Use code Fikiris right now shop.
But in that second place spot, it is Seti and Daya.
That's right. Mentals are good. Games are ready. So we're jumping right back into the action.
To je sneaker do Fortnite.
Take it away.
Pa prije do loser fruit.
Allier has some shooters maybe on that USC campus, okay? What was taking place in Game 4 hopefully is not a reoccurring theme here, but Mongrel, Allier, they've got an opportunity now to try and run it back with a new strategy for Game 4, Jacob.
Yeah, and I just kind of hope throughout that break, you know, they have that mental toughness. They stayed focused. They had their eye on the prize the entire time because there were some push-ups going down. I feel for Cypher's arms. I feel for Nick and Courage's arms. I don't know how they're going to hit a shot after.
And nah, Nick, it's another day at the office. That man is built for doing push-ups. Okay? You don't start a push-up competition without feeling confident that you're going to bring it home. Respect though to Cypher. He tried his best. I feel like Courage might have been an intervening factor, but we got Game 4 ready to go. Let's run it back.
Naravno, krepice, naravno. Game 4 idemo.
For game number 4, the second half of the day. And honestly, from what we've seen before everything happened, we saw a little bit more confidence going down around the entirety of the lobby. Obviously, kind of helping those players that are a little bit more down on the leaderboard than we
guess. Jadan Tomas, brat. Taman je Popov.
Vano, Reddish, they're going to be the first ones to touch ground.
Peter je dead od Rex.
Trying to pan to a separate direction, trying to see if there's anybody that he can look to take out. Reddish, slightly different mentality, wants to just prioritize that loop path.
I just saw it in the feed too. It looks like Booga is getting his hands dirty this time, taking down Peterbot early. Mongrel getting taken down by Nikov, and you're just seeing a lot of these contested fights break out relatively early in some portions of the map. But for Zemi and Cooper, they are one of the teams that have the most practice as an entire duo. They know how they want to play. They know how they want to approach the situations. So no matter what happens in and around their drop, I don't think they're going to get too antsy too soon.
Going in Flakes. They've been having to deal with the brunt of the focus, though, at Dirty Docks. We kind of expected that there'd be a lot of motion happening once we saw Vaxity and Reason decide the last-minute contest on the day.
Treći put i zadnji put ponavljam. Ako hoćeš da te septam pošalji da koristiš sad Fikiris i ja te septam. Nije teško.
That's kind of the thing, is everybody just kind of feeling each other out in the first couple of games and kind of realizing any strategies that kind of pointed out. Notice we've seen a lot of players solo dropping, letting their teammates keep them alive. It's about a 12-second respawn. You lose time on that respawn for knocks, eliminations, and full squad wipes. And hopefully they're able to kind of utilize it as Peterbot looking for a little bit of revenge, but it is going to be on Mongrel at the outside.
Ili Discord ili Instagram. Peter fighta Mongrel opet.
And a little bit too fast that Mongrel's just going to have to slowly but surely try to back down and reassess the situation.
Pretty much all of FP's control, though, belongs to Peterbot, and he just continues applying pressure steadily to Mongrel.
Oh, dobar hit. Edit, Mongrel. Gledaj, LA, a? Je kupio, ne, sam da koristi. Uzijenti ga full pisa.
He is feeling the confidence. He probably heard the calm from Peter saying, bro, you have to
get
this guy off me. And now he's dancing, doing a little two-step on one side. Ozzy getting aggressive. And that's the thing. They are down further on the leaderboard than anyone would have expected. They need aggression. They need elimination. He said, yo, look, Pete, there's another.
It's not just that. Ozzy pulling back. Peterbot likely telling Aussie, do not eliminate Allier. Mongrel's already been taken out. We can focus him instead. We know that he's weak. We know that he's low, but Peterbot, it might have been a distraction. A fake out, if you will. As
Aussie pošljem ili na Instagram ili na Discord. Drugi put.
I'm just saying, this is the Ozzy I really wanted to see. It feels like he's feeling himself right now. For Shockwave, breaks into the box.
I Ozijentik šita Mongrala.
This is what I came to see this weekend.
Peterbot was gassing Ozzy. I'm considering it a compliment when Peterbot
Pa on će mu blejat na glavi cijelo vrijeme.
Hey, Ozzy backing that statement up.
Mogu samo, nebitno kako sam pošalješ.
Is going to have some serious difficulties. He is being the punching bag now of match 4. Ali A.
Sad je li je najbolj.
Just pass the torch along to his teammate.
He's just been hiding down underneath. Peterbot misses the shot, but now he has him full boxed up underneath. This is all
Pokušao ga je na skopa, nije uspio. Stotka. Dead. Šta je li? Smijaš se nešto.
My heart hurts every time Ali A gets eliminated.
Ja skupio respekt, respekt.
Mongrel's at least still alive. Aussie has opted to pull back.
Hvala svima kogod ne škupi, samo im sad.
Still a little bit in zone, but this is the early game. There are still some recovery methods that could take place here.
Misliš da mu drala ili Elija? Meni Elija uopće nije žao. Čovjek se probio na skemanju i na clickbaitovima.
And at the end of the day, honestly, it doesn't matter how many times you go down, as long as you can go ahead and get elimination from yourself to keep it relatively close. Nobody chasing them this time around, so Ali A and Mongrel will have a good opportunity to load up over on the eastern side of Slurpee Swamp. For now, until they get sniffed out by any of the competition. I also did see Somerset getting taken down in the feed by Savage and Lachlan not too long ago. She know their safety. There's time towards the outside, and that's exactly what she's doing.
Keep an eye though. Veno and Reddish could be in a little bit of trouble. They don't want to find themselves pincer between Courage, Cole, Thomas, Somerset, but Veno, he's exactly where he wants to be, tangoing with Seti. Gets that initial elimination and sends Seti packing.
Doktor.
Didn't give Seti a chance to think about what he's going to do. But Lachlan, fresh rebooted back up. You see him watching him like a hawk. Coyote is going to be able to.
Thomas skinio.
But it's Thomas HD who steals that one away onto Lachlan yet again. So for Coyote and Captain Chota, even though they're going to have to rotate on out, they have to figure out a way to kind of seal the deal on some of these eliminations and not let them slip through their fingers.
And look, I understand that you're going to keep
Peter
being brought back into this match so long as your duo is alive, but for Lachlan, for Mongrel Ali A, we're looking at some of these teams that have just been struggling non-stop because they're not really getting an opportunity to farm anything up, Jacob. They're just trying to avoid being some of the first teams eliminated. It's Coyote, Shota now applying so much more pressure onto where Savage and Locky are actually at. And Coyote might be able to just force them to completely clash with them head on.
Mongrel je opet dead od Petera, ne biste vjerovali.
Buying a little bit of space here.
Yeah, and this is a winnable situation for Mr. Savage. He has the pump. There's a Maven and attack on the other side. Not as hard hitting, even if you are a duo. So if Savage can figure out a way to wiggle in and out of some of these builds, draw out a 1v1, and maybe Lachlan catching somebody off guard, dealing some damage, it is going to be doable. They have the crash pad as well, 6 of them to be exact for Mr. Savage. So being able to disengage, also an idea in the back of their minds.
Coyote dalje kija.
If it's up to Savage, he'd
Peska
much
nadamo
rather just
specijalno
let Coyote and Shota rotate out first, and they'll just try to play catch up after the fact. But with Thomas and Somerset also so close by, Veno and Reddish too, you can never count out being third party. So as aggressive as Shota and Coyote want to be, immediately jump into Lachlan's box one more time. He is sent back to the reboot cycle, and this is where it gets very difficult because now Savage shooting at the crash pad, even trying to ensure that nobody can give chase, but he's just so low on material, Jacob. He is fully
Ljudi, odu do WC-a sam, tu sam za pol minuticu.
For scraps, 4 bandages, that's going to keep him alive for a little bit longer, but if he doesn't find anything from here on out, Savage will go down yet again, but at least he's given a chance to get Lachlan back in the game. Somerset, Thomas, they got that one elimination from the backside of the zone. And this is a strategy, talking about Thomas and Somerset, if they go down early, they will not be afraid to stagger themselves back in the zone because it's Slurp Rush, Taco. There are so many barrels to get that HP back up.
For sure, but even then, you don't want to keep allowing other teams to farm those individual elimination points off of you. And one team that certainly hasn't had any difficulties hunting for those elims might just be Peterbot.
Okay, yeah, sweet. Come grab this. Okay,
I got the pulse rifle.
Wait, the pulse rifle?
Yeah.
Yo,
We win.
All right, so you want the great? Here, take.
I think it's coming out.
I got his back wall. I'm in his box with him. Nice. I saw someone rat on me, but I didn't show him. Nice, good stuff, bro. You want to come over and help you?
No, it was only.
Yikes. I kind of feared for the rest of the lobby. Mongo getting taken down twice, but the mythic pulse rifle in Peterbot's hands, you could deal so much damage by scoping in just like this from far away, or the hip fire spray kind of works similar to an SMG, so he is looted and booted, ready to go.
A couple of eliminations onto Mongrel, nice, sure enough, but Peterbot, he literally just said, we win. That is how confident he feels having this weapon at his disposal, Jacob, and the rest of the lobby understanding the impact he might have. They're not going to try to stick around Slurpy Swamp much longer. They're all just trying to immediately rotate around it, but Thomas, the highlight reel is back with this mammoth pistol. They've been trailing behind Koyota and Captain Shota for so long. And now, Shota, Koyota paying the price.
Kako je očito ne, znači imaš 20, invajtani su 20 pro playera i invajtani su 20 content kreatora. I onda su spojen pro players s content kreatorom. 5 do Dominati Pulse, aha. Evo Kvizi I Nike.
Saw for a moment there, caught a glimpse, Peterbot Aussie just looking to take an elevated peak position over Slurpee. They've got a pretty good idea of where some of the other teams are trying to rotate through. Queasy, Nick, a little bit more towards that front side of zone. Currently, Box on a slightly hill position. And Kanata, Ronaldo, they're just waiting for the traffic to come their way. They'll be more than prepared to look for those eliminations, but they want to prioritize the positioning.
Oh, the shot. Ma da, pita 5 kilo. Ovo je klasika Mangrala.
This is zone 6, 10 seconds left, reboots will disable, so anybody that is eliminated now on respawn will have a chance to get back into the game, but Taco, as of now, reboots are disabled.
And that might just be worst case scenario.
Džabe šota, nešte lenda. Opa, lenda.
Fortunately for him, a little bit of indirect assistance from the lobby. Peterbot, Punish, loses half of his shield while trying to take those pot shots at Shota. And that is a big saving grace. But it might not make a difference.
Džabe kad ima puls, brat. To je za njega preupigan.
Gotta be wary of what's lurking above.
Hey, Peterbot just continuing where he left off, just farming elim after elim after elim. Zone pulling towards the northwest or northeastern side of Slurpee Swamp here. Kind of back home for Peterbot and Ozzy, but for Seti and Gaia, they have a decent rotation. They can one-hop it to the front side of the zone. They can sacrifice the HP if they want to try to take some high ground. But for now, they're just trying to take it slow and steady. 7th zone, 5 more to go. You don't want to bite out more than you can chew at any moment.
Seti pop-offing.
Need to be flashy. For Seti and Gaia, they found a lot of success with consistency by just playing to their team's strengths. Both of these players are competent. They've got a decent amount of LAN experience and just in-game competitive knowledge, and they're letting it be put on full display here currently. Savage and Lachlan, they've been working a little bit chalked since
O, Zorana nam se vratila. Ne, Atila, to su dobili svi koji su na Pro EM i svi u publici Pro EM. Znači, kogod je ušao u tu halu je dobio kod sa tim pickaxe. Slight silent hit. Eto.
And not really have to use the shockwave. Underneath though, Cooper, Zemi, they do have the front side of zone already underneath their grasp. They have the luxury to be able to wait here, Taco. They can wait for it to open up, shockwave to the front side of zone to keep their position,
Cooper,
or they can use their materials and tunnel their way there.
But some of these teams that were leading towards that top end leaderboard in our top 3 position, they've got to be getting a little bit nervous, seeing that elimination feed constantly light up.
Lasi ga bacio. Ode Lacey, a? Nije, Lacey živ.
Can he reunite? Flashpad gonna catapult him straight to the front side. He's building, he's boxing, but that's his last splash. Now he has to wait for clicks to
to play catch up. Now, at least they've reunited into the same.
Ma nije Marki, cijelo nemaju tako.
Now taking charge, even giving up some of the heals.
Prosto Malbuca nije, njima je neko prodao ovaj koji je bio. Dosta pro playera je tražilo da im se proda. Svi su to tweetali. Ne, Kanada dead. Ne. Vidi kak je dead, dobro to nije neka šteta.
This type of solo clutch, but
Moxie dead, Savage dead.
It's going to be so problematic. Everybody just getting so congested outside of Slurpee. And
Peter Roka sa Haja.
fully controlling the flow of this lobby. We saw Baxity for a moment, but it was only just a shockwave, a crash pad. Everybody trying to just stay one step ahead of the pack. It's going to be extremely difficult for anybody to look up and try to contest it because of that mythic Pulse rifle. Just constant pressure coming down from Peterbot and Ozzy. Everybody can feel it. Peterbot's going down low, making sure to reconnect. The FNCS strategies are coming out in full force. That's how serious Peterbot's taking the second half. And look at Ozzy from behind playing that supportive measure too. Peterbot, he's got
Peter Popovin.
on the rest of this lobby. All of these mid-tier, low-ground layers just
Šuri sve redom.
top of each other. Peterbot and Ozzy have a full chokehold on this lobby right now. But typical gamer, Booga, they're looking to try and make their debut.
Booga se beka, Cyper dead.
And Ozzy, he's going to be forced to actually pull back. Took a little bit too much damage. He's going to have to wait for the heals to pay out. But now,
Queasy van. Queasy neće ni boda uzeti. Da, rip Queasy. Ili Ron 0 bodova isto.
Relatively loose with a couple of players playing as solos. Booga being one of them. Lands a good shot onto Courage, but not enough to get that green light to go.
Lacey dead.
Cooper, Zemi, they clean up Lacey, leaving Clicks by himself. And this is where players are
Clicks je van.
right and center. Clicks might be one of them because he's feeling the pressure. And Clicks, he only has 2 builds left. Make that one build.
Ne vidim Mera. Zašto on kvita vratio si više ne može plesat nešto? Pada i Clicks. Rediš ubila sama sebe. O, pade Vena. O, Cold Popoving. Sad ću umjeti u zone. Peter Roka, 8 kilova. Uzet će oni još. Gle Brazilci ko ne. O, ošari ga. Ozi je van. Ode Brazilac. Peter dead. Dead. Nije dead. Podasa je dead. Ozzy 2 kila, a? Coopera dropa dolje. Ozzy spustio full low. Ozzy dead. Peter van. Van mi, van mi, van. Van mi, van. Peter proti Coopera. Ma da. Ma da. Evo, di slika od Petera.
They waited to the second half, but they shown up and shown up big, right, Frankie?
Well, they did show up big, and you know what? We know, Peterbot, you're the FNCS GO, but please give it up for King Kangaroo!
I mean, I think for most of that end game, I was just trying to stay alive. I mean, you just let the best do what he does. I didn't really do much, but that was the whole plan.
You got two eliminations to your name. You were alive in that end game. How
Da igra, nema čekaj doktora jednostavno.
I mean, he stayed alive very long. I mean, he did his job.
You sound surprised.
No, I'm not surprised.
And we aren't either, because Ozzy, stand up for me, please. Listen, I always make sure, even standing next to you. So tell me, earlier I was speaking to the two of you, and it sounds like Pete's letting you IGL a bit.
I don't know about that. I think he just let me make one decision. But we're doing well. He's listening to my input. It's great. I mean, he's the greatest, but he still takes my advice. It's nice.
And your advice was to drop on Cooper and Zemi in game 2.
Okay, that sounds a bit bad. He wanted to go somewhere. I thought maybe that could be a play, but I love Cooper and Zemi, but...
It was your idea.
It was
my idea.
I don't know why you credit it to Ozzy, but I just want to ask you one more question. You got your first victory royale in the bag now, Peter, but does this mean the next 2 are yours as well?
I said we're going to win the last 3 games to Ozzy, so...
All right, well, you heard the man. Let's see if he can make his prediction a reality after the break. Peter Bot, let's see everyone!
Glove neke u zelenom kostimu. Sljedeći game gledaj, ma ne, ovo mi je zabavnije, brate. Reklame. Tamo da mi vidimo leaderboard. Leaderboard. Prvo je jedan leaderboard, Cooper Zemi prvi s 47, Pita došao na drugo s 44, Seti treći 41, Kanada uzeo 0 bodova. Matila to za njega nije ništa, brat. Poda se Nikov 5, Kureć Colt 6, Lacey Kliks 7, Kvizi Nike 8, Redi Šveno 9, Samo se Tomas 10, Brazilci 11, Faksuti Rezn 12, Kojota Šota 13, Alex 14, Typical Gamer Buga 15, Jacob Kami 16, Rex Natehill 17, Mr. Savage Lahlan 18, Moxie Cyper nisu zadnji! Mongrali zadnji ljudi. Mongral je zadnji. Outplaceali su ih ljudi koji nemaju ruke. Da. Ali Cooper i Zemi, brate. Prvi, peti, sedmi, drugi. Ono, consistent. Full consistent. Peter je sad ovaj game vratio, život uzeo 20 boda iz ovog gamea. Seti se i dalje tu drži na 3. mjestu. Malo tamo, malo ovamo. Više sam očekivao od njih. Malo killova imaju. Možda jedni dobar. Ma nije, ovi ženski content kreatori isto kidaju. Typical Gamer je, ja mislim, najgledaniji content kreator od svih tu. Koliko sam skužio. Da. Gledajte njemu preglede. 300k, 200k, 400k, 300k, 200k, 500k i tako dalje, tako dalje. Džabe ne radit stream više. Tako.
Fortnite fam, welcome back to the FNCS Pro-Am where Peter Bot and Ozzy just got a victory royale!
Dobro, ne deri se, brate, šta ti je?
I'm gonna pass out. That's crazy. What in the world? Okay, guys, I knew Vivid was up here during this little game. All right, while we're off camera, and we both kind of looked at each other. There was a very key moment in this game. We tuned into
briga me za Petera, gledamo svako samo njega i prikazuje.
He's like, our dog, are you talking about the mythic pulse?
Koji meč, sad će 5.
Wait. They start the game with a mythic pulse? Game over. GG's.
I love that you bring up the start of the game because honestly their domination was all the way from the beginning. Peterbot going after Mongrel, Ozzy also going after Ali A, but there was a moment there where he could have gone more on the aggressive of Ali A after Mongrel was down, and you could see them talking to each other. I'm guessing that they were saying to back out, that we want to try and go for more elimination points. We know that's where Peterbot's the strongest, so instead of getting them both down right away, let them reboot, and then we can get more points.
And that is exactly what
they did,
racking up elimination after elimination, but this is what they needed. 7th place, and they were going into this match. They needed a big game to have a good shot at lifting up that trophy. It reminds me of the 2024 Global Championship. You see Queasy win a game, Peterbot in the background kind of eyeballing him down, cold-blooded, and now he has gotten that victory royale once again. I'm sure he shot himself up that leaderboard, and we can actually take a look right now at the standings. 2nd place, from 7th to 2nd place in a single match. Just a couple
Ajde Kanada, pa pofe, nije loš toliko. Pa, onako.
3-point difference between 1st and 2nd, 2nd and 3rd. Zeke, we just have 2 more games left and things are so close.
Oh my gosh, we have a listen in from that game. Let's take a listen.
We're putting on a flippin' show.
Let's go, bro. Let's heck and get him.
Oh. You can come with me if you want, but like I don't think you'll need to.
No, dude, you're chilling. You do you, bro. You do you.
Okay,
be great, man. Be great. You good? Yep.
Yeah, I'm gone.
Bro, I just want to put myself between. I'm still up, bro.
Kill him.
Did he go underneath? He went underneath.
I'm
chopping on him. Killed him.
Nice, bro. Good job.
Let's go, baby. I'm sorry, Mongrel.
2 slurp.
Full focus.
Yeah, 1 sec. I'm just trying to like not die, but also go for something.
Oh my god, I'm good.
You good? 2 builds. 1 build.
Ja sam mislio da ću umirati od storma.
Bro, you're crazy. Let's go, bro. Oh my god, insane, bro.
I just cannot believe in that moment when the shockwave back up to high ground. He's literally getting eaten alive by the storm, and he should have gone down. I'm talking milliseconds there before he just finds his way just barely outside his zone and then goes on to win that game, Kelly.
Also, is Ozzy Antics better than Mongrel and Mr. Savage?
Pozdrav sveti kam ja Mongrela, sve ih pobio.
Yesterday, and now he eliminates Mongrel today on show day, but look, Cooper and Zemi, we have to talk about them. They took home the win on the first match, and now getting 2nd place in the hands of Peterbot. I'm telling you, it's a repeat of the Global Championship. Pete did not want to let that one slide, but Cooper and Zemi have been playing incredibly consistent, and it's exactly what they need to do to maintain themselves in the first place spot.
To be in a final 3 teams and to literally be a solo player against Peterbot and Ozzy and Cold and Courage and to still have your composure, that is why Cooper is a global champion. And to get 2nd place as well, to get these eliminations, just leading them to victory. And although it is a 2nd place, if you are going to be in this solo situation, this is a best case scenario.
Any other player gets hit by that shockwave, but it had to be Peterbot. It had to be Peterbot, and it took Cooper half a millisecond to get eliminated.
30 sets do sljedeći game.
Guys, I don't know if you remember this. Hold on, that's right. So Cooper's a global champion, and he won when it was a 1-day format. So could we see history repeat itself?
I think that is definitely a likely possibility, especially looking at the stats there from Cooper. An average placement of 3.8 out of 20 teams is a pretty dang good placement.
Definitely good odds. We do have 2 more matches to be played out, so you know all they have to do is keep it up. But look how close it is. You said it, 3 points from 1st to 2nd, and right behind them, we can't put them out yet. Seti and Daya in 3rd place with 41 points. This is still anybody's game.
Where are they they? Like, what is going on? We're never seeing them, and yet they're in third place.
No, we see them. We see Seti a lot in the end game as well.
Evo, Čofi, dobro je, brate, gledam malo Pro EM, odužilo se više nego što sam planirao, ali dobro. Ima još 2 gejma. Biće zanimljivo.
A lot of people just kind of overlooked them, and obviously they're not going to be overlooking them now.
They are so stealth mode right now. I mean, this is crazy. Also, Cold encouraged JD in that last game. Courage said, half break? All right, I'm waking myself back up. And in case you guys didn't see, he was out here doing push-ups not that long ago and then goes on to put on a performance like this? Okay, okay.
I think he needs to do push-ups more often in between games. I think that might
Kako
honestly get the
Cold
juices
ulješ,
going
a?
because he was doing such a good job there, following Cold T to T, box to box, doing such
Peter
a good job
prvi,
running
misliš?
that low ground, getting so many
Sve ovisi o
eliminations and
Eliju.
kind of just pushing everyone else out of the way.
I'm actually loving this so much from Courage. I want to repeat what we said before, but Courage literally played more tournaments this past week than he had from 2020 to now, and he is keeping up with Cold. He is staying together with his teammate. The chemistry is looking amazing, and I am honestly incredibly impressed with how they've been performing.
Look, Courage is an OG, all right? This guy has been around competitive play for a very, very long time. And I can just, you know, we definitely appreciate that he's been putting in that work.
Koristan, pa je, ali za druge timove.
He's going to be Courage, right? Loud, funny. Going to make you know, laugh every single time. But when that bus launches and he jumps out, it's serious time.
No, I mean, we saw it from even 2 weeks ago. He immediately started practicing as soon as we saw him. I think he got a little nervous when he saw the Cold. You know, the reigning Major 2 champ was announced. And he wanted to bring the energy that we're seeing right now to all of you to prove to not just himself, but to everyone that, yes, I might have been the second place Fortnite, first Pro-Am, but I'm here again and I haven't dropped anything.
It's what you love to see from the 2018 Pro-Am second place, now once again here in 2025. He talked about eating 12 bananas. He talked about the push-ups. Maybe it's these routines that are helping him out, but all we know
Ovdje prošao mi timer za game.
And they've got to make it happen.
Dude, I don't even know how this ends, right? Again, with moment to moment, this could
To nije
change, this could be mad chaotic. I mean, I'm still, you know, where is Clix and Lacey, right? We kind of saw that last game. Lacey did kind of get picked off, kind of got cornered there for a situation, but Clix is still being Clix, right? This is still looking like Major 2 Clix.
You could not put anybody out of the competition.
A Lacey došao do da spasi Clixa i na kraju on umre.
From 7th to 2nd place, almost first in a single match. They're still at the top 10. All they need is one good game again, and they are more than capable of getting it.
Yeah, still being in 7th place right now. I mean, if you look at the points, they're about 18 points below, which is obviously a good chunk. But we know that Clix can really lock in. We've seen Clix go for those W key games. So I definitely think there's a possibility of them to jump up the leaderboard, just get a few more elims and points, and set themselves up in the top.
I'm curious, do we think that with 2 games left to go, I mean, clearly the competition is fierce. Do we just say, that's it? Everyone swap up your drop spots. We're going for the first place. We're landing on them. We want to win. Let's take them out. And then suddenly, we're feeling like that invitational once again.
Everyone changes up their drop spots, then no one changes up their drop spots, right? I don't know. That
Ko vina?
makes everything.
Ne znam.
Okay, Alex kicked it off, kind of splitting up with where Loser Fruit was dropping, so maybe, you know, in the last game, I don't know if this next one, but maybe the last match of the day, we'll
Peter se probudio zadnjih 2 gema.
I mean, this is just so chaotic. What's crazy too is like no 2 games have felt like the same, and sometimes in the FNCS forget that, right? It's like, oh, high ground win, okay, high ground win, oh, low ground win, you know. And it's similar, but this is just like, you look over and you're like, okay, I guess Peter Bot just has a mythic pulse, I don't know.
Sreć, ti si treći u kraju.
What we saw was a lot of heal-off potential, and I think a lot of these players initially in games 1 and 2 had a lot of heals going into the end game, but I think they're starting to realize that this is more, I don't think we've actually seen a heal-off just yet. It's been way more aggro.
I honestly thought there was going to be more heal-offs, especially looking at the practice games from yesterday. It's what I thought might happen, but we haven't seen that. Even Cooper and Zemi in the first match were saying, Cooper said, you know what, we don't even need to go high. Let's just drop low. We'll get more eliminations. We'll get more opportunities, and it's working out for them so far. Cooper
and Zemi, they are just so good right now. I also did want to highlight in that last game, we got to finally see Thomas HD and Somerset. Thomas HD with that gold mammoth in hand, and I thought, guys, this is it. Game over, but it's a very difficult competition overall, right? I thought it was just going to be
moj
in
mongrao.
Thomas HD's hand, but bro, there's just so much talent literally in every single corner of this map. With 2 games left to go, anything can happen.
100%. I mean, Peterbot and Alex were tied for the most eliminations. 3rd place, it was Thomas HD with that mammoth in hand. We saw him hitting his
Šta
shots, getting those
mašete svi?
eliminations. Now, unfortunately, they didn't make it as far into the end game as they would have liked, but hey, you still got 2 matches left. You can still make it happen.
Yeah, that one shot onto Shota and then almost eliminating Koyota as well was absolutely phenomenal. And that's what we expected out of Thomas HD, especially with the Mammoth. You know that Vivid was very excited when he saw that in Thomas HD's hands. But like you said, they're so good at this early and mid game, but being able to kind of control this end game, which is so much more chaotic than the normal FNCS, which is affecting both of them, honestly. Thomas HD and Somerset are more used to that
Isto
standard
vrijeme
mode,
mi
but
gledaš live,
I'm
a?
used to some
Šta
more
je, nisi
Fortnite.
sad si promovirao malo?
Let's go. Game number 5 is ready. So casters, back over to you.
Thank you so much. And with 2 games left, one of the biggest things I've noticed while looking at that leaderboard, this isn't as elimination heavy
Šta
as
sam
we
igrao?
thought it
Pa
was
to je
gonna be.
mapa
It's
baš
come down to
napravljena za
straight
Pro 1.
consistency throughout these 4 games.
You say that, but when Peterbot and us here in the lobby, especially Peterbot, eliminations might actually be the real recipe for success, but we got game 5 ready to go.
Kao na skijente isto. Pukla.
This is their second to last chance to figure out a way to make up for
Riza, ne
lost
ide ni
time
tebe
when it
nešto.
comes to that leaderboard. You go ahead and find yourself in a situation to where you can take more chances, get a little bit more aggressive, figure out a way to close that gap with eliminations, because Taco, it's been the 10th zone more times than not that has been granted
tu ostalo
replacement
zbog
points
uveta.
because teams just won't go down.
But if you think about it, with Cooper and Zemi leading by just 3 points on that leaderboard in the penultimate game before today's final lobby, that's a lot of pressure, Jacob. Even for a seasoned competitor
Ne ide ni Vena nešto.
like Cooper and Zemi, it's still just so
20
much
bodova
bearing
samo.
down on their shoulders, but they've got to see it through.
Yeah, especially if you're in first place, trying to play your game calmly, cool, collected. And then you just see the name in the feed lighting up with eliminations. It's almost going to force some teams to get more and more aggressive. Contested drop, though, this time around.
Veno dobija Viki od
Podosai.
Podosai.
Towards the boom and base onto Podosai and Nikov. Nate Hill's in the distance as well. And these are the type of strategy I expected to see. Game 5, Veno's able to get a shot, but he is going to go down. We already saw Reddish
A
at
si našao na njih
so we know
gledate.
where he's going to get rebooted at.
For a moment, it seemed like that was going to be turned on its head there for Podosai, but
Pa ne možeš dobiti moda na temelju jednog live.
just in case things went south. And now Frenchie's just looking to try and ensure that they have boom and base completely locked down. Veno dropping back in though.
Cypher je dead.
Probably just happy about the fact that he wasn't beamed out of the
Opa,
sky.
LEA
We've been
dead.
witnessing so often here today.
Aj challenge.
Already saw on the feed,
On
we got
su-
Mongrel, Ollie,
Aj čao, brat.
both going down respectively. But there's just so much action going down. Let's jump in.
Ode Mongrel. Rip. Mongrel dead last.
Nice. Oh my! What happened? Oh my god! I got the luckiest thing ever! Out of every exotic weapon! Okay, nice. Oh my god!
Dobro, Rizon, šta ti je jebot?
Oh my gosh! Is that like a
Peter protiv Alex.
0.001% chance to get every exotic?
Džabe, Alex. Dugo si duro.
Not even 1 in a million, like 1 in a billion odds there, it seems like, Jacob. But that is everything just completely dropped at Reason's feet. Him and Faxity have got to pop off this lobby. There will never be a clearer sign
Peter se
that
neš healat,
this
a?
is your game. And remember, Faxity said it himself.
A ima slurp trake i te gluposti.
Bring home at least one, please.
Cypher dead opet.
This is their best chance with the loot that they have, as Alex just getting aggressive time and time again.
Rip
Fresh off the
Alex.
reload, but he gets taken down yet again. Loser Fruit barely have gotten enough time to reload back into this game before Alex going down. They're just kind of hoping, they're praying that they got some sort of landing spot to go ahead and land at. And then maybe they can worry about loot, but Regs saw the reboot. She's going fresh after Loser Fruit.
And Regs, she might have even alerted Flakes and Gone that
Their prey has now been fully intercepted.
Loser
They're
for
gonna
dead.
opt to just prioritize farming up a little bit of material, taking a moment to pause here, really scope out the scenery. But a little look back season on what was taking place with Ronaldo and Cypher PK completely cornered by Kanada and
Allora, Kanada se budi.
strong tag team effort.
Yeah, and you see that box was literally on fire. There was no way for Cypher to really escape besides going at him, and almost looks like
Ozzy kill, huh?
again by Ozzy this time around. Moxie's trying to stay alive, get these reboots, but this is the last place on this entire island I would want to try to stay alive to get the reboot, because Cypher is getting the Ollie A treatment.
But Cypher will manage to escape Peterbot for the time being.
Ovdje ne Drongana, pa jebik.
How much
Ima snajpera.
though? Aussie just gonna continue the conversation instead pick up where Pete left off. That's some heads-up awareness from his duo mate. And that's the kind of chemistry that we've been
Opa, 25 lajkova nakon 4,5 sata lajvanja. Po pofim.
And Jacob, fifth matchup, 3 points away. I cannot emphasize on it enough because that is such an easy striking range. Only 3 eliminations, and they've already got like 2.
And right now, you started as a 3-point game, like you just said. Well, guess what? It is literally a 1-point game, barring if Cooper and Zemi don't got elims, as Moxie lands a good shot on Ozzy, but it's Peterbot the one you have to worry about. He dives straight in,
Peter
gets the
elimination,
and he's just showboating yet again. Peterbot is putting on a show today.
Oh, they Cypher.
This is where that mental fortitude's got to come into play for some of our competitors when Peterbot is just non-stop emoting on everybody's body, and Savage, he might be
Adam Savage.
if he's not careful, but it's Mr. Savage after all. He's gonna have a
Nick
little bit of
dead.
fight back. Pete's got
Coyote on fire ovaj game.
He can't just openly aggress into Savage's box.
He
He
dance.
might even shift his focus towards Savage's duo mate. Locky, he's got to stay closer to where Savage is at. Peterbot from overhead.
Oh, Savage. Oh.
And that's just another elimination added
Oh.
Just said, I thought you retired. Maybe let me lend you a hand going back on over there. Lachlan just trying to stay alive.
Penzija natrag.
The last place. You want to be a solo, trying to keep your team alive, because they're going to see it. They're going to jump. Now they're pouncing onto Lachlan. They know Savage just got rebooted. He is on the clock, and time is definitely ticking.
But it doesn't even matter what's happening here for Lachlan and Mr. Savage. More importantly still, Cooper and Zemi. You've got to be panicking a little bit. You're watching that lead get completely upside down because Peterbot and Aussie are just relentless. They are farming Lachlan and Savage, and one more elimination off of Lachlan. Peterbot with 4 already. There's got to be some form of a disengage, but Savage
Oh, the Savage. Zadnja 3 su umrla. I to baš redom, zadnji prvi, predzadnji drugi i treći kraja treći.
Now there's nobody to farm out of the sky, and just like that, Peterbot and Ozzy have a 2-point lead over the competition and are not looking to slow down yet. Ozzy looking over, seeing that team building up on top of Slurpee Swamp into the distance. He said, yo, Pete. And he's just sharing up that information and letting him decide where they want to push next.
Never count out Clicks and Lacey, though. They might want to be the first team to possibly repeat Victor Royale 2 on the day. And I like the fact that they're playing with so much patience. They don't need to do anything reckless. They've scouted out that Lucifer and Alex are on the bridge. And now, while Lucifer's trying to take this opportunity to heal, Alex left by himself. He's gonna have to play support. He's gonna have to try and prevent Clicks and Lacey from pushing them entirely. And he's done enough. That's all he was really after, was just keeping Loser Fruit safe.
Yeah, because you don't want to get stuck. This is 5th zone. This is the danger zone for when you want to start to position, maybe not take those risky fights, because if you go down, get reloaded back into this game, there's almost nowhere for you to land, or nowhere safe at that. Especially for 7th zone, that's when reboots will be disabled. As Thomas, Somerset,
Jo, Thomas, 5 kilova lagano. Nalazit se, GG. Rediš ubija Nike.
They're just trying to take that slow rotation. Even with launch pads around, they know it's too risky to expose yourself with the mammoths, the snipers, and how dangerous so many players are with their aim.
Now, I like this from Thomas, just taking a lower elevation, using some of that natural map terrain, but when you see these
Znaš, pitao da izgubi nešto. Može. Ili luza zadnje granice. Ne, vino je zadnje.
Actually going to be the one with that mythic. Well, sorry, this is dangerous scenes here, but Koyota doesn't get the opening shot he was hoping for.
Ovo šota nije loš jebate.
Going to look to try and back up his duo mate. Koyota trying to give chase, but he's just getting blocked off even from his own shots.
He was able to land one shot, but just a little bit too late. Somerset's there. They're trying to alleviate some of that pressure, and he's being so quick and predictive, trying to capture off guard, but no, it's Thomas that takes the big shot. Luckily for him, already pre-popped the legendary slurp juice, so the shield's going to take some time to get back on up, but it's well on its way. Playing defensive from one end, but it's forced to leave Somerset in a 1v2 situation versus Koyota and Shota. But this is great work by her, playing defensive, making sure that it's not going to be a free push, which allows her to reunite with Thomas HD.
The problem that Thomas kind of scoped out is Cold and Courage. They were just constantly spraying into where Thomas and Somerset were at. They're not going to allow them to see any further towards Koyota and Shota. It's just not safe. It's not worth the risk. Thomas knows better. And he's going to opt to just fall back, wait for the lobby to kind of settle in a little bit deeper into the zone.
And that's a scary
Zbog je jednom on grao, pa on grali u lobiju, tako da ne može da ima. Gle, Vena u stolu.
Actually hit a one pump, so you have to be careful, because that could have been a much different situation. Veno, reddish, still going around the outskirts of the map. Towards the outside, finding a lot of the different barrels that are left behind. The bigger the barrel, the more the HP, and that's something they're going to utilize in open water.
This is very familiar scenes though for Veno. He loves his dead-side rotations, and it's a good heads-up play. You want to stay away from where so much of the attention is being drawn more towards that center zone, and with the way that they're basing up on a little bit of elevation, they might even have a great opportunity to kind of just pick off some other late straggler rotating teams.
Cooper malo beam, ali 0 kilova ima čovjek.
50 seconds and it will begin to close, so it's about 2 minutes, Taco, to reboots, or you can see it.
Fighter clicks.
Start to be disabled because it's already closing. Lacey's feeling the pressure. Now is not the time to go down.
Lacey, man.
Trying to take control of these pieces. They know danger is looming around any one of these corners, and as soon as they drop down, they start to feel that feeling of safety, but it doesn't slow down. They're the focus of the lobby as of now.
They're barely getting just the smallest opportunities to try and restore some of that shield, but Clicks, Lazy, they're just going to shockwave out. They're going to take their odds, catapulting themselves further, but the lobby is not letting up. Clicks so quick, cracked as well. Queasy on the other end of things, but Flakes, he sees the white ticks. He wants to keep barreling them with pressure.
Oh, ode Alex.
Lazy, they are just at their wits' end. They're practically out of material. If anybody else even spots out the fact that they're under so much heavy fire, they might just look to steal this one away from the rest of the lobby.
I gotta admit, it was Reason and Faxity. They have that exotic red eye, which means there's explosive damage, destroying a lot of those builds, which kind of started that lobby focus in general. Bad luck for Lacy, because now they just have very, very few materials. Reboots disabled. They're going to need an important elimination if they're looking to get back into this game. Kanata, Stable Ronaldo looking through these cones, trying to figure out when and where they have to rotate. They spot out Faxity and Reason. They don't even know the treasure.
Zašto nema mape dolje des? Ili pitao da im nešto urade. Mogli bi. Peter solo lagano. Clicks 3 build, a Lacy 0.
Split between the two players. Hooper, Zemi already starting to rotate on over. There's a couple of chances here for Clicks and Lacy to start to get aggressive, but they're just waiting to catch somebody off guard. A nice maybe 200 damage, and it's Ozzy, the ones that looks like they're going to pounce on him first.
Oh, those.
And now he's going to be by himself.
Hey, here he goes.
Because they go ahead and take down Ozzy and get the loot they desperately need to stay alive.
But it's just not enough material. Lacy still has 0 builds to work with, and there are shots coming in from every direction. They're just playing a little bit too close towards that backside of zone. Teams know that this is an injury.
Yeah, we go, Yoshiri, the Clicks.
To keep pressing
Jacob
forward,
did.
but Jacob, he's lost in the fray. Cammy gonna be the only only one left standing now at that duo, and Thomas with that mammoth pistol trying to see if he can take somebody else's head off.
This is where you really have to be careful and thoughtful of your shockwaves and your crash pads, because someone just like this is going to deal so much damage.
Ali najbolje im ima čovjek. Stvarno najbolje im.
And their chances for high ground go out the window, because it looks like it's Thomas HD and Somerset's turn to claim it as their own.
And Thomas all too happy to take over.
Dečko je heado ga. On ga je heado.
Jacob just beam from the sky. No rotation is safe when you've got somebody like Thomas on high ground.
Kakav je ima čovjek.
Reason said he's feeling
Click's dead.
But he's gonna need more than luck to make his way up this hill face. Thomas Somerset already beat him to the punch. Peterbot, no Aussie. But Peterbot, he's been here before, Jacob, and the last time we saw him, he managed to make it work.
With only 2 shockwaves, though,
all
that's left
is
primary rotation to make it from point A to point B. But he does have blue pump and
Thomas Sebeka.
One pump around any corner, just
like
that. At 30 is going to go down. Another point for that elimination, but this is now top 10. Now every team that goes down, you get placements.
But Seti, Daya, they were just sneaking their way
Peter,
up
5 kilova. Promaši
Somerset
samo.
They're dealing with Peterbot right in front of them, but Somerset crash padding up, typical gamer, nearly getting taken out.
Zašto bi ti sa njemu skakalo u box?
Somerset to drop ultimate low. No, she's gonna try to go back up to her height, but Booga, he's already got control.
Ode Thomas.
Booga and typical gamer now fully taking over the high ground, and they got to deal with Pete in the middle.
Booga on fire. Što Peter radi? Nikov pao.
For what he wants, but Booga, TG, you see they're running out of builds. It's typical gamer taking the charge, leading the IGL, the tarping, but in comes Peterbot yet again, taking down the shields of Booga, but he is limited with his
Peter, 3 builds.
Only 3 builds, so he can't break down into an all-out fight.
All the while, Seti Daya in the low ground. This could be the optimal position.
Canada solo.
Heavy work is being done for them.
Rex
the
dead.
lobby is thinning itself out.
Peter was a cool.
Might even be able to find another knock. No, he needs the refresh more than ever. Podesai spotted out the wood box.
Jebi ga, Podesai se zgašio. Gde? Cooper ga očistio. Cooper je on kill sam.
They're playing towards that consistency. We know throughout the course of this game, Peterbot and Ozzy have taken away that first place, but there's still 6 teams that need to go down, which is 6 placement points. And he has that mythic chart shotgun, 1 pump potential for
Peter
him.
6 kila.
He's got a little bit of arsenal, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
Ode Kanada, ne, od.
No matters. Both of them go down.
Jebi ga.
Making sure that Kanada goes with them. Typical gamer still on height with Booga, but Daya, Seti, they're still up in
Booga se beka. Oh, Reason, gle Reasona.
They want to be the ones to take over height. The challenge is a success. They're now on top.
Reason na high.
Gamer stuck in the mid-ground. Everybody getting trapped inside the castle.
Ode typical.
And typical gamer will fall.
There might have been over 4
Zami.
million different timelines looking through, but this might be the one where Faxity, a late entrant into the competition, could come out, but he's having a couple of hiccups from up, down, left, right. His HP's out the window, but Cooper staggering himself back.
Cooper
His
dead
only
sad.
chance was left of the Chug Jug. He has to figure out a way in because he's the only solo left versus Seti and Daya. Faxity and Reason, the 2 strong duos, but they run into
ošao ga Cooper. Ali ode Cooper. Nije stigao za finish. Što ti vrištiš, jebate?
This is your victory royale.
The brothers are on top. You said it yourself. He guaranteed one. And that guarantee, that prophecy has just been fulfilled.
Respect za Reason.
And see how they're feeling with Frankie.
Why are you saying sorry to Reason, Faxity?
Because he told me don't do anything stupid and I died.
You got nervous. But Reason, you got the victory royale!
Vidio sam tila čovjek ovaj.
I'm so happy. That was a nice win, but I told Fax don't do anything stupid and he just jumps off fight. By the way, Fax, you want to say it? What happened? Oh, shout out to Mar. We love you, bro. If you're watching from home, thank you. We're trying to win for you, bro.
Yeah, and he is going to give you all of his prize money. He told me that earlier this week. Now stand up, boys, so everyone can see you, please, because everyone in the Galen Center obviously wants to give you
Lik je prs.
Reason, what was your reaction when you found out you were going to be playing with this man?
I mean, I was happy. I like him. He's good. It was fine.
And has he taken you by surprise? I mean, you just got a victory royale. You've only been playing together for a couple of days.
Ma, shut out za nekog.
Advising him a bit. He's good now.
And in fact, I have to say, one of the highlights of this entire event has just been watching your shenanigans on the internet. But you're showing you can also put your money where your mouth is because you're here with me right now. Have you got anything to say to people at home watching, supporting you?
I appreciate you guys. We're going to try to win last game as well. Let's keep doing what we do.
Do you think you can? Yeah, of course you can.
Shout out to Germany, shout out to all my viewers, and nur der HSV.
Dankeschön. I mean, he's one of the most popular streamers in Germany. I'm sure they're all wishing you well, even though it's past your bedtime in Germany.
Ma, dobar je on.
We have got to take a short break, but when we come back, everything is going to be on the line. Don't go anywhere. Guys, give it up! Reason and Saxony!
Kuma, doktor. Šta je podasaj, ripa? Puko smijel. Aha, leaderboard. Evo. Leaderboard. Ozijentik Peter prvi 57, Cooper Zemi drugi, Seti, Daja treći, Kanada, Ron četvrti, Podasaj Nikov peti. Reason došao na 6. mjesto s ovim 7 kilvinom. Courage Gold 7, oni su bili sa 12 iz 2, Lacey Clicks 8, Thomas 9, mal se popio s ovih 9 kilova. Quizy pao na 10. mjesto, Veno 11, Brazilci 12, Coyota 13, placementi ga ne idu. Typical Gamer Buga 14, Rex Nate Hill 15, Alex nam je 16, on sve što je napravio prva 2 gama ostalo rip. Jacob Kami 17, Savage 18, Moxie 19 i Mongral Dead Last. Dead. Pa zaš bi konali, brate, ko odigra bolji game, taj će vinat, ono, ne moraju se konat, nije velika razlika. To je stvar. Plus tu ima i Seti, ono još između. Seti je isto ovaj... Tu je, 3 boda. Kanada je sad jedna 10 bodova razlika, on je ovaj game bio 6 s 3. Malo kilova, Podasaj me razočarao jako, od njega sam očekivao win. Ma klik si očajan, brate, šta vam razočarao? Peter bi kono je eventualno ako vam bježi masu ono bodova, ali... Eto. Niko nema 2 vina. Svaki game drugi winner je ono. Jevate, NA Central, NA Central, NA Central. U top 4, 3 NA Central tima. EU, šta vam je? EU Dead Last, ono. Nema mali buci, jevi ga, nema mali buce. Nema najboljih fightera s Europe, nema Vika i tak dalje, ono. Ima samo Venu, a Vena ne ide danas. Vena danas ne ide, Quizy koji je doktor igra sa debilom. Thomas igra s ovom koja ima 7 ruku, a nijedna joj nije prava. Savage igra s Lahlanom koji ja ne znam odigrao 2 game u životu.
beginning of the
Oh,
game.
Lord.
And the exotics pouring out. Jacob said, like, I don't even know how many zeros. The percentage chance is so small. And they literally take that on to getting a victory royale.
I mean, hey, listen, you find the loot,
Kad mi ga s učenikom jevik.
you go ahead and win the game. That's kind of like back-to-back games when you think about it, right? Pete getting that mythic pulse right from the last game, instantly switching over to a couple of exotics for reasons.
Ali kako je čovjek umro, je?
Then win the game. That's what you love to see right there.
You can see Faxfitty's reaction from where he limbed himself to fall damage, but hey,
Kakav doktor. A Reason izmašio hitova.
Reason was able to close it out. He said, you know, don't worry, I got you. I said don't mess up.
Što smiješ, šta da kaže, brat?
Still got the job done.
That was almost career ending for both of them, right? A couple missed shots by Reason, but Faxfitty slipping up, you know.
I was really concerned.
Što ga udara u stomak cijelo vrijeme.
Can clutch these situations. You gotta be real careful. And it's crazy too because remember, Seti, Daya, they're still up there on the standings. So if that had gone the other way, this could be very, very scary. But of course, why don't we get ready to take a look at these standings? Because, yeah, like I mentioned, we are a 1-point difference. Going into game number 6, Aussie Antics, Heaterbot, 57 points, Cooper and Semi, 56. But the kicker, Tokata, Seti, and Daya, 54.
It's going to be absolute cinema going into this last match. 3 points is the difference from 3rd to 1st place. You couldn't have asked for a better last match here at the Pro-Am. And not only that, Reason Faxfitty weren't even in top 10 going into that match. They're in 6th place now. You can see just how much that leaderboard can change in a single match.
Crazy stuff. I mean, we got Peterbot storming to the top of the leaderboard. Obviously, very, very elimination heavy. Then you got Cooper and Zemi every single time we tune into an end game. They're there consistently going into the last game.
Mogu uzeti dosta para. A dobro, ne treba njima, vidi. Te pare su za Reasona I take ništa. Reason je sad 6.
You love to see it. I mean, on paper, this duo looks
Setija, ja ne znam jesu jednom prikazali. Evo, prvi put u replayu.
And now they have been incredibly consistent in Cami Seti style, getting to that end game. I love to see them doing it well with Daya and Seti. So close.
Eto, nije loš. To žensko čak I zna nešto. Joj, ali izmašile metaka.
Anything can happen, and keep in mind, we could just say, hey, why don't we just land on the top 3, right? Like, why don't we just take it invitational style, just end the tournament right here, right now? Peterbot is one that could do that, right? Like, with 3 duos right, going into this last game, all kind of battling.
Ma ne računa se to, kako se to može računat? Kad nismo morali se kvalificirati za to. I kad nema najboljeg playera s Europe, nema Vika, nema malog buca, ono. A najbolji player pored njih igra sa Redishom, mislim. To krivim za 2 dana, pod prilike, da.
I still am blown away by that exotic chess, bro. And the fact that Faxfitty and Reason got a victory royale. We have a listen in from that last game. Let's check it out.
I'm up. Is he build fighting? Is he almost? No. How many builds do you have? I have 7. I have 10. 100? Right here, 100. Dead. Nice. I think I'm going for that. Yeah, go. Watch out, you don't get shot. Oh my god. I'm good.
A on se sam smije.
They blocked each other. Straight. I'm going front. Nice. I'm front. Don't do anything dumb. I'm not. I fell. No, come on.
A taman mu je rekao nemoj napraviti niš glupo. O, čao Lazare.
Bro, I'm telling you, like I said, you gotta be careful. Daya can clutch those situations, and for a moment I was like, no, it's over, Reason. But again, those exotics, bro, those exotic weapons, so rare, so powerful.
I mean, that's just why we love Faxfitty, right? I mean, the guy gets shockwaved in the storm by his teammates.
Ko je prvi? Peter, zašto prvi?
Just having a good time.
Said no worries. Look, they both kind of made a little mistake there, but hey.
Jebava, čekaj doktor. A tamo mu je rekao nemoj napraviti niš glupo, pol sekunde kasnije. O ne, umro sam. Neš zaspat? Jevi ga.
Take it away, casters.
Tu Chris, ne.
This is ridiculous. Easily the highlight listening of the day so far, though. Reason and Faxity, they might have brought it home in Game 5, but that leaderboard is entirely too tight for comfort. It's a three-horse race.
I know we can honestly see one of the first times where the winner of the game
Kad je lan?
wins the
Šta kad je
entire
lan?
thing. That would just be the cherry on top. But I just love how close, how entertaining this entire thing has been.
Look, if you're not excited after what just happened in Game 5 and even all the lobbies before that, I don't know what to tell you, because this is peak entertainment for both of us, especially. We've got the best seat in the house.
Yeah, I just want to know, anybody in the chat, anybody watching at home, who is going to win? Who do you guys think? I'll be looking to see what names you guys are typing. Everybody in the arena, I think they all have their favorites as well. Peterbot fans, the Clicks fans, and
Clicks,
he already
pa
has
hvala i
one
Globals,
today.
da.
If he can figure out a way
Pa
to
kak
bring
se
that
veze me
back,
Globals?
who knows what can happen.
Game 6
Kak igra,
might
nikak
just be
tad ne igra.
absolute mayhem, though, because some of our creators, some of our pros, maybe they decide, hey, what if we just make some uncontested off-spawn fights, now some heavy slugger matchups? Anybody might just decide that they want to break out of the mold and do something different. It is Game 6 after all.
Yeah, I want to see if maybe Cooper, Zemi, they were at the top spot.
Je li izdominirao. Ja mislim da on ima najviše smrti u cijelom, od svih ljudi. Ali Mon grali zadnji, bret.
Look, Peterbot has been here so many times before. It is very difficult to really tackle what might be going through his mind currently, but if anything, I'm still expecting him to lead the charge. I'm still expecting him to just treat this like every other lobby before, and he might even take matters into his own hand and just look to be that difference maker with the off-spawn contest.
Yeah, now as I keep thinking about some of these other teams, Seti and Daya going into this, I think they're probably one of the most consistent teams that we've seen make endgame after endgame after endgame, time and time again. And even Daya, they're having an opportunity to think anything other than exotic loot, Daya might win that 1v2.
Oh, I don't want to say easily, because it's still Reason, right? He's still the pro player at the end of the day. But Game 6, everything on the line here. Let's see who brings it home. Competitors know that this is their last chance, the last stop the Battle Bus is gonna make in the 2025 FNCS Pro-Am.
Ajde, Alex, malo, šta je?
Guys get real loud for these pros as we seal the deal on what comes next.
Things kind of staying the same over towards the dirty docks. All three teams landing here. Reason, Faxity. They're landing towards the outside, just trying to get what scraps are.
Reason već full shield, on lagan. Savage kono Petera.
With everything on the line here in this last game, let's just contest one of the
greatest of all time,
Peterbot and Ozzy, and see if we can try our luck. If we take them off the map, you got to imagine that opens up
Savage umro već bio.
And this might not be what Savage was looking for, though. Buga gonna temporarily prevent Peterbot from outright keying Savage, but Peterbot, he has other plans in mind. He's looking for that fight regardless. Savage just trying to keep this wall closed off long enough, but Pete already immediately looking to take it. Savage scrambling, ducking every which way, but Savage, he just can't get the return blow he needs. Savage is gonna fall, and Peterbot's gonna let him know.
Moj Savage.
It's just disgusting. It was almost like Peterbot playing with
hell je dead, ljudi. Ne bi vjerovali.
Now he's gonna have the thunder with the red eye. They're saying, hey, just keep on coming. Savage gets reloaded right above. That's where they're going to look up and try to land the shots, but just a little bit too late.
Savage, ugasio si ga opet. Ovaj put od Buge. Ti mogu da stavimo, ja bi ga ošurio 10/10.
Shooting shots to Peterbot so that he can't continue to try and apply pressure there. And poor Lachlan, he's just caught in the center of all of this. He can't even afford to
Savage, kak si ti planiraš spustiti?
Up on heights at Slurpy Swamp. Savage doing what he can to see if he can finagle his way out of this one. But with two separate teams just hawking you down.
Alex je loser for dead.
Do you really have of
Dead.
out of this match. You almost just gotta hope Peterbot gets bored and goes and moves on to somebody else that could potentially get rebooted. Lachlan's only chance is just kind of hide and bunker down into that bush. He gets found out, so his only chance went out the window. But luckily, he did buy enough time for Mr. Savage to get reloaded back into this game. But hey, what Seti and Daya have been able to accomplish throughout the course of our lobbies today. 54 points going into this one. Alex brought to his end. Only temporarily though, but it looks like no dance have had enough. They are sick of the off-spawn fight being so conveniently interrupted by
Pojedinaca nije nek stvarno reload je smeć.
That's a heavy hitter to get out of the
game.
Not fully out, but definitely making him reset his looting opportunity.
Rediš dead. Lahno Saško Peter obuš.
Mr. Savage, both of them are just in complete shambles here, really not able to answer the call. Peter gets the wall, gets the piece once, and as he fires a 78 shot, it's just a little bit too quick to touch as he takes down Lachlan. And it's just a huge giveaway.
Savage u drugom bušu.
About 12 seconds, Taco. He's going to reload right above Savage, and they're not only going to know where Lachlan's at, they're going to get a feel of where Savage is at.
Savage, opet ćeš ga ugasiti.
Not trying to go too far from where Aussie is at. You have to remember, Booga is a gamer. They are still kind of just conveniently sticking around the outskirts of Slurpee, but poor Lachlan. He just can't catch a break here as Pete takes him down one more time.
Peter 4 kila.
Already just off of these individual eliminations that Pete's been building up. Zemi and Cooper, Seti and Daya just watching this elimination feed be highlighted with Peterbot's name off cooldown. It's got to start playing
Dominik, haha.
Already a 5-point
Ide Kanada. Bam! Promaši. Bam! Hit.
Ronaldo just below them, 4th place on the leaderboard. They're going to need a monster last game. I'm talking 20, maybe 25
Bam!
the win. What a way to start it off though. Nice shots on the Cypher PK, and that's
Fizi uzu kill koliko sam vidio.
Kanada, all you wanted was South Zones, and I get that that hasn't necessarily gone your favor, but Ron and Kanada are still here to play, Jacob. They are not giving up, and the expectations that they both set for themselves, they're strong competitors, and they're strong-hearted competitors.
O, Eli, dead, ljudi.
I'm sure that we'll expect to see
Aj Mongral ga ugasi.
pop off a little
Aj
bit.
Lachlan ga ugasi.
Disaster continues for Lachlan as he goes
Da, Mongral place zadnji ljudi na lanu. Mongrala su outplaceali Cypher I ona teammate Moxie.
That they've had throughout the day. They're just waiting. 12 seconds have passed since Lachlan went down, so he gets reloaded back in the game, and that's a lot of information being given up. And Nikov are going on the chase.
But this is exactly what the Gentlemates are going to be forced to do. They know that they're going to need more than just a strong placement to close things out. If they really want to play leapfrog with the leaderboard position, they're going to need a good chunk of eliminations to go with it.
Yeah, as of now, I do believe they're about 19 or so points down from Peterbot and Ozzy, and that's including some of the eliminations that we've had in this game so far. Seti and Daya.
Seti nema ni jedan win, a tu je treći.
54 points, 3 points outside of that first place spot. They're just looking around, trying to get some eliminations, but you know how safe, how calculated and careful Seti does like to play, especially that he knows he has the firepower and the loadout that Daya has in your inventory with those 2 legendary slurp juices. So as long as they let those eliminations naturally come to them as they're rotating for that 50-50 is, I think they'll be okay.
And Seti and Daya, they
Samo
also
što mu
know
Peter biš
exactly
sad 7
where a
bodova.
couple of these opposing
Ej, ode Lachlan,
are actually
ulovili su.
located. Poor Lachlan, though, he has just been getting beatboxed every
Cypher
single
dead
time
od
he
Setija.
loads back in. The moment that he starts to drop, it
Ne,
just
šta da
seems
se
like
igra,
there's going to be
jevig.
somebody looking to clean him up. And Savage,
Moxie
there's
dead.
only so much he can do because he, as a
Opa,
solo,
Kanada
it's
2
so
kila, a?
difficult to actually try and prioritize getting the resources necessary
Ez.
to make your teammate be healthy enough to stabilize, but that's all they're looking for. It's just a little bit of stability, and that might be enough to make a difference for the leaderboard.
Yeah, especially since they both, at one point or another, were taken down during the course of this game. So it has to be light as Kanada, stable, Ronaldo.
Ide nakon ovoga. Nakon ovoga pravac krevet.
Box to box is Seti.
Kako mu teko ovo. Ajde 2 kila par, on je jedan Kanadijan. Cold ima high gore. Evo je u Peter, ma nije. Dobar. Nema ba, ima run kill.
But Cold knows better than most. You take the advantages when you have them, but he doesn't necessarily need to try and force that engagement. It's a little bit of damage, the knock would have been nice, but if he doesn't get the clean headshot, he'd rather just move in towards the zone.
Nema, ne, ja sam čora bio. 77 lajkova. Da, 27 lajkova za 5 sati, kritično. Trolam YouTube. Ja prvi kak da provjerim. Čovjek da switcheo na njega.
Zemi and Cooper. They have placed top 7 in all 5 games, but they find themselves in second place due to just the sheer regression of Peterbot and Ozzy able to pick up those elimination and close the gap for the bad games that they had.
26, trenutno ima 29. Ron ima 1, Dominik nema trola. Kakav grind. Svidla.
Because the moment that one of them gets taken out, they will just be so turbo focused. They won't have a chance to try and recover.
Ooh, I like this loadout coming out from Clicks. He has that mythic minigun. In reload, when you're almost essentially box to box away from so many other teams, all it takes is someone like Clicks to start a lobby focus. And then bam, there goes one player, there goes 2, it's zone 5, so they will have a chance to get rebooted back into the game as Savage and Lachlan seemingly still on top of figuring out how to make it work. Finish and Redo though, they're on the outside that are just closing in on that distance, and now Clicks is joining in on some of that fun.
There's just nowhere for Lachlan to land. The zone is already too tight, and everyone is just preventing this poor man from actually setting even 1 foot for longer than a second on the ground. And Lachlan, he might as well almost be forced to wait until the reboots turn off, because when that actually closes off, that will be the real green light for Savage. Okay, I'm fully a solo, but Savage is probably already playing like that.
Yeah, and he's just getting chased back there yet again. This time he was able to survive, touch the ground, but not for too long as Veno and Reddish were able to clean that one up yet again.
Ne, možda sam bio i čoro, šta ja znam. Ja sam vidi da ima kill. Pa mi se još dobri sat i pol, to je da sve moguće. Peter uvijek kliksu i ne. Kako se vezi ima kliks? Si igra set. Veno dead. Cooper dead. Kaj stižeš sestra kući? 27.6. Ode Veno full. Hajde nablji ga. Pa dob. Ma da, doktor. Ljudi, ja kažem da on doktor igrica, meni niko ne vjeruje. A driče ga. Kaže mi sestra da je to, da taj dres najviše uzime. U fan shopu. No killa. Aha, sad nisam gledao.
Mythic is just going to be very detrimental for so many teams caught behind them too, because players are going to try to seek out that elevation point that Clicks and Lacey are on, and they just have the ultimate cutoff.
Queasy and Nick, they're the ones that are on the high ground. 4 now, 6 zone, relatively early, especially since we're going to rotate around the map here in a couple seconds, and man, that is a max pull for a good portion of the lobby, including second place Zemi and Cooper.
Zemi has no builds.
Nah.
Zemi has 0 material, and it's really only just begun. Clicks and Lacey, sure we might be looking at them currently, but for the top 3, Zemi, Cooper, they're already having to function with all odds against them in terms of challenging for that first place position on the leaderboard.
They're getting challenged not just on the top side, but for their second place spot
Shot
as well.
was a kill.
And Daya have just tied them on 56 points. The only thing holding them above is that victory royale that they got in game number 1. And that's how close this leaderboard is. Those small differences, the tiebreaker scenarios could play a role. It's Queasy trying to lead the charge. He's going to go first.
Oh, the shot.
Cooper grabs an important elimination.
Cooper on fire.
That was huge for
Još par njih. Respekt. Pade buga od Somerset. Ej, kume.
Even the smallest lifeline can have a huge impact, but they still have so much left to tackle here, Jacob.
He's still picking up some eliminations as well. Squeezy getting 4 for himself. Him and Nick once again having an amazing time on that
Lacey dead.
Hopefully they can hold on
Typical
to it,
gamer dead od Petera.
and a lot of players down below. We've seen the shockwave plays time and time again as Peterbot picks up his 5th elimination by itself. 6 of the team is him and Ozzy, Focus, Kanata, and Ronaldo towards the backside of the zone.
Ozzy opet ima kill. Ozzy doc.
Double chug jugs. That is a sight to behold. Obviously, the other competitors aren't fully aware of that fact like we are, but Pete's already aggressive in his own right.
Malo su ga isfokusali.
Already unlocked for him just means that
Queasy na haju.
to go for those solo pushes and just trust
Laganic.
to play supportive measures or defensive measures. His objective
Kliks kao solo s miniganom. Dajte minigan Kanadi. Da pokaže kako se to koristi.
Not sure how Lacey went down, but he is out of this one. Joining everybody else watching this one, seeing how Clicks is going to get out of this tough situation. He does have the mythic minigun, but Toyota's there on the other side, pressuring him. You add in the shockwave, all those builds come crumbling down. It's a tough situation for anyone to be in, let alone a solo.
But Pete, he's just got so much material, he doesn't mind giving up a little bit of
Ozzy dead.
He's been picked off from behind him. Peterbot now trying to see if he can actually dart his way back, but he can't get to Ozzy's body in time.
Yeah, big Ozzy.
The real reason why Ozzy couldn't make that rotate next to Pete, Queasy, and Nick at 30. They're still in control of fight 2, just launching themselves to the next front side of zone, and that's going to force Peterbot
Unluck.
to get another layer.
Al Peter ako uzme top 5 sa još 1-2 kila, on je vino sigurno, ja mislim. Poda se uzme kill. Teško da ga mogu stići. A Nike koji stoji u stormu, 3 sekunde i ne kuži da je u stormu. Lachlan dead.
Peterbot now continuing to just try and see if he can create any form of space for himself. He spotted out Thomas, but not sure that he's completely
Nick je dobio još 3 taga od storma, on retardiran. I sad je promašio crashpad. Šta radi on? Peter okno, kliksa lagan. Ja gledam ovog Mikeha što sam sebe ubija, ono. Nerealno. Peter lagan i heal-off. Set je rip. Nije chill. Kako šoko je setio. Best. Peter promatra haja lagan. Zemi dead.
Luckily for Cooper, though, he does have med kits. The legendary slurp juice, different options here. Everybody in our top 3 are now officially solo
Moraš healat.
trying to hunt here, basically trying to outmatch each other. Now placement points are starting to come in. Top 9,
Queasy
top 8,
dead.
that's another one's going to fall. That's Somerset that gets taken down. Kanada
Sve na Nikehu, ljudi.
The players are now getting closer and closer here
Kanada dead.
where our final 3 could face off.
But that elimination that Cooper just got,
Savage je van.
that might just be enough time. Cooper doing what he
O, Seti, Peter ubije Setija, da. Top 5, Peter je vino. GG. Ali Peter je vino sigurno. 9, 10, ma da vino. bježao mu je jedan bod prije gejma, znači Cooper treba uzeti 15. Ako wina game, treba ubiti sve i winner game. Peter i Ozzy winali LAN, bret. Win 10, ne, sve ukupno je 10 za win. Jedan bod je svaki placement. Rip Cooper. Da, Peter wina. Peteru nije jasno ništa, broj. Čovjek, ja sam najbolji, brate, to je to. Gore do plafona.
It means everything because now I'm back-to-back LAN winner, so.
You are, and potentially you could be back-to-back later on, but that is something we need to discuss another time. Because right now, Aussie Antics, you must be so proud of yourself and Peter.
I'm pretty proud. I mean, he's the GOAT. Everyone knows this is his win, but I did my best to try to make sure I didn't hold him down and I didn't stop the run.
And what's interesting is normally you are watch partying this man do his thing, and now the world is watching you win. What's that like?
I mean, to be fair, in the last two games, you were watching me watch him again, so it felt kind of normal. He was solo clutching like crazy, but it feels amazing, genuinely. This is super fun. This was such a good event.
And what is going through your mind when that need to win really takes hold?
I don't even know. It just means everything.
Does it come naturally? Do you enter a flow state?
Yeah, I mean, like, after the win, I knew we were going to win the tournament because, like, the momentum from that game.
And you've got so much insight now for when you're watch partying at NA Major 3, Aussie Antics, because you know what it's like to be on comms with this man. So can you give us some insight now?
I mean, he did slow it down a bit for me, especially in that last game. He kept me with him, which I'm pretty proud of the fact that he cared enough to slow it down. It's unreal. Trying to follow him is insane, but I'm just playing and it's just Elim. He's something else.
Any words to your fans before I let you lift this trophy one more time?
I appreciate all you guys, and I'm glad to bring it home again.
Well, you know what? Fortnite is all about moments, as a very wise man once said. So let's make another one right now. Guys, if you'd like to take your position behind the trophy. And please, Gallon Center, one more time! Make some noise for your 2025 FNCS Pro Champion!
Cannot believe it, guys. Guys, throw these headsets on. Come here, Ozzy. Come here, Ozzy. Wow. To think, Ozzy, we've been friends for a really long time. Man, a really long time. To think it all began on an FNCS broadcast. Yep. And now we've taken it to a win in an FNCS Pro-Am. I mean, how does it feel?
I mean, it's the same corny thing always. It feels amazing. I don't really know what to say. I wasn't honestly expecting this. I know it sounds crazy, like I'm playing with he's the favorite to win, but I thought like there's some really, really good duos here, but I mean, he's just too good. But it's been so much fun. The event's been amazing. The vibe's been amazing. I'm so happy. I'm 1-for-1 win now. 1 tournament, 1 win. Now I got to stop. I know everyone's going to ask you to keep playing. Nah, done. 100% win rate. That's it. I'm going to hold on to that.
That's awesome, Pete. I mean, I feel like we're good friends now. I see you like this pretty often. You know, another notch on the belt. Does it feel any different? Does this feel special at all? Or you're just like, well, another day at the office.
It's just another day, to be honest. But it does feel good to play in front of a crowd because you don't get to do that often, and to win, you know, it just feels good.
Guys, before we get to Vivid and his questions, we also have medals as well. So you guys can get trophies, medals. Okay. That's right. That's right.
Oh, this is wow. Okay, nice. Yeah, all right, I get this. I mean, and that trophy, it is heavy. Like, heavy. I don't know. I haven't looked at a trophy before, so I didn't really know what to expect. Was not expecting that.
Alright, Pete, listen,
Ozzy Antiga i dalje nek šek. Iako ne znam koliko Falcons plaća Petera. Falcons i jako puno plaća.
He's really good at staying alive while I'm just trying to rack up some eliminations, and that's basically just what we did the entire time.
Okay.
I mean, Peter, we've seen your streak in competitive, but you also have a streak as a sub for Aussie Antics.
Oh, yeah.
Keep subbing to him.
He's a fan. I mean,
I'm just W supporter.
Yeah, W supporter, honestly, yeah. He's been a supporter since day one. I really appreciate it. It's been good.
I have a question. If you guys could just take a small step back. If you just want to hold this up to the camera.
Wait.
Hold this up. Look at that!
Oh, let's go, baby. It was first official LAN win game and then the tournament. So, I mean, Peter, thank you so much, bro. You put OC on the map, man. Well done, bro. You got this.
How does it feel? Ozzy, it was you. Shout out to
Marlon
for, of course, that map.
Al puni su para, bro.
Victory on LAN and a title. How does it feel? It's you, dude!
I know. I don't think it'll set in until later as well. I do want to take the moment as well. It's also Mother's Day back home for me, so I missed my mom and my beautiful wife and her second Mother's Day, so shout out to them for being so supportive as well. But yeah, it feels amazing. It's been a surreal week meeting so many of my heroes and friends that I've met before. It's amazing. We have to do another one of these. That's all I'm saying.
I love that. Pete, how's it been for you? Obviously, like, you know, you're pretty used to like the pro side of things, coming in, meeting these content creators. You're also like, dude, respect, they're dapping you up. How's it been for you?
I mean, it's just good to see everyone, especially just playing on stage, you know. I don't know. Especially like when you like elevate them, it's like, you really don't get to do that often, you know. It feels good.
I do want to say as well, the crowd, my first time playing in front of a crowd, this crowd was electric. I knew every time you got an Elon Musk spawn if they were watching or not, because you could just hear the crowd yelling. It was amazing.
Guys, congratulations again. Don't forget your medals. You guys get out of here. Go celebrate one more time, audience. Your 2025 FNCS Pro Am champions, Aussie Antics and Peter Bot! My goodness gracious. I'm telling you guys, me and Peter Bot, we're really tight. We're good friends. We hang out often on this stage. Yeah, that is crazy though. So, you know, going into this, I think the first 3 games were a little bit like a question mark, maybe like a little head scratcher, you could say. It's like, I kind of just expected Pete to come in and be like, yeah, 20 elimination bombs, and that didn't really happen for the first 3 games. But then the second half, he came alive.
But I'm really happy that Pete gave one of the answers, right? And he was like, oh, listen, after we got that game win, I knew I was winning the tournament. And that's kind of what I was alluding at before. I was like,
ne može na istom mjestu kad je u Francuskoj.
That one happened. As soon as they won that game, even he himself being confident, I was like, yeah, they're back toward the top of the leaderboard. The momentum's there. They went ahead and carried it all the way through Game 6. Champions, Aussie Antics and Peter Bot.
Now, Aussie understands the story that goes behind esports, and maybe before
we
gotta make it look good, okay? We gotta make it look close. So these first 3 games, let me take it a little bit easy, okay? No, honestly, I think that they were probably in that halftime show really talking about their strategy, because you could see a switch go on in Game 4 through 6, and that is what makes or breaks these pro players, being able to see what they're kind of falling short on and changing that on the fly.
So much respect to these players, to these content creators who are basically now pros. You have been dubbed pros, every single one of you. Let's take a look at these standings before we get ready to say goodbye, because I was curious to see where Seti Daya ended up.
Znači, Cooper Zemi drugi, Podasenikov treći, Seti četvrti na kraju. Kanada 5. Kviz je došao na 8. mjesto.
Yeah, I mean, Seti and Dyer, they were hanging on to that top 3. It looked like they had a comfortable cushion actually going into game number 6 there, but slipping down to 4th place. Luna's out on that tiebreaker. Stable, competitive FNCS format. Kanada alongside him, they pick up a top 5 placement.
I mean, you heard Takada talk about them at the start of the show. Gone and Flakes really showed up today, getting 6th place. Of course, Somerset and Thomas HD as well, being into our top 10. Honestly, everyone really impressed us, even the people that got last place. This has been such an incredible event. It's no longer just about who's the best, but also what can we provide for the community. And I think all 20 duos here provided so much entertainment and so much incredible Fortnite action.
You know, sometimes it's about entertainment, sometimes it's about Faxity being a
Ne
sub,
bit stoka.
sometimes it's
Imam ima previše. Za reload, za cup gdje nisu trebali kvalat.
and you can still provide entertainment. Friends, we are basically done with the FNCS Pro-Am. Why don't we bring up our friends up here? We got Tokata, we got Frankie, we got the best taco. Where's Jacob PR? They're gonna make their way up here as we prepare to say goodbye. Man, the Pro-Am delivered, but there's still a competition to be had. This is but a taste of what the Global Championship will be like. We still have Major 3 on the horizon and more spots to claim on that battle bus going to Global.
A čovjek je jednostavno najbolji, to je to, ono.
Until then, as always, we love you. Keep yourself safe. We'll see you on that battle bus.
Čovjek je jednostavno najbolji. Šta drugo? Čovjek je jednostavno GOAT. GOAT. Za 4 boda. Ali Mongrel koji play su zadnji. Nerealno. Pa to ne bi toliko im. Jel je efekt. Ti vidio, a? Samo da u penziju. Ma boli ga ovo. Da znam ali igra bit će prvi, pa dobro. Jej. Ništa ljudi, ovo je bio najduži stream na YouTube u posljednjih fazon 6 mjeseci. Hvala vam što ste bili na live-u, hvala ljudima koji su bili cijeli live. Mi se vidimo sutra s live-om na TikToku kad se probudim. Tako da, hvala vam puno ljudi, laku noć, čujemo se i pozdrav braći, čao čao.